your body like clay, I can do the same to my own far more easily. I wonder then how you will overcome this, since out-enduring me isn't viable? I said with a grin. He didn't actually seem bothered by this at all, but took a wide, powerful stance toward us Otter. Vanna Argenscher, he yelled as a dense red energy rose from his body. His body began to shift as he grew larger and more muscular, while his hair became thicker and hard. Tusks grew out of his bottom jaw as his breath steamed from the raw primal heat coming from his body. My grin was gone at this, as even I felt a bead of sweat roll down my forehead, as my instincts for the first time since fighting Amphisbaena were warning me of a danger to my life. I didn't back down, however, and activated my own buffing ability. Peccatum Superbii. I yelled as dense blue and black cursed energy rolled off of me. My whole body tightened as the buff took hold and I felt fucking invincible. It was a lie though, a side effect of the technique itself. The name Sin of Pride was not a joke, as using the cursed technique gave the one affected with it an inflated sense of pride. The only thing that kept me from falling into arrogance was the fact I knew even with the buff I wasn't on Otter's level. He proved it, as one moment he was powering up and the next I had a fist cratering my face before snapping my neck backwards. I fixed the damage at the same time a second fist fell on my chest, sending me into a hill that exploded on impact. I wasn't allowed time to get up and recover though, as Otter was right behind me the moment his blow sent me flying, and he was already in mid-swing with his fist with glowing red eyes and a savage snarl on his face. My senses sharpened and I was barely able to keep up with his movements as I erupted with dense spikes of ice that he dodged instantly despite being mid-swing. Still, this gave me the split second I needed to recover and press the counter-attack. Chapter 208, Spar, 2. 1045 words. Frost erupted from my form, chasing him into a cautious retreat as he no doubt noticed that this wasn't normal ice. Using the distance this gave me, I rapidly switched to my normal cursed energy and began to shift my body's shape. Shorter, dense torso, thicker arms and thick trunk-like legs. I ended up looking like some bastardized dwarf, but this form solidified my body in a way that would let me take blows best. Something that quickly came in handy as Otter blurred into motion with a savage haymaker straight into my chest. Thunk. The sound like a hollowed tree getting hit filled the air as I slid back a foot or so but didn't get sent flying. Otter seemed to pause slightly at this, as he was clearly sent off guard by it. I used this time to launch my own series of punches that he crossed his arms to take, even as his forearms bruised under the abuse. He retaliated with a Spartan kick to my face that I allowed to roll through as I shifted my vertebrae to relieve the impact. Even as I did this I didn't stop throwing hands, but this wasn't as effective as it was at first. Otter was not some newbie adventurer who didn't know how to adapt to his enemies, and while it took him a moment he was getting used to the strange way I fought. I just grinned at this and chose to throw out a surprise in the form of my entire right arm transforming into a serpent that lunged for him with gleaming bone fangs like a shark's teeth. He quickly leaned back even as those jaws loudly snapped shut in front of his face. A split second later that serpent was gone and 5 long barbed tentacles were reaching out for his face like whips. He swung his hand to avoid them, which caused deep weeping wounds to open up on his arm as the tentacles were dragged across it. I retracted my arm and returned it to normal with a grin as he looked at me with a stern wariness. Clearly he was starting to fully grasp the danger that my unpredictability posed. Scatter and overwhelm. I called out as flames surged around my body before peeling off into a flame clone. One flame clone after another peeled off of me until there were 7 humanoid flames waiting to be unleashed on Otter. By now the faster adventurers in Ororio had already gathered to watch this spectacle and were currently wearing serious expressions. Not that they could be blamed, as not only was I able to go toe-to-toe with Otter, but between the two of us he was the only one with visible injuries. Even more shocking was the strange ease by which I shifted my form that all of these adventurers could understand made me hard to fight at close range. Saying I counter Otter was not entirely accurate, but definitely not far off the mark. For all his high level and stats, Otter was a brute that relied on sheer force and overwhelming durability to win his fights. My cursed techniques made me a poor opponent for someone like that, and everyone could see it. The reason I say I didn't fully counter Otter was because if we were using weapons, which he did, I would have had at least 7 close calls with death by now. Weapons, if used by those weaker than me, I could hard counter them. But Otter was for all intents and purposes stronger than I am, and that meant getting hit by his not-so-small swords would burn through my cursed energy at an alarming rate. Right now it was just blunt force trauma, which was minor injuries, as I merely needed to repair my flesh and blood the moment the impact hit me, a minor expense really. Getting cut in fucking half though? That would take considerably more energy to mitigate. Anyway, I grinned as I unleashed my flame clones on Otter. He clearly wasn't ready to deal with how ridiculously fast they were as they easily got close to him and began hitting him with explosive punches. Naturally, I kept the flames from trying to consume him and limited them to just burning him and hitting him with the explosive impacts. He tried to punch and kick my clones but only got more burns for his efforts as his limbs went right through the constructs. While my clones harassed him, I steepled my fingers together and focused on doing something incredibly tricky to pull off, using both positive and negative cursed energies simultaneously. He noticed this and wisely chose to ignore my clones to try and interrupt me. I grinned savagely as he was too late and I unleashed my fuse technique for the first time in an actual fight. Pressure damage. I called as the formless clear force exploded between my fingers outward. The wind howled angrily as a massive pillar of white energy expanded from my location and even reached high into the sky to obliterate clouds in the area. Just as fast as the destruction came, it vanished, leaving a deep hole in the ground and a hole in the sky itself. At the far edge of the hole, Otter kneeled with torn skin and deep gouges of flesh missing all over his body, including his entire nose. Blood poured from him as he wheezed in pain but refused to fully fall. My situation was not much better, really. Worse, if anything. Both my hands were missing up to the elbow and my body looked like someone had tossed me in a blender for a second or two. Not used to seeing this much of my own blood anymore. Fuck, this is a deep pain. I complained faintly as I burned through the last of my cursed energy to literally pull myself together. Otter saw me recovering and looked like he wanted to go for round 2, but I just held up my newly regenerated hand to stop him. You win, I'm spent, mate. Got no juice left, and without that you'll beat my ass like a drum. I said honestly. Chapter 209, Divine Meeting. 1069 words. The fucker just grinned before falling flat on his face as he relaxed and his injuries caught up to him while his transformation ended. I just chuckled at that and looked at the crowd that had gathered. Anyone got a mana potion to spare? Freya would chew into my ass if I let her golden boy die. I asked, and like 4 people reached into pouches at their waists without a word and handed over potions. Much appreciated. I said as I downed a potion, causing my cursed energy to start refilling rapidly. I limped over to Otter and casually kneeled in the pool of blood beneath him and rested my hand on his exposed back. Using my RCT slowly, I began to restore his body while making sure not to use more energy than I was regenerating. Once I was certain he wouldn't die from bleeding out, I moved my focus from his potentially fatal injuries to regrowing his nose that was missing. Perhaps he wouldn't mind the disfigurement, but I wasn't such an asshole I'd force him to accept it when I could easily fix the damage. Once he was good to go, I used my cursed technique to gather all of our blood and chunks of flesh before incinerating it with my hellfire. I didn't want to leave anything for someone to potentially fuck us over using later. Strange DSs like Curse and Hex existed after all, and there was no telling if someone could voodoo doll our asses using bits of us left over. Still, I was quite happy with the outcome of this admittedly savage spar of ours. I lost, but that was always something I expected to happen. Otter was not on the lower end of 7 after being there for so many years, and if anything was probably sitting pretty towards the top of the level. The fact I could even scrap with him by cheating meant I should be just barely level 7 in terms of power. In a straight-up deathmatch I'd win since my cursed technique would render him clay under my touch, but if we weren't trying to kill each other, he wins. So I would say we were fairly equal at the moment, all things considered. Not a bad place to be if I do say so myself. Of course I had to work on fully fixing myself as I waited for the big guy to wake up, since I'm absolutely not leaving him here unattended or carrying his ass bad. Are you kidding me? That's 10 fucking miles and this guy was not light. Yeah, I know I could probably juggle his ass if I wanted to, but the point still stands. Didn't need to wait long, thankfully, as the guy grunted awake about 10 minutes later. He gracelessly rolled over onto his back before sitting up with a content expression. I patched you up while you were out so Freya doesn't chew my ass out. Don't ask for another round though, as there's no point. I'm not strong enough to match you yet, so you'll need to wait a bit till our next sparring session. I said casually. I will train while I wait, he said with a nod. I suggest soloing Baylor if you can. It shouldn't take me too much longer to catch up to the current you, so I suggest you push yourself unless you want to be surpassed. I said with a confident grin. Understood, he said with a firm look. As expected, the Piper came a-calling shortly after Hestia pushed through the news of my double level up to the guild, and the rumors of my spar with Otter ripped through the city like a typhoon. Within hours there was not a single person who didn't know I went toe-to-toe with Otter, to the point we both looked like ground beef afterwards. Honestly, I don't think the gods have ever convened an emergency donatus so fast before. They had serious doubts that there wasn't something wrong with me now, and more than a few were nervous about the idea of a new king showing up. Hestia was nervous, of course, since she knew exactly what was on my status, but I reassured her that it would work out fine. I didn't bother wearing a shirt to cover my torso when we walked into the Donatus hall with all of the gods there immediately ogling me. The conversations commenting on the large changes to the tattoos on my body started immediately, with more than a few goddesses blushing with heated cheeks at my sculpted form. I didn't mind though, as they were free to get as much of an eyeful as they wished. Hermes walked out to stand confidently before all the gods here. My fellow gods, we have for the second time in recent memory come together to investigate the same mortal for unusual feats. As before, I will observe the status of the mortal in question and deliver justice if there is indeed a problem, he said loudly with his voice carrying across the chamber. Before that though, a few bits from the accused, I said, derailing his whole flow without any shame. First, I achieved all I have through legitimate means, I said, causing Hermes' face to darken as he no doubt realized I had just cleared my name since none of the gods' lie detection mojos were going off. Second, I will need God Hermes to swear on his arsenum not to disclose the details of my status regardless of its unusualness, so long as I have done nothing truly wrong before he looks at it. I said with grin at Hermes. You are not in a position to demand anything of me, Hermes said with a glare. On the contrary, as I have already proven my innocence, having you double-check is merely courtesy at this point. You either will take that oath and peek under the hood or you won't, and this meeting will end since there's no more point for us to be here, I said bluntly. Just take the oath already, Hermes. One god called out, followed by another and another, until it seemed the whole divine host was in agreement that he should do it, while Hermes himself looked about ready to punch my grinning face. Chapter 210, Red-Faced Hermes. 1093 words. With a sigh Hermes spoke, I swear upon my arsenum that so long as there is nothing out of. He started, but I cut him off. I specified that only if I had done something truly wrong you could spill what you see. Don't think you can wordplay your way out of this, I said, and he glared at me angrily before fixing his oath. I swear upon my arsenum that if Alexander Drake has not done anything wrong, I will not share the details of his status. They're happy? He asked, and I nodded. Perfect, my dear goddess, if you'd please, I said. Hestia just sighed and walked up to my back before running a finger down my spine, causing my status to manifest on my back. Hermes eagerly started to look over the glorious list of my existence, and his face turned red as he coughed blood. Not in anger, but because in his shock he almost spilled the beans and his arsenum backfired a warning. He struggled to regain his composure for a moment before reading the rest with a face that got paler and paler as he went. And just think, you can't tell anyone what you saw. Oh, how you deserve this for sticking your nose where it doesn't belong, I said with a grin to the pale god as Hestia sealed my status back up. I fucking hate you, Hermes said with a red face full of rage and a gaze that would have killed me many times over if it could. That's fair. They're waiting still, I said, motioning to the host of deities who were practically bursting with curiosity. There is no foul play involved, Hermes said to the gods, who didn't settle down at all with the announcement but started actively trying to get Hermes to spill the beans out of undying curiosity. He almost did too a few times before getting wise and making a hasty retreat after having lost at least a liter of blood. I meanwhile watched the spectacle with a smirk, enjoying his suffering. In case it wasn't immediately obvious, I really didn't like Hermes. He was nosy and manipulative and definitely unscrupulous. Even after warning him about messing with my familia, Belle in particular, he still occasionally showed up in a way that led to trouble. Oh, he was clever about it, sure, as he didn't leave any evidence of his direct manipulation, but the fact he showed up right before shit went down for Belle was more than a little suspicious. It wasn't enough to justify putting the hurt on his familia, but anyone paying attention would notice I coincidentally rejected any commissions related to him. It didn't mess with his familia's delivery business too much, but I knew for a fact it grinded on him something fierce. Especially since Freya confirmed it for me through her subtle manipulation of him. For all the cautiousness the god had around her, his perverted nature left him unable to help himself when in her presence. He was particularly susceptible to her divine charm as a result, and he knew it. Naturally, he was aware of the connection between me and her, but the exact depth of that connection was a secret from everyone except Freya herself, Hephaestus and Hestia. Ironically, of the three goddesses, two of them were romantic rivals seeking to possess me for themselves. Anyways, I was approached by many gods and goddesses who thought they could try and weasel information on my status out of me. It was amusing, to be honest, as I let nothing that wasn't already more or less public knowledge slip. That didn't even begin to cover the goddesses who got more than a little touchy-feely since I was without a top and built like a sculpture. The mysteriousness of the many tattoos covering my body certainly didn't help either, as more than a few traced them as though that would let them know their secrets. When both Hephaestus and Freya reacted like cats protecting their territory, I couldn't help but laugh. It was beyond amusing to see these two puff up and posture angrily to chase away any goddess trying their luck. That didn't exactly work with one particular goddess that almost everyone gave space out of fearful respect, Nyx. You were wonderful in playing Hermes like a flute, and you are so much more tempting now. Why, I almost can't resist stealing you for myself, the dark goddess said with a desire-filled gaze. Oddly, I could actually feel a sort of attraction to her, but not her body, her soul. It was hard to describe and weak at the moment, but definitely there. The best way I could explain it was two magnets being drawn together. My own soul was now much more close to hers in nature, and that likeness caused a draw to exist. Personally, she gave me the heebie-jeebies still, but I could finally understand why she seemed so obsessed with me. Nyx might hold the domain of night as a goddess, but what she represented wasn't a time of day so much as the void between the stars themselves, that primordial darkness that has always been. In a manner of speaking, my own soul's nature fit that role as well, but leaned towards evil and corruption due to the hell aspects of it. She was true neutral though, in the scariest way, absolute evil and absolute good in one nice neat package. That might even be why she bothered me so much, in fact. The attraction to her absolute evil was there, but so was the revulsion to her absolute good. It also didn't help she acted like a not-so-stable stalker. That said, she seemed more than willing to just kinda drift about me without truly trying to grab me for herself. Humph. The nerve of all those sluts to try something like that. Freya said with a huff of annoyance once we left the venue. You can't blame them for trying. He did go toe-to-toe with Otter and made Hermes almost break his oath in shock at what was on his status. Speaking of, is it really that bad? Hephaestus asked curiously. Individually not terribly, but all together? That's the sort of thing that would definitely create a massive splash if it got out. It's why I had him fix his oath rather than ignoring the loophole he tried to throw in. I said honestly. Chapter 211, Domain Refinement. 1078 words. A few things are known since you haven't hid them, like your ability to shift your body, create items, your fire and ice, and the newest known thing is the magic you used in the fight with Otter as well as healing him. How much more could be left? Freya asked curiously. Quite a lot, actually. For example, I have a proto-divine domain already. I said calmly. What? They both exclaimed at the same time. Honestly, I wouldn't have told either of you if I didn't need your help in particular to refine it further. I said, looking at Hephaestus. Me? Why would you need? It's crafting related, isn't it? She started before seeming to figure it out with wide eyes. Well, yes and no. See, I will probably use it for strictly crafting, but it does have combat aspects to it. I'd rather explain it in private. You'll need to see it to understand. I said, careful not to say anything that could get me in trouble. I had little doubt that there were some eavesdropping, but the few nuggets of information I dropped weren't enough to create a full picture, even a partial one really. I am a goddess of war as well, so I might be able to help with the combat aspects. Freya chimed in, but I shook my head. You'll understand once you see it for yourself, but I highly doubt that. I said vaguely. Once we left Babel, Otter joined us in stride to protect Freya, but said nothing. Tsubaki also seemed about to do the same for Hephaestus, but after the goddess point-blank told her that between me and Otter she couldn't be safer, the woman left. We drew attention as we moved through the city, but ignored it to arrive at the Hestia Manor. Otter didn't hesitate to throw a fierce punch at the barrier covering the property, only for it to ripple and completely negate his attack. Told you. I said with a grin, and Freya just shrugged. Worth testing still, she said shamelessly. After that we entered the manor and I led all three of them to my workshop. What I am about to show you does not leave the confines of this room, understood? I said seriously. I swear it on my arsenum. Hephaestus said without hesitation and an eager expression. I also swear it upon my arsenum. Otter won't reveal it either. Freya said, and Otter nodded in firm agreement. My right hand rose perfectly vertical in front of my face with my pinky and ring finger curled flat and the last two fingers jutting up with my thumb curled like a hook. My left hand was pointed down under my right hand with the fingers mirroring my other hand in reverse. Domain expansion, Hell's Forge. I spoke as my hands took position. Inky blackness crept from under my feet and under their own before creeping up the walls and ceiling to fully enclose us. From the blackness red stone arose followed by hellfire in deep rivers leading to the massive anvil standing before me while a ghostly visage of Amphisbaena roaring in agony hung upon the walls of the domain along with many faceless screaming people as the flames licked at them. Such a malicious place. Hephaestus gasped in horror as she fully took in the domain. Otter was fully tensed up with sweat beading his face as he no doubt felt the sheer threat to his life this domain presented. It really isn't possible, Freya said with a disappointed frown but otherwise seemed unbothered. As you can see, this is my domain. It is imperfect, however, doesn't include all of my abilities like it should if it were. That is why I needed your help, I explained to Hephaestus as I purposefully held back the sure hit mechanic that all domains had. You said it was called Hell's Forge, correct? The Forge goddess asked seriously and I nodded. Is that where all of that comes from? Freya asked, gesturing at the tortured things on the walls. Amphisbaena was the first thing to fall victim to this domain and is thus now an echo here forever, but the others are more symbolic of mortal souls in hell, placeholders until I can fill their places with real souls, I said honestly. A forge of souls, this is taboo, Alex. You know that, right? Hephaestus says gravely. It's not actually a forge of souls since I'm not an actual god and this isn't actually a plane of hell. Until I am, this is more a representation of that future than anything true. I can't actually forge souls, as you know. My technique works on materials from a living source instead. This domain is a sort of manifestation of that given extremity and physical presence. Not unlike the way a god's unsealed presence affects reality according to Hestia, I explained, making her visible relax. Still concerning but not strictly taboo, at least. It's good that you had Hermes swear that oath. This is far too close to encroaching on the realm of gods. If he spread word of it, you'd likely be lynched by gods unwilling to see a mortal with such a power. Not even Aurenas would be able to save you. At the least you'd have your fauna permanently stripped from you, and at worst you'd be exiled to the dungeon permanently, Hephaestus said gravely. Yes, I have figured that part out on my own. Still, it's too useful to just never use, and you are uniquely suited to help me refine it to its full potential, I said with a shrug. The idea of being exiled to the dungeon was unpleasant, but not a death sentence in reality, just death sentence adjacent. It's a close thing though, as while water is no big deal in the dungeon, food is kinda a problem. Sure, I could eat monsters thanks to my technique causing their refined bits to remain as drops, but an all-meat diet isn't very flavorful or ideal. That brought up the idea of the pantries in the dungeon, which were small areas that grew edible plants for some reason nobody could explain. Monsters don't need to eat to survive, so why would the dungeon waste its time on something like that? Still, if I had to live in the dungeon, those places would be godsent without a doubt. Chapter 212, Shattered Domain. 1085 words. Well, just at first glance I can see a few things that could be better for a forge. You have no quenching liquid for one, and no hammer either. Then again, your method of crafting is different than traditional work, and these ideas might be more detrimental than helpful, Hephaestus said with a sigh. No, I think those are fairly good ideas, ones I myself had thought of, but actually adding them is not exactly easy. Even now as we speak I am burning through my energy at an extreme rate, I said helplessly. Before that though, I want to test a theory, Freya said, and we all looked at her curiously. What happened next was uncomfortable for several reasons. A sort of chime rang out from her body as her form glowed in a rainbow hue of raw power. Almost immediately I felt my domain's effectiveness tank hard as it was being contested, except there was no contest. Freya flat out overwhelmed my domain to the point it shattered nearly instantly. She was fast enough to reseal herself, however, so even after my domain fell she wasn't punished. Are you insane? Hephaestus yelled in shock at what just happened. No, I'm right, Freya said with a proud expression. About what? As far as I saw, all you did was almost get sent back to the divine realm, Hephaestus said seriously. That's just it though, I didn't get sent back. For the brief moment it lasted, my unsealed presence was concealed from the world. His domain can let gods use their full power in the mortal world, Freya said with an eager expression. Hate to burst your bubble there, but you are wrong, I said with a pounding headache from most of my cursed techniques being burnt out. But it worked, so how am I wrong? Freya asked, confused. The way my domain works is similar to the effect an unsealed god's presence affects the world, remember? By just uncorking in my domain, your mere presence contested with it over which effect would be exerted, and I can tell you for certain the two are not even close to being equal. That's why it shattered like it did. you literally broke it by merely existing in it. As if that's not bad enough by shattering my domain so forcefully you've crippled the majority of my cursed techniques until they have time to recover. Spoilers, it's gonna take a while. I said annoyed. Domains were the physical embodiment of cursed techniques after all, so shattering one caused those techniques to be burnt out, almost like breaking an arm on a spiritual level. As a result, I couldn't use the affected techniques without suffering for it or possibly making the injury even worse. Don't get me wrong, I could still use cursed energy in its raw form or with a technique that was unaffected, but both my Hellfire and Hell's Forge techniques were inoperable unless I wanted to risk the damage getting so much worse. I could use a vow to fix the problem, but that was one of those desperation type things and not something you do because it's inconvenient. Besides, it wasn't even all that bad, since even without those techniques I was by no means helpless. I still had my stats that put me right at level 7 roughly, as well as my newest cursed technique. Honestly, the most annoying thing had to be the fact I simply couldn't craft anything until my techniques recovered. So you are vulnerable at the moment? Hephaestus asked, concerned. Depends on your definition of vulnerable. I am still more or less as strong as a new level 7, as Otter can attest to. Even then I can still heal myself, since that uses something other than my technique. Can't shrug off lethal hits anymore or craft though. I'm going to be bored out of my fucking mind till my techniques recover. I complained. Sorry. Freya said, embarrassed by the consequences of her recklessness. It's not all bad news. Hephaestus said, getting both me and Freya to look at her weirdly. Do elaborate. I said, curious about what the fuck she was talking about, since there was nothing good I could see about this situation. We can get more dates now since you've got nothing better to do, she said, and Freya's whole face lit up at the idea while mine lost color. As much as I really didn't like it, she wasn't wrong. Without my techniques I was abso-fucking-lutely not going into the dungeon, as I may as well be asking fate to kick me in the dick at that point. People definitely were going to try to kill me any chance they got after my little spar with Otter and that divine meeting. Evelys in particular were at the top of that list, since a new level 7 force would throw a massive obstacle in their way. You could plan around Otter since he was rarely away from Freya's side and even rarer acted without her say so first. Me though, I came and went as I pleased, and my abilities were a big unknown, with the stuff actually known being alarming enough by itself. To top it all off, I was already considered one of the best craftsmen in the city before I leveled up this last time. Now though? People definitely thought I might finally take the title from the Hephaestus Familia, since Hephaestus herself doesn't count being a goddess and all. They weren't wrong, since I could now kinda make use of Draconite, which no one else could. Needless to say, I was a fat juicy target at the moment and wasn't stupid enough to serve myself on a silver fucking platter. As for whether I would actually go on more dates with these two, that was a whole other matter. For Hephaestus I did kinda owe her one, since the last one got cut short. After that though, I was under no obligation to indulge either of them. Ugh, I can already imagine how much they are going to pester me about this. Just to be clear here, I owe you a date already 'cause of last time, but if either of you get pushy I might just put myself to sleep till I recover. I said seriously while looking at Hephaestus. Underscore 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 underscore. Support me on Patreon if you want to read ahead. I post almost daily there. Patreon.com/patrayon_lascro. Chapter 213, Impromptu Date. 1090 words. That's fine, let's go then, she said eagerly. Eh? I just tilted my head and made a confused noise. I'm already all dressed up for the Donatus meeting and my day has been cleared, so let's go now, she said, pulling at my arm. Yeah, but like we haven't got any plans made or anything, also I kinda need to get changed for a date. I said, not budging an inch. How enviable. I can't do the same even if I wish it. Freya complained about Hephaestus's opportunism. Quickly go change then. Hephaestus said impatiently. With a reluctant sigh I chose to play along and headed to my room to grab the suit I was wearing on our previous date, since I couldn't exactly make anything new on the spot at the moment. Really, it only just happened, and already not being able to use my technique is inconveniencing me. The Familia Manor was all but empty at the moment, with Belle, Lily, Welf, Cassandra and Daphne all in the dungeon, while only I, Hestia and Ophelia were here. Hestia came back with me and my group from the meeting and immediately went to lie down with a headache. Ophelia was training with her scythe in the training area of the property, mostly just running about the place swinging the thing wildly, but her form was acceptable, so I chose to leave her be. I reached my room and had to admit it really threw me off having to actually use the door instead of just walking through the wall. It's the little things that bother you the most. I mentally complained as I opened the door and walked in. Besides the large and extremely plush almiraj fur-covered bed, my room was totally stock since I could be bothered to personalize it. Opening my closet, I took off my current clothes before slipping on the suit I had made for my date with Hephaestus previously. From there I left my room and met back up with Hephaestus in the church of the manor. I immediately noticed the lack of Freya or Otter and was going to ask about it, but she explained before I could. Freya left already since there was no reason to stay. Otter went with her naturally, she said, and I nodded. From there I merely went down into the vault to grab some coin before we left. I had to pat myself on the back for automating the vault to open to me or Hestia only through our soul signatures. Hestia had insisted on it in case she needed to get in there without me or if I couldn't use my technique for some reason. As it turned out, I found myself in that exact situation and had to begrudgingly admit she was right even if I didn't like it. I followed Hephaestus's lead once we left the manor as I had no clue what we would even do for a date without any planning. As it turned out, mostly just walk around the city whimsically. We even went to the entertainment district, which contrary to popular belief wasn't just whores but had casinos and other types of entertainment as well. We went to a large casino run by the Mammon Familia and played poker, roulette, and even bet on mice races. That last one caught me off guard a bit, but I could understand it easily enough. Horse racing was too expensive and took up too much space to hold, but mice were both cheap to keep and maintain, and their races could be contained to a large but not unreasonably sized table. I also noticed my warboards that simulated war games being played in the VIP area, which made sense. When I allowed Hestia to sell those things, I did set the price quite high since even for me making those things was a bit complex. Naturally, there were item makers that had tried to replicate the things, even buying one to take apart to try and understand, but it was pointless. I had long since started putting small, almost redundant anti-tamper curse techniques in the valuable things I created to keep my monopoly. There was no point in things like weapons and armor since I never had a monopoly on those, but for things like my warboard or jukebox I made sure to add this measure to it. You set the curse technique off and the whole things get reduced to a fine powder in mere moments. I don't care how good you are at puzzles, there's no piecing that back together at that point. I couldn't account for temporal abilities reversing the damage, but if someone was willing to go to that length for a mere trinket product, they deserved to figure it out. Hephaestus was naturally counted as a VIP at the casino and given a line of credit for her gambling, but she was smart enough to know to stop when she was ahead and earned a couple thousand valis before we left. After that we took a tour of the market to see if there was anything interesting there, but neither of us spent money on anything besides some street food. Honestly, it wasn't because there weren't items worth anything there, but most of it was stuff we could either make ourselves or acquire without much fuss, such as materials dropped from monsters. I didn't even find any draconite this time, which made sense given its rarity, but I was still a little disappointed. After the market we got a table at a small but unbusy restaurant that had good food but were in an area with little foot traffic normally. I myself got a breaded, fried duck dish with a berry sauce and sweet potato mash. Despite duck being quite oily naturally, the dish wasn't too heavy. Hephaestus got a simple shrimp and tomato pasta dish with garlic butter cheese sauce, and I had to admit smelled really good. The date ended after I walked her home and she stole a kiss before fleeing into her familiar's area. I just chuckled and shook my head at this as both she and Freya had pulled the same trick on me now and I fell for it both times. Can't say I'm too mad about it though. I thought with a chuckle as I walked away unhurriedly. Underscore 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 underscore. Support me on Pat Rayon if you want to read ahead. I post almost daily there. patrayon.com/patrayon_lascro. Chapter 214, Shadowy Movements. 1010 words. Third-person POV. While Alex was dealing with two of his curse techniques being out of commission for the moment, a series of long-laid plans were coming to fruition in the dark. In a distant mountain range uninhabited save a brave few, a team consisting of a god and several members of his familia arrived at their destination. You sure the ancient records say this is the place? Doesn't look too special, one of the familia members with a scar through his left eye and a spear that looked as though it had bathed in blood asked doubtfully. It should be. Records from the Age of Spirits and Heroes are scarce, and the location of the 100 Hands giant seal were intentionally left unrecorded. Still, there were enough clues to let us roughly guess where the final battle with it took place, and from there the location of the seal that imprisons it even now, the god who remained under a dark cloak said seriously. The group kept silent after that as the god worked to uncover the seal created so long ago. When he did, however, the group perked up. About time. So are we just going to crack the seal wide open or not? An impatient female familia member asked. Foolish child, unless you wish us to be the first thing the beast feasts upon, we will do no such thing. I will set up a blood corrosion ritual over the seal just strong enough to allow us to evacuate the area before the seal fails and unleashes it. I need sacrifices for the ritual, a village ought to serve well enough. Go find one and bring them to me, the god said firmly. Meanwhile, in the vast toxic swamps located at the edge of Telscura, the kingdom of the Amazons, another team stood on the edge of the noxious waters. Cuckoo. The Nukulevi is definitely sealed here. Even sealed, its toxic nature has seeped out onto this land and reduced it this state, worthy of an ancient calamity. Now to find the focal point of the seal to unravel it and release the beast upon this complacent world, the goddess of the group said with a sinister smile. She had black heavy makeup over her eyes and many piercings adorning her face of jagged iron. She wore a set of black pants and tunic tied at the waist with what appeared to be rope but was in fact human hair. She was barefoot and dark-skinned as she waded into the toxic swamp that caused blisters to rise from her skin where the waters touched. She just smiled madly as though unharmed as she walked through the swamp until she reached the very center of it. May chaos, injustice and disorder plague the land in my name, Isfit, she said as she drew out a jagged cursed blade and without hesitation plunged it into her heart. A vast beam of divine energy shattered the area she stood in as her divine essence was released from its seal and ascended back to the divine realm. The damage was done, however, and the already dark waters of the swamp began to boil with an inky blackness and hiss and pop as an ancient calamity was awoken and began to rise from its prison of so many years. In the vast desert land far to the west of Oro that lay between the port kingdom of Atlantis ruled by the Poseidon Familia and the mountain that was at the edge of the Great Plains, another dark group moved with ill intention. Here the god of the group said, stopping at a spot where only a black boulder poked above the sand. He was a small-looking god with long silver hair and gaunt features not unlike a skeleton. His clothes were merely a single full-body robe of black with frayed edges and torn sleeves that cover his sickly-looking form. Are you sure, Lord Thanatos? One of the people with him asked seriously. Yes, Antares was sealed away here. There's no mistaking the aura of death and corrupted false divine energy here. Of the three ancient calamities sealed away, only Antares was done through trickery. While it rested in its burrow, the great earth spirit sacrificed herself and several other spirits to seal it away where they hoped it would be lost forever beneath the sands. I am death itself, however, and the location of such sacrifice can't be hidden from me. Uncover the entrance to the burrow, and I will do the rest. Thanatos said calmly. So it was that this group dug deep and wide around the stone until a buried entrance, jagged and cold, was opened up to them. Following Thanatos, they entered the dark abyssal cave that winded down for several minutes before a dull throbbing light was seen from an opening ahead. As they walked out, its source became apparent. In the center of this massive cavern, a massive dark-colored statue in the form of a dreadful scorpion with strange script written across its carapace lay curled up with many dense glowing chains held taut from the walls of the cavern wrapped around it tightly. Above these chains, a pulsing orb of energy that felt suffocating to the mortals of the group hung, a single steady stream of its energy being fed into the great chains. Behold the great divine calamity Antares. You see the script running across its body? That is a mockery of divine script that the dungeon tried to imitate. That script gives this calamity a power most unique. It can only show its full power with a steady source of divine energy. In the ancient age it devoured spirits for this function, but in this age we shall provide it the gift of a goddess upon its unsealing. Let's get to work. Thanatos said seriously. Underscore. Support me on Patreon if you want to read ahead. I post almost daily there. Patreon.com/patrayon_lascro. Chapter 215, Training. 1113 words. Over the next couple of days I spent my time meaning training with Belle and the others. This just isn't fair. Welf complained with a wheeze on the ground of the training area. Lily agrees, we can't keep up, the small woman said, equally out of breath. Ah, don't be like that. I even went easy on you all since none of you are strong enough to survive full power. Besides, the pressure's good for you. I said cheerfully as I casually washed my hands in the fountain nearby. You say that, but you don't have to deal with the bruises. Daphne said spitefully. I scoffed. Please, you wouldn't even be able to react if I was actually trying to hurt you. Not to mention taking damage boosts your endurance stat, which is good for literally all of you, Cassandra especially. I said frankly. I'm a mage though? Cassandra said, looking like she wanted to cry. And? You think that makes monsters any more hesitant to try and kill you? If anything, it's the fucking opposite. There's a reason mages have the highest mortality rates of all adventures. Magic makes you more dangerous and monsters try extra hard to kill those using it as a result. Even more infuriating is the fact that for some ridiculous damn reason people have this strange idea that mages shouldn't train their bodies. I said seriously and with more than a little annoyance. They aren't melee fighters and tend to be protected, so why would they? Daphne argued. That very argument is the problem. Mages being protected because they need time to cast their spells and don't know concurrent casting makes sense, but what about literally every other moment? The fact of the matter is that mages spend time they could be using helping in other ways doing jack all. Even worse is that they take even a single hit and they stop being assets and become burdens instead. Go ahead, tell me I'm wrong. I said firmly. None of them could argue with that, as I really wasn't wrong. They had all just gotten used to the idea of Cassandra just sitting there watching them fight whenever she wasn't using her magic. They had all heard the stories of mages getting taken down in a single hit fairly often as well. Frankly, I found it insane that no one ever stopped to wonder if maybe the way mages were trained was plain wrong. Instead, whether it be mortal or god, everyone just accepted that mages were glass cannons, and that was that. Look, I get it. Training a mage like a fighter feels wrong, but I legitimately have the best in mind doing so. I don't expect Cassandra to pick up a sword and go berserk on a monster here, just be more than someone who can only watch as everyone else does the fighting. Hell, if she learned how to use throwing daggers or even magic bombs, she could at least harass the monsters, giving the rest of you more opportunities to finish them off. I said seriously. That might actually work? Welf said with a frown as he struggled to reconcile the idea with his deeply ingrained way of thinking. Of course it would. This isn't revolutionary shit here, people. Rogues already act similarly, but with more emphasis on doing damage. All Cassandra would need to learn was how to be annoying enough to distract monsters and not fold like laundry when lightly tapped. I said with an annoyed sigh. Really? Cassandra asked with wide eyes. Not something I'd lie about. Not that I would need to lie about to begin with, since, as I said, none of this is revolutionary or anything. I said with a casual shrug. To say she was motivated during training after that was a massive understatement. She was practically ravenous to learn. I couldn't teach her much about using throwing daggers, since even I only knew the basics. I couldn't make a set for her either, but Welf solved that problem as a competent smith. The biggest hurdle for her at the start was not being afraid of the knives themselves. Cassandra was pretty timid really, and as a result flinched whenever she fumbled with the knives, which was often. Still, the first time she successfully stuck a dagger into the straw target, she practically glowed in excitement. I didn't have the heart to tell her that the hit was totally unacceptable, as the dagger was barely in place. I did try and let her know that she really had to put more strength behind her throws though. Another thing I discovered since I wasn't holed up in my workshop or the dungeon was the sort of mischief my cat got up to during the day. The little demon would sneakily take a single sock from drawers and burn it to nothing, causing the owner to search for it in vain. That was just the most mild of things it did too. One of the worst had to be when I caught the devious little bugger pinching a few of the magic stones Belle and the other brought in from the dungeon. The smug shit even had the nerve to try acting cute and cuddly with Hestia after I caught it red-handed to escape punishment. To clarify, I didn't starve the thing at all, so it already regularly got magic stones to consume, but I definitely didn't let it pig out to its heart's content. Not enough stones in the world for that. Like all fires though, the thing was greedy by nature, and after acclimating to living with people had learned how to pinch off just an extra bit of stones that no one would realize were missing. One or two from each haul when no one was looking. Like all cursed spirits, as it grew stronger and older its intelligence increased, so if I had to say, it was about as smart as a 5-year-old right now, and just as unrepentantly devious as well. It was early morning on the 5th day of my forced vacation when I detected a large group of presences pass through the gate to the property. Curious about who it might be, I left my room and headed for the church part of the manor that was also the main entrance. Before they could even knock, I opened the door to peer out at the group that I took only a moment to recognize. Underscore 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 underscore. Support me on Pat Rayon if you want to read ahead. I post almost daily there. patrayon.com/patrayon_lascro. Chapter 216, Old Friends. 1125 words. Hello Artemis and co, been a hot minute hasn't it? I said with a grin. Alex, you've been well it would seem. Artemis said motioning to the vast lush property and large manor. Yeah, been a busy little madman. Please come in, let's catch up. I said cheerfully as I fully opened the door to let them in. Hey, what's up with that? Ariand asked curiously, pointing at the door to my workshop. Oh, that's my workshop door, eats fingers if you aren't an authorized user. Totally pick-proof, my own personal design. I said proudly. It eats fingers, she exclaimed in shock and horror. Yep. Not a fan of people trying to steal my shit, you see. The only way you are getting in my workshop is overwhelming force, or if I let you in, any other attempt will result in a lost digit or flat-out failure. I said, grinning. I knew you were some big-shot blacksmith now, but I didn't think you needed that much protection, most others don't. Rithusa said with a frown. First, I'm not some big-shot blacksmith but the big-shot blacksmith, second only to Hephaestus herself. Or so she says, but I'm not sure if that's just flattery at this point or not. As for protection, I myself don't need it so much as my shit does. I usually spend most of my time in the dungeon after all, so my stuff is mostly unguarded. This keeps it all safe even while I'm gone. I said with a shrug. Why not just have one of your familia members work as a guard like most other familias do? Ariand asked, confused. Well, you see, there's only like 7 others beside myself, and they also spend most of their time in the dungeon. The only one who regularly stays behind is Haroheim, and she's about as tough as a wet napkin. I said honestly. I see. Where is Hestia? Artemis asked, looking around. Probably waking up now that her body pillow is missing. I said with a chuckle. You sleep with Hestia, she said in shock and disbelief. I shook my head. Get your mind out of the gutter, she uses all of us as body pillows, with me getting her more often than not. There's nothing lewd going on. I said chidingly. Bet you don't mind, huh? Ariand said with a wink. I rolled my eyes. It's a bit annoying after I wake up, but I swear she's a fucking ninja, because before that point you don't even realize she's there. I have no idea how she even does it either, since my senses are constantly on high alert. I said with a helpless sigh. Sounds like the opposite of our goddess. Once she gets asleep she's practically a rock. One of the other Amazons said with a chuckle, while Artemis pouted slightly at the comment. Artemis? When did you get here? A voice said sleepily from the doorway to the rooms. Not long ago. I apologize for waking you, Hestia. Artemis said sincerely. It's fine. When'd you get back to Ororio? Hestia asked curiously. Last night. We are merely here to turn in our spoils and restock on some supplies before heading back out. We decided to visit you before we left. Are the rumors true? Is Alex really as strong as Otter? Artemis asked after explaining. Depends on how you look at it. If we were trying to kill each other I'd easily crush him, but in terms of pure force he's stronger than me, for now. I said with a shrug. That makes no sense. Either you are stronger or he is. Ariand said with an annoyed look. No, it makes perfect sense. Rithusa said, earning a confused look from Ariand and several others who agreed with her. Right, so you are under a bit of a misunderstanding. Otter and I aren't the same kind of adventurer. He's a bruiser, all force and no magic for the most part. I on the other hand am a rather unique kind of mage. While I can play the role of bruiser with my stats alone, I rely on my magic in combat more than anything. As far as pure physical force and durability goes, he wins, hands down. But if I went all out with my magic to kill him, he'd die simply because he has no defense against it. Some might think that makes me stronger, but it's simply not a fair comparison, as we just aren't the same sort of build. If you went about it fairly, we'd be roughly equal more or less. I explained seriously. That's already more than impressive. Otter is one of only 2 level 7s in the entire world after all. Artemis said seriously. Believe me, I'm aware. Honestly, the hassle of dealing with the fame is not worth the trouble. Did you know no less than 20 fucking familias have tried to egg us on to clashing with the Loki and Freya familias? The audacity. We are practically allies with the Freya familia for certain reasons I won't go over, and even the Loki familia is on good terms with us. Why the fuck would we ruin all that? My reputation is fucking golden already and I can make enough money with a single commission to flat out equal an entire dozen small familias' annual incomes. Literally no reason to clash with the current status quo even if nobody else understands why. I said, exasperated. I wasn't kidding, as after my reveal that I could handle Otter, everyone seemed to be waiting for us to butt heads with the Loki and Freya familias, and when we made no such movements tried to hurry us to that outcome. It was frankly annoying that very few seemed to understand we didn't want to become another hegemon familia. The biggest reason for this is simply because that position comes with a very heavy burden. You need to either be overwhelmingly powerful at all times to fend off challengers or needed a damn good reputation as a peacekeeping force. I couldn't be bothered to take on such responsibilities, too annoying. Additionally, we had freedom that neither Freya or Loki had, as the fact was neither could leave Rio at will. By claiming hegemony for themselves, they bound themselves to the city through responsibilities. If a need arose to protect Rio spontaneously, they had no choice but to do so. On the same level, if a disaster class event happened again elsewhere, they couldn't just leave Rio defenseless to go deal with it. Underscore 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 underscore. Support me on Patreon if you want to read ahead. I post almost daily there. Patreon.com/patrayon_luscro. Chapter 217, Old Friends, 2. 1127 words. You've lost me. Are you saying you don't want to be the next Zeus or Hera Familia? Ariand asked, confused. Yep, too much of a hassle. We aren't rulers, didn't ask for it, don't want it. My personal goal was always higher than playing house in this city. As for Hestia, she was just lonely and wanted a big warm family. Simply as that. I said with a shrug. Hey. Hestia exclaimed with a reaction like a cat that had been startled. Oh, hush up. There's nothing to be embarrassed about. I said with a chuckle as she pouted for outing her motivations so easily. It seems congratulations are in order then. Artemis said with a smile to Hestia. Anyways, that's the way things are with me and Otter. What about you lot, anything interesting happen while you were gone? I asked curiously. Not really, bandits and roaming monsters that were bothering the roads or small villages like normal. Still can't believe you are a higher level than me despite being years my junior as an adventurer. Rethusa said with a shake of her head. Don't take it to heart, I'm a freak of nature, Belle is too. The rest are much more normal, well except Haruheim, but that's for a whole different reason. I said with a grin. Only you'd say something like that with a smile. Still can't say I'm not jealous in any case, she said with a sigh. Up to you, now then let me take a look at those weapons of yours. I said, eyeing the weapons curiously. We can't afford you. Artemis said with a shake of her head. I didn't ask for payment. Call it a craftsman's curiosity, but I am just interested in what a familia like yours uses on the regular. Fork am over already. I said impatiently. The girls all remove their weapons and hand them over one after another, letting me look them over. I grimaced at what I saw as I did though. The gear was all worn down from long use and even then only of third-rate quality with the exception of Rethusa's bow that was a second-rate item. It wasn't even a good one either, but then again my standards are kinda high. Not going to sugarcoat it, your gear is dreadful. It's worn almost to the point of irreparable damage, and while there are plenty of signs you all try to maintain it in the field, none of you are craftsmen and it shows. I'm not even going to talk about the quality of the stuff since I know your familia isn't exactly rolling in Valis, so it is understandable. I say seriously after handing the stuff back. Wilderness jobs pay barely enough to support the familia. We don't have much extra for better gear. Artemis says helplessly. I know. Normally I'd offer to remake your weapons pro bono on account of us being friends, but you've caught me at a moment where that's not possible. I said with a tinge of irritation. All the girls looked surprised at this with the exception of Hestia, who already knew what I was talking about. What do you mean? Artemis asked with a frown. I don't craft like every other craftsman in the world, but rather use my first spell to do so. Due to a, let's say, spiritual injury, I can't use the spell without a heavy cost until I recover. I said honestly. What could even cause an injury like that though? Artemis asked with a concerned look. Carelessness and a rather annoying misunderstanding. Regardless, I cannot at this time reforge your gear. Not all is lost though, as I am not the only craftsman in the familia. You'll probably need to stick around for a few days in the city while it gets sorted out though. I said honestly. The entire Artemis familia looked at their goddess at this even while she looked uncomfortable with the idea. She caved to the pressure though and agreed to stay in Ororio until the reforging was done. Welf's face when he learnt I volunteered him for this was hilarious, but he didn't argue much. Besides, it wasn't even as though this was bad for him, as I generously allowed him to use my refined materials for this matter. Much like Tsubaki and Hephaestus, he was practically drooling as he looked at my hoard of materials. He was smart and didn't go overboard though, and only grabbed what he felt he could justify using, even if he pushed that limit a bit. For example, the tendons from Amphisbaena were taken alongside some of the horn to make the bows for Rethusa and Artemis herself. Yes, unlike most gods or goddesses, Artemis actually hunted alongside her familia rather than staying behind. She was quite effective too, as she could more or less keep up with a level 4 with nothing but pure skill. While Welf worked on that, I spent most of my day either keeping Freya or Hephaestus company. I sparred with Otter without any of my cursed techniques as well, and while it wasn't a total beatdown, it wasn't far off either. Whether it was skill in hand-to-hand combat or raw power, he had me well trumped and I lost miserably. This didn't stop him from being thrilled to pieces, as even if I couldn't fully match him, I was at least strong enough he had to really work for it. I didn't even bother trying to keep these spars a secret, as we did it out in the training area of the manor or even Folkvang under the not-so-nice glares of the other members of Freya's familia. After one of the brothers tried to challenge me and got beat into the dirt, none of the others made that mistake, but my being unwelcome there was quite clear. It ended up taking Welf 2 weeks to go through the reforging process of the gear, but the final result was pretty good even by my standards. Not perfect or anything, but most of the gear had reached between low and middle second grade quality, while the bows for Artemis and Rethusa both reached low first grade quality. The whole familia was in love with their new gear, and Artemis herself thanked us profusely, even promising to pay us back. I waved that off though, as this was hardly anything, as all it cost was a few materials and a bunch of work by Welf, who had already been complaining he didn't forge enough, so really everyone won here. Underscore 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 underscore. Support me on Pat Rayon if you want to read ahead. I post almost daily there. patrayon.com/patrayon_luscro. Chapter 218, Summoned. 1050 words. Truly, I cannot thank you enough for your generosity. It is long past time we return to the wilds, however. Artemis said to Hestia. Visit more often, my goddess said brightly. With that, the huntress deity led her familia away from the manor and towards the nearest gate out of Ororio. I hope she'll stay safe. There have been some disturbing rumors being whispered in the market recently. Hestia said with a sigh. The ones about whole towns being wiped off the map and the toxic trail being left behind, right? I asked, and she nodded. Something about it is giving me a bad feeling, she said with a frown. As if given form by her concerns, shortly after Artemis had left, a message came from Arenas summoning us urgently. Neither of us needed to say a word to each other to know the other's thoughts on the matter. Something serious must have happened. We wasted no time getting our asses in gear and booking it to the Adventurers Guild. The city was still operating like normal as we moved through it, which I noted and assumed that whatever the problem is, it hadn't been in the city. An attendant was waiting for us when we arrived and led us to Mardiel's office without delay. The fat elf paled at the sight of me slightly, but also seemed almost relieved as well, oddly enough. Lord Arenas is waiting, so I advise haste. The situation is dire, he said seriously as he opened the passage to Arenas's chamber. You know what the problem is then? I asked curiously. He nodded. I do. It's best if you speak to Lord Arenas, however, as it's better if he explains, the fat elf said seriously. Hestia and I walked down the torch-lit stone staircase for a good while before we stepped out into Arenas's chamber. The first thing I noticed was that Hermes was there standing before the raised throne Arenas sat on. The second was that Arenas himself had a much more dour look on his face than the last time I saw him. Hermes' face darkened when he saw me, however, and he turned towards Arenas, clearly disgruntled. My lord, surely you don't mean to have him deal with the beast. He has no respect for the gods and is a lawless individual. Hermes exclaimed angrily. Arenas looked at Hermes coldly. His lack of piety and carefree behavior have no bearing on this matter. I suggest you put your personal grievances to the side in the face of the greater good. Alex is the best option. We have to end this matter without many more casualties. Otter cannot leave Ororio, and the Loki familia lacks the strength needed, he said firmly, and Hermes paled and bowed deeply. Of course you are right, I overstepped. My apologies, he said with a hint of panic. Arenas turned to us at this point. I apologize for the summons, but the situation is critical. When the rumors of towns being destroyed and trails of poison being left behind reached me, I had Hermes investigate and the truth is dire. The ancient disaster Nucalevi has been released from its seal. The reason for this development is not yet known, but the entire matter reeks of Evolus. I summoned you both here to ask Alex to slay the beast, he spoke gravely. I couldn't help but notice you said the Loki Familia lacked the strength to handle the matter previously. Why? I asked, confused. If the Nucalevi were a normal monster Rex, their usual tactics would allow them to kill it without great cost, but the ancient disaster is no normal monster. It radiates a miasma of toxic mist with no antidote over a wide area and holds the approximate strength of a peak level 6 or low level 7 monster Rex. Numbers mean nothing to such a beast, and all the Loki Familia might accomplish is getting wiped out if they faced it. If it were before your clash with Otter, I wouldn't have any much confidence that we could put the beast down without drastically weakening ourselves in the process. Now however you are here, a perfect counter to the beast as you are immune to poison and can operate on the level of Otter in combat, he said seriously. I see, but there is a small problem. I cannot use my first 2 curse techniques without great personal cost due to backlash. I said honestly. What? Hermes exclaimed in shock. Yes, I know it makes no sense after seeing my status, but the fact is a certain bit of carelessness did leave me partially fucking crippled temporarily. I said helplessly. This is grave timing indeed. You said you could do it at great personal cost, elaborate please. Arenas commanded with a firm look. There are 2 options available to me here. The first is forcing the techniques to operate further, damaging them and potentially permanently crippling them. The second method is much more gentle, but one I would only choose in desperation: heavenly oaths. I can swear oaths, trading away my ability to do certain things permanently in exchange for the rapid recovery of my techniques and even a potential boost in my power. The greater the significance of the thing sacrificed, the greater the payoff. I explained gravely. Sounds similar to the oaths on one's arsenum we gods use, but more vicious on oneself. We lose nothing so long as we keep our oath, but you lose something just to make such an oath. Normally I would not ask such a thing of you, but the situation is truly grave. I swear upon my arsenum to give you my full support until this debt is paid if you would do me this thing. Arenas said firmly, and there was a brief pulse of power as the oath took hold on him, and the very air seemed to press down as my own agreement was waited on. I looked at Hestia, who merely smiled at me reassuringly and nodded. I'll agree with whatever you decide, she said softly. Underscore. Support me on Patreon if you want to read ahead. I post almost daily there. Patreon.com/patrayon_luscro. Chapter 219, Prepping. 1128 words. Alright, give me a moment. I said to Arenas before concentrating. Let's go with my ability to speak Spanish, Russian and French for technique mending for now and see how that fares. As I made the oath. There was a sudden pressure in my chest as the oath took effect, and I waited for the change to settle before checking the result. Well, that barely did anything. Looks like I need more useless stuff given up to fully recover, unless I want to give up something actually important. I thought with a sigh before pausing, that might work actually. I thought having an interesting idea. I made the heavenly oath to never try to return to Earth, and immediately there was an intense reaction as it felt like my soul was boiling, and I felt my technique immediately mend. Cursed energy surged through my body, even to the point it caused the air around me to warp from the intensity before I brought it to heal. Now that's what I call a boost. Gotta be at least half my current max being added on. I muttered before casually shifting my hand into a clawed form and back again. Back to normal finally. Give me a couple days to prepare and then point me in the direction of the beast. I said to Arenas. Granted, you have 3 days. Hermes, compile the information on the beast's movements in that time, the god said seriously. Of course. Hermes said with a bow. All 3 of us left the chamber without a word after that, and while I was tempted to tease Hermes, I decided against it given the situation. What was it you gave up? Hestia asked once we were alone with a concerned expression. I just smiled, though, something I should have given up long ago but just couldn't let go of. I am here now, and my future is here, and that is enough. I said relaxed. I had ignored it for the most part, but I can't deny that a part of me yearned for Earth like a dull ache in my chest. It was no wonder that releasing that small obsession so thoroughly had caused such a drastic reaction with the oath's boost. Not only was my cursed techniques back in business, but my total amount of cursed energy had grown by half my previous maximum. I really wasn't losing out with this trade, though I may come to regret it in the long run. Still, for now I had work to do as I prepared for fighting a mythical monster of ancient disaster. No pressure, right? The first thing I needed to do was reforge my weapon to handle my current level of power. After that I needed to do the same for my mask/helm, but not my armor. Against anything else, armor might be in my best interest, but the Nucalevi was mostly reliant on its toxin to fight, so the armor played no role. My head, though, was my most vital area, so that required truly extensive protective measures. Finally, I needed to prepare containers for the monster's drops that will no doubt also have a toxic nature. The thing didn't have skin from the records I had read, so there was no hide to claim, but the bones, blood and organs of the beast were no doubt going to be downright acidic and thus needed special containers. There was no fucking way I was going to give up on the stuff. Are you kidding me? That monster is not only at the peak level 6 or new 7 monster Rex level, but also a unique existence. There is literally no other chance I could get materials like this in the entire world unless the dungeon spits out another of the things, but that's a vain hope at best. If it was going to happen, it probably already would have, but since it hasn't, there's probably a reason. My theory that the ancient beasts were variants that had mutated extensively until they reached their current state would explain it perfectly. The conditions for another identical existence to come about were simply next to impossible to achieve, so there is only one of each. Whatever the case, the materials I could gain from the beast would be worth a city due to sheer rarity if nothing else. We arrived back at the manor quickly and I immediately holed up in my workshop to get to work. For my weapon I set my current one in the armory to be retired before grabbing amphispina bones, crystals, scales, claws and fangs. I refined all of them to their utmost possible but couldn't ascend them as I simply wasn't there yet. If I had to guess, I'd say my limit for ascending materials was now at the level 4 material, but not higher. Don't get me wrong, that was insanely good, as ascended materials were equivalent to higher leveled materials in value, or even higher since they had unique properties. An ascended level 4 material was likely about as valuable as an unascended level 6 material, more or less. Anyways, I took these freshly refined materials and smushed them together like mixing paint, but like with my hands and in the air. Using my technique, I thoroughly joined the materials together into a type of alloy blob that glowed white in an intense way. Solidifying the blob, I set it aside to grab a cursed stone from a green dragon the size of my head that I proceeded to refine and shrink. That's right, I can refine stones now. Well, technically I could do so before, but doing so caused them to stop being energy containers. My guess was that this was mystery at play, and I was absolutely with it. By refining the stone, not only did it become smaller, but it also became even better at holding energy. I couldn't say if it was as good as a level 5 stone since I didn't have any for comparison, but that was my guess. Anyways, the head-sized stone shrank down to the size of a golf ball and shone almost blindingly from the concentration of energy within it. Reaching down, I grabbed the previously created alloy and but I thought the material took the shape of my previous weapon. I easily pushed the stone into the bottom of the handle. With another flex of my technique, the stone began to drill through the unfinished weapon like an earthworm in soil until the stone was fully integrated throughout it like veins. Underscore 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 underscore. Support me on Patreon if you want to read ahead. I post almost daily there. Patreon.com/patrayon_lascro. Chapter 220, Prepping, 2. 1128 words. Once the stone was fully integrated, I placed the tip of my finger on the pommel and concentrated. Positive and negative cursed energies carefully mixed into a glowing white neutral energy that I fed through the weapon along the stone veins within it. Once outside my body, the energy grew destabilized but remained contained within the stone veins. Once the weapon could safely take no more energy, I moved on to the last step of creating it, properties and technique. Naturally, I added Durandal, since durability is quite important. Other than that, however, I chose not to add any more properties to make more room for a technique I had wanted to put on my weapon for a long time but lacked the skill to do so with, growth. Specifically the sort with no real end in theory. Perhaps not the best idea before I go fight an ancient monster calamity, but I don't do shit by halves. Creating the cursed technique for this sort of growth was incredibly complex. So complex in fact that I ended up sitting stationary well into the night as I pieced it together ever so carefully. The final result was a tiny speck of light floating between my palms that I pushed into the weapon on my lap. That small speck of light was so mind-numbingly dense with energy in the form of the various restrictions and aspects that the technique had that I was fairly certain it would have become a special-grade cursed spirit if I released it. The thing was I couldn't make the technique or level of direct power that the weapon gained very strong at all to create this technique. In fact, the weapon itself may as well have been unaltered by the addition of the technique. The big difference was in the form of potential. Before the weapon could be reforged, but that was it as far as improvement went. Now though? The weapon learned and changed over time to better fulfill its function. It came across a hard surface it couldn't cleave. It grew sharper. It got bathed in dragon fire or exposed to sub-zero temperatures. It became more tolerant of hot or cold. The growth of the weapon was now tied directly to the things it experiences, and by extension my own experiences from here on out. The best part though was that the weapon could fix itself by being exposed to crafting materials, since while Durandal makes a weapon unbreakable, it does not make it erosion-proof. If that were the case, the Loki Familia wouldn't need to spend as much on their maintenance costs after every expedition. Majority of those costs came from the first-rate weapons they had being worn down in the dungeon to the point of almost falling into uselessness but never breaking thanks to Durandal on them. I stretched languidly as the exhaustion caught up with me, and I yawned tiredly before going straight to bed, not even bothering to change into sleepwear. When I eventually woke up it was noon already, and I went to the kitchen to make me a quick feast of sausage, toast and eggs in large amounts before washing it down with some chilled cider. I immediately holed up in my workshop after that to work on the mask/helm I needed to make. For this I grabbed amphisbaena crystals from both heads, fangs and scales, as well as deep mithril and adamantite. The deep mithril and adamantite were alloyed together before being set aside while I fused the crystals, fangs and scales together into the usual eyeless full head covering shape my mask/helm usual had. I didn't add the usual stylizations though, as I took the metal alloy from before and carefully layered it over the entire thing, leaving it a shiny silver gray. Now I worked on the appearance of the piece by dulling the metal until it was black and lusterless. From there I copied my facial tattoos onto the mask/helm by turning those parts white in color for an intense contrast. Once that was done I started adding the properties and technique I had on all my mask/helms. All in all it actually only took me about an hour to create this replacement, which made sense after my jump in my crafting DS and the acquisition of the mystery DS. Finally came the less vital but most important task of creating a storage medium for the Nukkalevi drops. My usual loot sacks wouldn't work here as the toxins were likely acidic as fuck, like all high-level poisons tend to be, but like way worse. To my surprise, changing the spatial technique all loot sacks had was way easier than expected, suspiciously so. It wasn't just my crafting that went into this technique, but a serious amount of research of a highly questionable and dangerous nature as well. So when I nearly effortlessly changed the parameters with no hiccups at all, I was reasonably suspicious. Might be because of mystery. Spatial manipulation is one of those things that likely fall under the thing's purview, which in hindsight explains why it was so fucking volatile without it. I thought, a little annoyed. I had literally risked life and limb to figure out the loot sacks before, and now a single DS made all that effort seem pointless. It was frustrating. Still, I could see the bright side of things, as without that struggle my crafting wouldn't be where it is today. Deciding not to dwell on it anymore, I left my workshop at around 4 or so, and headed for the hostess to treat myself, since I just needed to stock up on supplies for the journey. The hostess was busy with adventurers chatting boisterously as they ate and drank their fill. When I arrived there was a brief pause as they recognized me and went silent out of caution. "Just ignore me, here to eat same as the rest of you." I spoke up with a smile that let them relax. I didn't blame them for the caution, as it was an unspoken rule that you don't mess with Otter, and as I have shown to be on the same level, that rule got extended to me as well. There was nothing for it, as it was just a price for reaching this point. "Ignore them, Naya." "What can I get you, Alex?" Naya Anya asked as she walked up to me. 3 specials and a jug of dungeon wine," I said with a grin. "Got it. Be about 30, Naya," she said, returning my grin. Underscore 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 underscore. Support me on Patreon if you want to read ahead. I post almost daily there. Patreon.com/patrayon_lascro. Chapter 221, Ideals and Slaughter. 1027 words. Most people prefer Soma wine for its exquisite flavor and rather addictive properties. It certainly wasn't the only brand of wine though, and I myself prefer dungeon wine that was brewed by Demeter using the unique fruits found in the dungeon along with water from it. It had a smooth feel on the tongue and a stinging sourness that I enjoyed. The brand wasn't very popular for that exact reason ironically, but the hostess always carried stock in case it was needed. I just sat at my table humming to myself as I relaxed and waited for my food. Naturally my drink came first in a red clay jug with a bronze-topped cork stopper that bore the Demeter Familia emblem. I popped the cork and took a swing of the sour drink but didn't swallow it immediately but savored the flavor for a moment first. Never had a taste for that stuff myself, too sour for this tongue, a warm familiar voice said as its owner sat at the table across from me. Hroldar, haven't seen you in a hot second. You seem well. I said with a smile at the dwarf. I lad, been busy with the Familia business. Not as busy as you though, hard to believe the clueless lad from not so long ago has gone and matched with the king himself. They call you the Dark Prince you know, bunch of nonsense if you ask me, he said frankly. It's just gossip mate. The title might stick if it gets enough traction but it'll change once I surpass Otter. I said not bothered by it at all. Think you can? I'll admit you've grown ridiculously fast lad but this is Otter we are talking here. A remnant of the time the Zeus and Hera Familius ruled Orario, he said seriously. I don't see why I wouldn't be able to. I have the momentum while Otter has long since stagnated without challenging himself. Not saying I can't see why as he was already the strongest and there was no real point for him at that point but the fact remains he stopped growing stronger. I said matter-of-factly. You act like everyone is able to skip through levels like you do lad. Just not how that works for the rest of us, he said shaking his head. I won't deny that I am a freak of nature but you forget that Orario once had a level 9 who was only in his 40s. That guy wasn't a freak of nature, he just knew how to push himself to his utmost until the level came naturally. Nobody but me does that anymore and the few who do get careless and die before they can go very far. I know my limits Hroldar and I am very careful not to go over them if I can help it but pushing them is a whole other matter. My leveling speed isn't just because of my strength but because I also push my craftsmanship as hard as I can. It's many hands pushing a single cart. I said seriously. I can see the logic. Sounds dangerous though. One slip up and that's the end of everything, couldn't do it myself, he said shaking his head. Most people are the same. Sure they can have a fire burning in their bellies when they first start out but going full tilt constantly wears on you. At some point they start throttling it back until even the idea of pushing to their limits again seems foreign and impossible. I have a goal though, something I desire more than life or comfort. So long as I am making progress towards it, no matter how small I am satisfied. I said looking him dead in the eyes. Underscore 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 underscore. Third person POV. In a land far from Orario screams filled the air as women and children fled while the men of a small village stood with pitchforks and hoes knowing their death came swiftly. They all thought if their death bought even a moment for their families it would be worth it but it was not to be. Green mist rolled across the ground slowly and coiled around their ankles with an intense sizzling sound as it ate through their flesh. Under the pale moonlight the source of this calamity was illuminated. A hideous beast standing at 3 meters tall and having a body like a horse with 4 hooves that changed when it reached the neck. From there a humanoid torso rose up with 2 long thin arms that had blades instead of hands and a hollow jagged horse skull for a face with 2 green burning lights in the place eyes should be. The entire body of the creature lacked skin leaving all its muscles of crimson intensity visible along with the bones at its joints and bone-made blade arms. From between the fibers of its body a sickly green toxin seeped like mist that filled its surroundings. Even as the screams of agony filled the air the monster did not show any reaction as it strolled leisurely and occasionally skewered a corpse on its bladed arms before tearing chunks of flesh off with its exposed teeth and consuming it without care as the blood dripped down its raw muscles. The beast took special delight in consuming the young children who barely clung to life when it arrived. Their cries of agony and terror made it shiver in delight before silence once again ruled this night. Once this once vibrant with life place lay dead and quiet the beast strolled at ease towards the next place it sensed of life to continue its feast. Unaware however that in the distance a pale-faced and rage-filled adventurer from a certain familia lay prone watching this slaughter. Once the beast was gone this adventurer left to report their findings to their god as they had been ordered to do knowing death would come for the monster soon enough. Underscore 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 underscore. Support me on Patreon if you want to read ahead. I post almost daily there. patreon.com/patrayon_lascro. Chapter 222, Final Prep and Surprise. 1017 words. Normal POV. Soon enough my food came and I devoured it with gusto. The special was a stew made with the battle boar meat I brought back a while ago alongside various dungeon-grown vegetables. No one other than the ladies at the hostess, my familia and Hephaestus knew about the meat to begin with, so the dish was extremely popular if only because no one could identify what the meat was. The flavor was also extremely good, so there was that too. The stew was only made once a week though, as the stock of meat wasn't nearly enough for daily expenditure. Mamma Mia had offered quite the sum for regular shipments of meat, but I had declined. I didn't mind grabbing some when I had an opportunity but didn't want to have an obligation to do so. She was good-natured about it though and simply said she'd buy any of it I brought up with me. Freezing enchantments were a thing after all, so while the meat wouldn't constantly stay fresh it still stored easily enough. Once I was done with my meal I said my farewells to Hroldar and the others before taking a stroll through the active streets of the city. Adventurers moved about chatting or with clear purpose while merchants hawked their wares loudly. There were normal citizens too who were just living their lives like normal. I knew that most of these people were either born here or came in hopes of becoming a successful merchant or adventurer. The latter two of those weren't all that delusional, as this place did allow for such dreams to be achieved far easier than in most other places in the world. The catch was that competition was fierce in the merchant side of things, and being an adventurer was just flat-out dangerous to begin with. Even worse was that without sufficient capital or visible strength getting started was quite difficult. Rio was the beating heart of power in this world, and that meant you couldn't run get-rich-quick schemes here without getting tossed out or straight-up disappearing if you chose the wrong target. As for being an adventurer, that was just as tough without any visible strength or recommendations. Most small familias were either new or like that for a good reason. Either way, not typically the best start to one's journey as an adventurer. Forget trying to get into the larger famous familias too, as those either weren't recruiting or flat-out didn't bother with random applicants unless they were special somehow. I shook my head at this and made my way to the market to grab some supplies for my journey and check for last-minute goodies. The market was bustling as people went about their mid to late day shopping of produce or simply browsed the goods laid out from those trying their luck at mercantile. These people were the few that managed to make a connection to some familia or even an adventurer of some skill to get goods straight from the dungeon. Most of the stuff was worth very little in truth, scraps at best. Still, it was these things that gave newcomers a small chance to get stable footing, so it was an unspoken agreement that no one was to chase these little fellows off. I myself purchased various fruits and vegetables to be dried into fruit leather or vegetable powder. I also bought a good amount of jerky for the road as well. While I was idly walking through the market looking at the things set out for sale, I froze in my tracks at the small dirty blanket stall of someone clearly new to the city. I ignored all the other small bits that weren't worth my attention and focused my gaze on the ivory broken claw sitting on it in the center. That claw there, how much? I asked seriously. The young man sitting there looked at me in surprise. 1,000? No. 2,000, he said hurriedly though clearly unsure. I took off my coin bag from my waist and tossed it to him. That's a more fair amount, I'll be taking this now, I said as I grabbed the claw piece before leaving in a hurry. My bag had well over 500,000 valis in it, but I wasn't wrong when I said that it was a more fair payment for this claw fragment. Why, you may ask? Because this thing was radiating an intense amount of cursed energy. Whatever this came from was powerful and extremely feared, or a mere fragment of one of its claws wouldn't have such an effect. As I attempted to use my technique on it, my eyes bulged in shock as there was no reaction at all. To be more precise, the innate resistance of this mere fragment was so high my technique rolled right off of it harmlessly. I could only think of a single creature that was ever known to hold that sort of power, and my heartbeat grew rapid at the idea, the one-eyed black dragon. A beast of such calamitous power that even the full force of both the Zeus and Hera Familius, which consisted of dozens of level 7s, 8s, and even a single 9, failed to strike down but were instead wiped out themselves. No one knew for sure, but many agreed that the beast had to have been at least a level 9 monster rex, perhaps even on the verge of godhood. It was no wonder a mere fragment of one of its claws, likely broken off during the battle, would have such power and cursed energy. Finding this fragment was a stroke of grand luck, even if to the average person it appeared to be a rather hard piece of junk. To me this was not just a supreme crafting material, but also a taste of how powerful that dragon really was. I can't wait to kill that dragon, I thought with an eager grin as I headed home. Chapter 223, Setting Out. 1017 words. On the way home I stopped by the Blue Pharmacy and grabbed the only elixir Mayak had in stock. I didn't expect that I'd need it, but if I did I'd rather have it than not. After that I went straight home to get to work using my technique to transform the produce I grabbed into stable road rations. In any other case I might be able to hunt and forage for my food on the trail, but the Knuckleavy had this nasty habit of leaving everything dead and rotten as it passed. I wouldn't even be able to use a horse for travel as there would be no grass for it to graze on as we went, and any water source we passed would likely be toxic. The second of those I could fix thanks to my water rings, but the first I was helpless about. Not that I'd use a horse to begin with when I could both fly and jog much faster. So long as I kept pace to not exhaust myself, jogging for entire days on end was something I could easily handle. Turning the fruit into fruit leather took a wave of my hand, and so did taking the moisture out of the vegetables and turning them into powder. Once these were packed away I ate dinner before going to bed since I'd be leaving tomorrow. I woke up the next morning and peeled Hestia off my chest to get dressed. I ate a quick breakfast before gearing up with my armor and supplies. "Make sure you come back, you hear me?" Hestia said with a firm tone even as her eyes misted up. "Who am I? This'll be a cinch, be back before you even realize I'm gone," I said, giving her a thumbs up since she couldn't see my grin under my helm/mask. I left after that, headed for the Adventurers Guild to get the intel from Hermes about where I need to go. Honestly, you'd think finding something like that would be easy with the destruction left in its wake, but the world was large and I didn't have the time to try. The longer I took finding and beating this thing to death, the more people it will kill. I was received immediately upon entering the Adventurers Guild and brought to Mardiel's office and then Aurena's chamber. "I am pleased to see that you are giving this matter its due diligence. Hermes is not quite yet here, however, so we will have to wait until he arrives," the god said as I arrived. "Color me surprised. I might not like the guy, but even I will admit he's usually punctual if nothing else," I said, genuinely surprised by this. As is his nature as a messenger god. "We did not set a defined time for this, however, so he cannot be considered late," Aurena said simply. "I suppose that's true. Still, I fully expected him to be here already so I could set off as fast as possible," I said with a sigh. I was delayed by a returning scout from my familia, a familiar male voice said from the stairs. "Speak of the devil and he will appear." "Where am I going?" I asked Hermes seriously. "Here," he said, pulling out a map of the globe and pointed a spot on it. "Telskura? The Amazonas Kingdom? Did the Kali Familia ask for help, or have I misunderstood their stance towards Aurario's interference on their land?" I asked seriously. Telskura was a notorious kingdom for their dominating stance towards ruling. Which made sense given the goddess at the helm was Kali herself, a goddess of destruction. Men in that kingdom had no rights and were relegated to sperm banks to keep the Amazonas race going. Even worse, the kingdom tended to get hostile when outside forces moved within its borders, especially Aurario. Kali was not happy with her kingdom being weaker than a single city-state, and it showed in her politics. There was a standing order in the kingdom that if any decently powerful adventurer set foot in the kingdom and were discovered, they were to be captured or killed depending on their gender. As it happens, my child who had delayed me brought word on precisely this matter. The Kali Familia tried to kill the beast themselves 2 days ago, and the entire attack party was wiped out to the last. My child was discovered and allowed to return in order to deliver a message from Kali herself. For as long as the beast still lives, the Kali Familia will turn a blind eye to any actions taken on Telskiuran soil by Aurario," Hermes said seriously. "What an insidious goddess," I said with a complaining tone. "Aurena's frowned. Explain," he commanded. "It's the wording used here. For as long as the beast lives, meaning the moment it's dead, she no longer has to care about snatching up whoever killed the thing, breaking the deal. I'll have to kill any scouts she has watching the thing before I take it out, or have to deal with that afterwards," I said frankly. Aurena's frown deepened at this. "There is no choice. Do what you deem necessary to kill the beast and return. If you must be openly hostile with Kali's forces, do so with my blessing," he said seriously. "Alrighty then. Guess I'm off to the east then," I said with a nod before leaving the chamber. Leaving the Adventurers Guild, I reached into my supply sack and took out a mana potion that I popped the cork on and downed before putting away the vial as my cursed energy began to roil within me and overflow. Flames sprung to life around my body, and with a loud boom that shook the surroundings, I shot into the sky. It wouldn't surprise me if most of Orario noticed my black flaming figure rising up before a massive burst of speed shot me at breakneck speeds east over the city and the fields outside the wall. Chapter 224, Politics and Crossed Paths. 1078 words. The wind pressed against my face as I shot through the atmosphere with the ground moving past me far below. My energy was at least for the moment filling up as fast as it was draining, so I had no intention of landing to move on foot. I covered miles in moments this way, but all good things end as I had no choice but to land when the effects of that mana potion wore off and my cursed energy started to drop. It was no matter though, as I had covered about a quarter of the journey's length in this span of 30 minutes. Ignoring the scorched ground, I set off at a jog using the sun as my guide along the dirt road. The roads this far from any major settlements tended to be of poor condition. Road creation and maintenance were expensive after all, what with the monsters that tended to lurk about the wilds. The roads that saw regular use were better maintained of course, but the rest only saw repair maybe once a decade if they were lucky. One of the biggest problems with roads in this world is actually the different kingdoms all getting fussy if you set foot on their land. Maintaining a road only halfway was kinda pointless after all, and that gunked up the process as everyone needed to agree for maintenance to get it done. The road I was on was smack dab in the middle of Orario and Telskura influence, though technically unowned by either. A buffer zone between the two, if you would, a place of transition. The closer to Telskura you got, the more the people living there became more culturally attuned to the country's practices, and vice versa with going toward Orario. You'd think Orario's stance on true equality for all would clash with Telskura's female dominance stance, but it really didn't all that much most the time. For most Amazonas, this buffer zone was actually an ideal place to settle down, as they could treat their men well without stepping on toes pointlessly or giving up their usual lifestyle either. In fact, most kingdoms had a similar buffer zone philosophy going on, which is why wars were quite rare. The only real exception to that was Rakia and the Elvish kingdom, but that was both sides' fault. Rakia was a mostly human militaristic kingdom headed previously by the Ares Familia and was always itching to conquer everything. The elves were just all-around dicks to any race but their own on a cultural level, and just so happened to be situated next to Rakia. The outcome was obvious. Now you'd think getting their forests burned down and many of their number killed or enslaved, the elves would figure out that treating every other race on the planet as filth was a bad idea, but no. Instead, they became not only even more reclusive, but now they all acted like they were only victims without fault of their own. Anyways, I was taken out of my political thoughts when a hellhound ran out of the woods to my left with blood seeping out of various scratches on its side. It paused when it noticed me, which was apparently enough time for its hunter to burst from the trees as well. "Got you," a youthful female voice roared out as a plain sword fell upon the beast. The hellhound cried out in pain before the blade pierced into its magic stone and it burst into smoke that flowed into my body. The young blonde Amazoness holding the blade looked at me with an incredulous expression. She looked to be no more than 13 or 14 with a small petite form and bronze skin. Her outfit was standard fare for Amazoness, consisting of a red cloth bra covering her chest and red cloth panties covering her groin and backside. She also had leather sandals on her feet and a leather belt at her waist with a sheath hanging off it. "What was that?" she asked curiously. "A skill." I lied calmly. Her eyes lit up. "You're an adventurer from Orario, aren't you?" she exclaimed in glee. "I am." "I take it you intend to become an adventurer yourself?" I asked, and she nodded eagerly. "My family has been adventurers for 3 generations. We even had a level 3, she said, puffing out her chest proudly. "Not bad at all for someone outside Orario," I said sincerely. I meant it too, as the stronger monsters had for the most part already had been cleared off the map outside Orario, so leveling up at all was a colossal task unless you got lucky. Doing it twice was even harder. "What level are you?" "Gotta be at least a level 2 not to flinch when a hellhound shows up outta nowhere, I reckon," she said with a sage nod as though she already knew she was right. 5. I said with an amused smirk. "Eh? I'm sorry, did you just say 5? She asked, looking as though she thought she misheard me. "That's right. I am a level 5, the strongest level 5 in fact," I said with a chuckle as her eyes bulged in shock. "Fight me," she said before charging at me with her sword. I didn't even bother moving as her sword hit my armor and slid right off without leaving so much as a scratch. "Why would I do that when you couldn't possibly hope to even scratch me with that sword?" I asked with a smug grin. "That's not fair." "You have armor," she whined petulantly. I casually flexed my energy and she was frozen in place up to her waist. Even without it wouldn't matter. My skin is hard enough to handle a weapon like that in the hands of child like you, and besides that my magic alone allows me to kill you before you can even blink. I said as I controlled the ice to recede, leaving her a bit cold but unharmed. Show off, she said with a pout. Indeed. What is the point of being so powerful if I can't show off every now and again? Still as amusing a distraction this was. I am on a bit of a short schedule and need to continue my trip. Best of luck, little girl, you'll need it if you ever become an adventurer, I said before resuming my jog eastward. Chapter 225, Trail of Devastation. 1,101 words. I ran into a few more people as I jogged and covered half the distance to Telskura before night started to fall and I chose to make camp. I ripped off some branches from a nearby tree and dried them out with my technique before sparking up a fire and taking out a pot and my dried veggie powders and jerky. I set the pot next to the fire to get heat but not sit on top of the fire where it was too hot. Using the water ring I brought, I filled the pot with water and tossed in potato, carrot, onion, garlic and spinach powder along with a handful of jerky. I stirred the soup nice and slowly as the pot remained hot only on one side and thus kneaded it constantly. A pleasant aroma wafted up from the pot as the jerky broke down in the soup and the flavors and scents of the veggies mixed in. Once I felt the soup had fully cooked, I moved the pot away from the fire to cool. I could have eaten it boiling hot if I wanted to with my endurance stat as high as it is, but saw no point. Hey there, handsome. Made enough for two, I hope, a playful female voice spoke from the trees to my front. Out of the shadows a tall Amazoness with dark silky smooth long hair braided behind her stepped into the light. She surprisingly wore fairly conservative clothes for an Amazoness, as she had on a pair of leather short pants with open sides and a leather jacket that was open at the front with a cotton shirt underneath that had a tapered collar showing some of her cleavage but not much. Slung over her shoulder was smooth wooden bow and at her waist sat a quiver of feathered arrows. Despite her words, it took me only a glance to know she wasn't actually interested in my looks. Mostly because her eyes were glued to the cooling pot of soup the whole time. No luck on your hunt, I take it? I asked as I patted the ground, letting her know she was free to join me. Prey's been scarce in the last couple of weeks. If I'm lucky I'll find a deer once in 3 days of hunting, she said as she sat at the side of the fire. Won't improve immediately if I'm right, but I'm pretty sure I am hunting the source of the problem. Nasty beast that contaminates the land and water where it passes while killing all forms of life there, I said seriously. She frowned at this. I heard the rumors of course but didn't think them true. What sort of beast is it you hunt? She asked seriously. The Nukkalavi, an ancient calamity sealed away in the Age of Spirits until it somehow was released now. Its danger, while great, would not prove so disastrous if not for the fact it radiates a powerful toxin from its body. Numbers mean nothing against it, only raw power will do, I said honestly. Is there any way I might be of assistance? I'm no adventurer but my aim is steady and I can track, she asked seriously. I shook my head no. The beast is a level 7 according to the reports. No amount of skill will allow a normal person to cross that abyss of power. At most you'd be an annoyance for the small moment before it kills you. Enough about that though, the food is cool now, I said, pulling out a couple of bowls and spoons. I divvied up the soup and we ate in silence until the pot was clean and I used my technique to sanitize the thing before putting it away. After that I got up and walked over to the nearest tree before resting my hand on it. My technique forced the branches to stretch into the surrounding trees, extending my reach until I had enough trees to cause them to flatten and stretch together into a single hollow tree house. Handy magic for camping. What happens to the trees after you are done with them though? The woman asked curiously as she ran her hand over the bark exterior of the construct. Not a thing. As far as the trees know, this was always the way they grew, and so long as I haven't damaged their internal structures too much with the change, they will live and continue to grow just as normal, only with this shape, I explained with a shrug. That's good. If this killed the trees it would be a massive waste just for a temporary dwelling, she said with a nod. I didn't argue and just moved the door I made open and walked in. The interior was completely plain but split into two entirely separate chambers, since I definitely wasn't sleeping in the same room with someone I just met in the woods. Once I was in one of the chambers I sealed the entrance to be extra safe before turning in for the night. The next morning the woman was gone and the campfire was cold, which was fine by me. I left the treehouse in place because it might still serve as a good place for her and any other hunters on this land to camp out. Continuing my journey I arrived at the noxious swamp at the edge of Telskura on the map and frowned. The swamp didn't exist anymore. A deep small lake stood in its place with black waters that I felt the toxins in even just by approaching it. This must be where the thing was sealed originally. But how did it get free and why did the swamp turn into a lake? I thought, getting a gut feeling that something was very wrong, but couldn't figure out what exactly. Circling around the muck shoreline of the new lake, I soon found the path the beast took once it left here. It wasn't hard either, as the wide area of dead plants with greenery at its edges was like someone ran a Sharpie over the globe, making an obvious path to follow. Picking up speed, I crossed the border into Telskura, following the path, and soon came across my first village. A haunting sight, as on the ground lay the rotting corpses of the ones that lived here originally, while the buildings themselves remained without harm. Nothing lived here, as even the maggots and flies one would expect were absent from the gruesome scene. Chapter 226, The Calamity. 1068 words. The scene, while disturbing, didn't surprise me any. Monsters killing people was a tale as old as the world itself, after all. What did cause a flicker of surprise to pass through me, however, was the lack of child corpses, or rather complete ones. The few bits that were the right size to belong to a child had marks on them that suggested the previous owners had been eaten. It was not hard to understand what was going on here and feel my blood pressure rise as a result. This thing had a fucking taste for children in particular. This meant it wasn't some dumb beast acting purely on instinct, but rather actively sought out people to inflict as much suffering as possible. I waved my hand and flames lashed out, rolling over the village, fully erasing all the corpses while leaving the buildings unharmed. Once done, I shot forward into a sprint, following the trail of the beast, now more eager than ever to bring it death. Along this trail I found another 4 villages that had been struck by the beast, with a solid straight line between all of them. This thing can somehow detect settlements. I thought gravely at the 4th village. I originally thought it a strange coincidence for the first 3 villages, but after reaching the 4th I could no longer consider it coincidence at all. This was very bad fucking news, not only because it meant the death tally was absolutely higher than anyone could have expected, but because villages didn't just show up in any old place. There were conditions that people specifically looked for when settling a new area in this world, and with each village the beast hit, those locations became tainted and unlivable. It was literally removing livable territory from mortal hands bit by bit. Unlike on Earth, the people of this world tended not to destroy the land for their own benefit, so the environment was healthy and good. The monster ruined everything by merely existing, and I imagined that if given enough time it might lead to total global uninhabitability. The longer the thing was around, to more damage it did on an ecological scale. Soon enough I reached the site of the battle between the Cali Familia and the beast. There were no bodies, but the ground had dried blood aplenty and plenty of signs of magic and ranged attacks. Broken arrows left behind and scorched marks across the ground. I scoffed at the signs though, as there was nothing that said anyone level 5 or higher had been here. It made sense, I suppose, as the Cali Familia only had 2 level 6s in the form of the captains, and maybe a handful of level 4s. Impressive for a familia outside Orario, but pitiful in the face of a monster at this level. I wouldn't even be surprised if the attacks barely even inconvenienced the beast before it retaliated. I know that would be how I would feel in its place, after all. A level 4 mage's magic might sting a bit if it hit me, but unless it was similar to my flames or a curse I could more or less shrug it off. As for physical attacks, that's even less damaging, with my endurance stat being what it is. Add on my ability to simply repair any damage done at nearly no cost at such small scales, and I could easily curb stomp the Cali Familia with pure physical force. Ironically, the Nukkalevi had a similar style of combat to myself, as it had its toxin for area damage and physical means of attacking otherwise. I wasn't sure about its regeneration, but it wouldn't surprise me if it had that too. Moving on from the battle site, and the trail began to freshen as I got closer to the beast's current location. Lingering toxins that tried to harm me, only to be taken and bottled up harmlessly instead. As I thought, however, the poison was corrosive and actively ate at whatever it touched. Patting myself on the back for my precautions aside, I turned my attention to something else. "You didn't think I wouldn't notice you, did you?" I asked out loud before launching myself fully towards a dead tree to my left. From behind the tree a figure tried to escape, but there was no way that was going to work with my speed. I easily closed the distance and closed my hand around the neck of a woman in dark armor with an evil-looking familia emblem stamped into the shoulder. The emblem consisted of a mask above several skulls surrounded by a horned circle, the Cali Familia emblem. "Release me," the woman screeched angrily as she thrashed around in a vain attempt to escape. "So you can report my presence to your familia?" "No, I don't think I will. Instead, I think I'll leave you nice and trapped to slowly die. Can't give you a quick death, unfortunately. Sucks to be you, I guess," I said casually as I worked my technique. Her body shifted like water as her arms and legs fused to her torso and her teeth and lips melded together. I naturally removed her vocal cords as well before walking over to the dead tree and pressing her form against it. The wood parted around her like water until she was fully enclosed within the tree's dead wood. Suffocation will finish the job and I'll be totally unaffected by it since I wasn't the one to snuff out her life as far as my skill was concerned. Obviously I would be the reason she died, but my skill only cared if I personally ended the innocent soul's life, not if I put them in a position that would prove fatal after the fact. A loophole that I had no problem at all abusing maliciously. That problem solved for now, I continued my journey approaching the beast. To my surprise, the thing not only seemed to pause on its way to the next village or town but even seemed to wait in a small valley between two hills for my arrival. That was where I found it soon enough, just standing patiently within a small fog cloud of dark green toxins looking right at me with those two empty glowing eye holes in its skull-like face. Chapter 227, Rending the Earth. 1036 words. You are one ugly motherfucker, I said as I drew my weapon from my side to my right hand. As if responding to my actions, the right blade arm of the beast smoothly swished up and into a ready position perfectly vertically in front of its body. I grinned. This is gonna be fun, I said before launching myself at the beast as hard as I could, cracking the ground I had been standing on. The blade arm at the ready pierced forward towards me and I swung the blunt end of my weapon to meet it without skipping a beat. Boom. A shockwave erupted as our full powers collided and sparks flew while neither of us fell back a single step. We were equal. Clang, 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 clang. We both moved on from that first test into a savage clash as both of us struck out with our attacks meeting in the air while devastating wind tore apart the area from the sheer speed and force behind our attacks. From an outside perspective, we'd be seen blurring in place as our attacks moved faster than the normal I could follow as we danced around each other. Scree-ee. The beast roared with a voice that sent chills down my spine before dark toxic smoke flowed out of it, actively coiling on its blade arms and dripping off like acid. Hellfire! I yelled as my flames roared to life on my body as I copied the beast. My flames won. The toxic smoke not attached to the beast was neutralized as fuel for my flames easily. But when my flames met the beast itself, they were removed by the new toxins pushing out from its body. Fine then, since I can't burn you, how about freezing? I thought as I blocked yet another attempt at decapitation. Helheim! I yelled as I flipped over to my RCT without missing a beat. Instantly my flames were replaced by a dreadful creeping frost that froze the toxins on contact. The beast retreated at this, unlike with the flames, which told me it was much more afraid of the cold than of heat. I charged the beast with my ice, expanding at full blast around us, freezing the land for miles as the beast actively refused to stop moving lest the ice cling to it. I wasn't just forcing it back though, but slowly raising the edges of the frozen area into a massive cage to trap it within. The beast somehow realized this and shot out of the frozen area with a mighty leap. TCH. I clicked my tongue at this but stopped wasting energy on the ice since clearly this wasn't going to work. Fine then, no holding back anymore, I said as I switched back over to my flames. Instantly a black and blue inferno covered miles like hell, manifesting on Earth as the heat rose to critical temperatures. The ground melted to flowing boiling molten rock while the sky cleared as the clouds overhead were burnt away. Peccatum superbii! I yelled as my cursed energy roiled around my form and I exploded towards the very caught-off-guard monster. It swung one of its blade arms, clearly expecting to stop my advance, only for its arm to be forced aside and my weapon to be flipped to its sharp side and cleaved into its chest. Scree! The beast roared in pain as I sliced a deep long gash from its humanoid shoulder down to its equine shoulder on the opposite side. Black blood oozed out of the wound and my instincts warned me just in time to leap backwards as a sickly green-colored flaming blade arm swung at me. I was sent crashing violently into a hill in the distance as I barely managed to block the attack in time. Once I righted myself, I saw something that made me frown. The beast's muscles writhed grotesquely while its form shifted in a disgusting way very different than my own way of doing so, rough and forceful. The left blade arm moved over to the right side and seemed to fuse with it to create a massive two-edged blade arm. The entire beast's body had also ignited into a green flame that pushed my own flames back from even touching the beast now. In an instant the beast flashed with a resounding boom from its location to where I was and swung its new fused blade arm at me, fully intent on bisecting me. I roared as I met its attack with my own, and lost. The strength of both blade arms being fused together overcame my own strength and I was left with a deep gash on my left leg from the blade arm cutting me after moving past my weapon. That insidious green flame tried to burrow into my wound like a handful of maggots, but I forced it back with my own flames as I stopped the bleeding to that area. The beast didn't stop there, however, but pressed its advantage with a vicious rush of attacks. More and more injuries started to pile up on me as I was forced back and unable to fully deflect the damage anymore. All of my senses were pushed to their limit as I fended the beast off with my life, looking for even a single opening I could exploit to win this. My cursed energy was starting to run low, however, with as much I had used to fend off those flames while keeping my own up to suppress its toxins. There, I thought as I used the force of a sideways slash from the beast to send myself flying out of its range. It immediately moved to chase me, unwilling to allow me any time to recover. It was too late, however, as I reached into my bag and took out the elixir I had bought just in case. The sparkling blue liquid shone slightly in its ornate crystal vial, but I ignored that as I popped the top midair and downed the thing. The dump. A sound like a massive heart beating filled the air as the elixir took effect immediately. Chapter 228, Scorching the Heavens. 1065 words. The change was immediate as the elixir entered my stomach. My cursed energy surged violently and almost beyond my control. There was no containing it, however, as it within mere moments already began to overflow from my reservoir and pour out into my flames. The miles-wide inferno reacted like it was injected with steroids as it rapidly swelled until everything for as far as I could see was my flames. The earth was thick molten liquid now, like a massive swamp almost. It didn't slow the beast down much, but there was still a hindering effect on it. I meanwhile was hovering above the lava from the sheer effect of my overflowing cursed energy igniting into hellfire and pushing me up. I didn't hold back at all and furiously pumped out every ounce of energy my body was producing into the flames as I worked to condense them down. This wasn't strain, not anymore. This was purposeful self-destruction. My body wasn't meant to channel so much power, at least for now. Muscles tore and were repaired, veins burst, sending my blood dripping from every inch of me only to steam and vaporize on contact with the air. I twisted my body as a massive shockwave blasted me towards the beast as my bones crumbled. It swung its blade at me in an attempt to both harm me and block my own weapon, but we weren't playing on the same level anymore. Its blade was pushed back as the creature was flung violently backwards. My sight blurred as my eyes dried out, but I forced them to return to normal with my technique as I chased the monster through the air, cackling madly. The pain was exquisite and only made my mind sharper as the torrent of power erupted from me. The beast struck the pooling lava and dragged a massive trench through it and the unmelted rock beneath it, but didn't even have a chance to block as I slammed my weapon into its chest at close to Mach 3. My body took just as much damage as it did as my arm, shoulder, and torso shattered, only to be pulled together in the same instance. The beast, however, had its humanoid torso crater under the force as dense muscle and bone were collapsed. The land didn't fare any better as the impact shook the earth for at least 50 miles and the ground cratered in devastation. I panted as exhaustion reared its ugly head and the temporary power of the elixir began to fade rapidly. Time to end this, I thought as my mind barely clung to consciousness. I raised my hands into the proper form before speaking. Domain expansion, Fallen Forge, I said with power. The inky black barrier of my domain flowed from beneath my feet as it manifested around me and the monster that was already starting to recover. The familiar red stone domain with screaming souls and flowing flames leading to an anvil appeared, though this time there was a large pool of glistening blue liquid next to the anvil. The anvil itself glowed a rich golden color and I myself was cloaked in a flowing curse script as I raised my weapon and brought it down on the anvil. Clang! The sound of metal on metal rang out and the beast violently reacted as it swung its blade in panic as the burning light in its eye sockets flickered. It's too late. Accept your fate, I said calmly as I brought my weapon down again. It thrashed in vain as my domain began to pull it apart piece by piece, with the removed parts flowing through the channels of flame on the floor before being dumped into the glistening pool and then set aside after the steam cleared. Credit where it was due, the beast never stopped struggling until its head was finally taken to be refined. I kept the tendons, bones, blade arms and organs of the beast but got rid of the rest. On the far wall right next to the Amphisbaena soul, a new soul appeared in the form of the Knuckleavi, also screaming in torment. I moved the refined parts into the specially made bag as the torrent of smoke from the beast filled me and finally let the domain vanish. Before I ran out of juice from the elixir, I shot off across the sky westward as far as I could before landing and encasing myself in a tree with a hole in it to breathe from as darkness claimed me. Overcoming my limits like that came at a terrible cost as I was tired down to my very soul. Such an exhaustion was not so easily recovered from. underscore 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 underscore. Third person POV. While Alex slumbered deeply within his tree refuge, a nationwide manhunt for him was issued by Callie herself. Mere hours after the battle ended, she and her entire familia arrived at the site only to find nothing but devastation. No slain beast, and most importantly, no slayer. In truth, were the spectacle of the fight not so grand it could be seen from 100 miles away, Callie wouldn't have even realized it had started, as her scout failed to inform her of Alex's passing. At further thought, she figured out that he had found her scout in his path and killed them for secrecy. The destruction goddess did not care that she herself held ill intentions towards him, only that she had been cheated her prize and even suffered a loss instead. A Telskiur and Masagar were dispatched to Rio demanding Alex for damages to the country and supposed murder of one of the Callie familia members. Through this Masagar, however, word began to spread of Alex's power as the full level of the destruction he created was revealed. What was also revealed was that Alex himself was missing, vanished like nothing more than wind. Not dead as Hestia said she hadn't felt the death of him through her connection to his fauna, but missing all the same. Aurenas did not bend to the Telskiuran demands, however, but revealed the terms of the agreement the Callie familia themselves set up for the crisis on their land before dismissing the Masagar, who was not happy to have to report utter and complete failure of their mission to Callie. Chapter 229, Disaster After Disaster. 989 words. Meanwhile, at a certain location on a certain mountain range, an eerie red glow shone from a magical ritual being held over the seal of the 100 Hands giant. All around the ritual space, the emaciated forms of men, women and children kneeled as chains of red energy held them down and slowly drew out their vitality and souls. Yes. The seal is on the verge of collapse. Time to retreat before the beast is free and decides to treat me like a snack after this long nap. The crazed god in charge of the ritual exclaimed in cruel joy as he and he alone left the still active ritual in a hurry. Those that were with him originally were long since dead as sacrifices to power the ritual initially. Mere hours after he fled the area, the seal holding the ancient calamity finally broke as the ritual drained the last vestige of energy from the bodies of those powering it. The earth shook for hundreds of miles as the mountainside of the ritual cracked apart as the monster within broke free. Standing at 70 meters tall, a bronze-skinned form arose from the shattered remains of the mountain. It almost passed for humanoid, as it had two thick muscular legs holding up its torso and singular head. What set it far apart from the humanoid form, however, was the vast amount of seemingly boneless arms writhing angrily from all over its chest that ended in five-fingered, almost human-looking hands. Its arms were a strange, nightmarish combination of an octopus's tentacles and human hands, but numbering much more than a mere 8. The head was a bald, angular humanoid one with two blazing red eyes and a massive, blunt-toothed mouth that roared in fury and triumph loudly enough to be heard hundreds of miles away. In the great desert, things were not going to plan for Thanatos, however. Damn it all. How did they get so well equipped so suddenly? The Artemis familia was supposed to be an easy target to fuel Antares, but instead they have killed all of my present familia and have me on the run. The death god got terribly confused and angry at the way his planned ambush backfired. To the death god's credit, had his information on the Artemis familia not been outdated, his initial plan of ambushing the Artemis familia and then using Artemis herself to power Antares would have succeeded. The simple disparity in numbers with the Artemis familia now being well equipped rendered his ambush a failure, as besides killing a few of the Artemis familia, his lacking numbers fell instead. Even now the death god himself only barely avoided capture or being sent back to the divine realm because of his nature as a death god, warning him instinctually to flee the moment things failed to add up. Like his domain, Thanatos was innately one of the swiftest gods alive, and only this allowed him to barely avoid the huntress goddess wrathfully nipping at his heels. Even though the ambush failed, some of her familia were slain and Artemis wanted retribution. Additionally, she hoped to erase Evolus once and for all through the interrogation of Thanatos. Tracking him was easy at first since they were in a desert, but when the sandstorm erupted seemingly out of nowhere, that changed. Thanks to this act of nature, the death god escaped to repair his foiled plan. The dead were cremated, as was Artemis's custom for her familia in the wild, and things returned to normal for them. In the Hestia manor of Rio, things were somber as Alex's disappearance weighed heavy upon the goddess there. It had been nearly a week already since the death of the Nucalevi, and not a single sighting of Alex had been heard. Were it not for his connection to her through the fauna, she would have assumed the worst. No rescue party was dispatched because there were no leads to follow, and many eyes were set on the familia greedily with its biggest threat gone. None dared make a move however, as the small familia was being openly protected by several big names. Freya, Hephaestus, Arenas, Ta, Ogun and Ganesha all made their support for the Hestia familia clear, along with the implied threat to any who tried to take advantage of them during this time. There was jealousy and even outrage at the unfair treatment the Hestia familia was receiving, but those familias close to the top kept their mouths shut as they knew what was going on. This was the power of connections at work, politics simply. Perhaps if Alex remained gone for too long things would change, but by then the entire reason so many eyes were on the familia would be gone. Right now it was a simple case of too much wealth and not enough power, but everyone knew that there was another monster in the familia who would rise if given enough time. Some considered striking Bell down in the dungeon but were left frustrated as the white-haired boy remained in his familia's manor. He had no reason to leave as they had plenty of wealth and Otter regular trained him while waiting for Alex to return. Ironically, it was Otter himself who was most relaxed during this time, as he had complete faith in Alex and simply knowing he still lived was enough for him. Few understood just how durable Alex truly was, but Otter was one of them. So long as he wasn't dead, Otter was confident that Alex would return better than ever. As for Alex himself, he lay in a coma as his soul slowly grew and changed under the hyper-dense smoke that he had absorbed from the Nuka-Lavi. The liquid within his body was like a vast lake that was slowly draining as his soul consumed it. Chapter 230, Not the Droid. 999 words. My mind slipped back to reality from the dreamless slumber it was in, and I felt different. Not wrong, but heavier somehow. I shifted the tree I was in around me and stepped out onto the grass that crunched beneath my boots. My stomach roared in hunger and I quickly retrieved my rations and downed them with water, even if the pure taste of vegetable powder and dried meat left much to be desired. I knew I had definitely been asleep for quite some time, but the exact amount eluded me. I reached into my bag and produced the chatterbox coin I always kept on me and activated it. Alex. Where are you? Are you hurt? What happened? Hestia's frantic voice came through the coin with many questions. Ease up, would you? I just woke up from a coma, so I'm a bit fuzzy at the moment, I said with a groan. You've been gone 2 weeks. Do you know how worried I was? She yelled like I was supposed to know that somehow. Coma, remember? 2 weeks though? What a nuisance. I complained. Where are you? Are you coming back? She asked, sniffling. I'm somewhere in Telskura. I should be back in like 2 days tops, I said, not quite sure actually where I was. Like I remember shooting across the sky and then hiding in a tree, but the details like where I went exactly were straight up static. Still, I doubted I'd need more than 2 days to get back to Orario, since I did have a couple of mana potions for flight if I wanted to take that route. Just hurry back, okay? She said softly. Yeah, I'll be back before you even notice, I said reassuringly before hanging up the call. I checked the sun's position and the direction it was moving, and using that I figured out where I needed to head. Taking out a mana potion, I downed it and then shot off into the air before blasting at top speed westward with my flames. I didn't doubt that my passing would be noticed, but at this point I saw no reason why it should matter. It wasn't like anyone could shoot me down at this altitude without me seeing the attack long before it arrived. Even if it pissed off Callie, why should I care? She wanted to play dirty to begin with, so fuck her. Much like when I originally set out from Orario, my tank was running on empty about a quarter of the way back, so I had to land. I didn't dare stop moving, however, even as the night fell, as I was definitely still within Telskiuran borders. I definitely wouldn't let myself be captured by the Callie Familia if I could help it. Some people might think being used as a living dildo would be a great life. Those people were stupid if they chose to ignore the conditions they'd be subject to as well. Sure, the men owned by the Amazon race got to see lots of sex, but otherwise they were treated worse than livestock. Poor food, if any at all, no hygiene until you were needed for service, and they could beat you to death without any reason or even reprimand for doing it. For adventurer men, the treatment was so much worse as they cut off both arms and legs while removing your eyes, so escape isn't even an option. It was not a good life at all, and so I definitely wasn't going to allow myself to get caught. I myself wasn't afraid of such treatment with my cursed technique and RCT, but that didn't mean I was eager to experience it myself. Besides, I was level 5 with extremely high stamina, so jogging for days on end was no problem at all. My cursed energy fully refilled when dawn arrived, so I popped my last mana potion and took off across the sky. It was easy to see when I crossed the border of Telskura, as the place was crawling with Callie Familia members, no doubt waiting for me. A few tried to chase me, but that was a fool's endeavor with the speed I was flying so far above the ground at. If I pushed my flames as hard as possible I could reach speeds upwards of Mach 3 for a brief moment, but even my low-level flight speed was comfortably close to Mach 1. Unlike a jet fighter from my previous life, I didn't need nearly as much thrust to reach such speeds since I didn't weigh tons. Still, flying like this wasn't cheap on cursed energy, so after about 30 minutes of flight my reservoir was once again back to being nearly empty. If I had to estimate though, I was at the halfway mark of the return trip and in the buffer zone between Rio and Telscura, so I could finally rest for a bit. Landing in the dense forest without a care, I made camp even though it was midday. I heard the hunting Cali Familia long before they arrived and shifted my form to that of a woman's with a narrow waist and big boobs without any trouble at all. When they burst into the area expecting to find a man only to find a woman, they looked downright confused. "You there? Did you see a man pass through here?" one of them demanded. "Nope, you are the first people I've seen since I got here." "Did one of your slaves get free?" I spoke while manipulating my vocal cords to produce a female voice. "That doesn't concern you." "Let's go, he must have landed further away," the leader of this party said, and they left just as fast as they arrived. I really need to remember I can do this more often. That was fucking hilarious. I thought to myself, amused as I shifted back to my normal form. Chapter 231, Homecoming. 970 words. I played the random woman in the woods a few more times as the Cali Familia failed to find even a trace of my trail past my campsite. I was beyond amused by this, as even after thoroughly checking the area in case I was lying, they still failed to find anything. To say they were frustrated would be an understatement. By nightfall I ceased to get any more visitors as they deemed the trail over, where I am to be a false one left to throw them off. Clearly, even if the fact I could shift my body had become public knowledge, no one thought I could flip complete appearances down to gender and even voice. To be fair, I tended to isolate my shifts to my arms or moving my head, so it could be forgiven that they failed to piece it together. Fucking around with the Cali Familia aside, I just spent my time here relaxing since I wasn't in a hurry or anything like that. I left once it got dark, heading west towards Rio at a pleasant pace. By dawn I reached the edge of the Great Plains that surrounded the city. "Daddy's home," I called with a grin as I strolled right up to the eastern gate. "Holy shit, you're alive," the guard there exclaimed in shock when he saw me. "Excuse the fuck out of you?" I said, offended. I don't mean to offend, but most the city thought you were a dead man," the guard said, holding his hands up in surrender. "Well, I'm not, as you can tell, so open the gate already. I'm about ready to kill for a proper fucking bath," I said, and he hurriedly pulled the lever to open the gate. I wasted no time at all, heading straight for the manor to drop off my loot and go die a slow and satisfying death in the bath. Sure, I could get rid of most of my body's sweat and grime using my curse technique, but that didn't mean I didn't still feel grimy. I barely managed to even get into the door to the manor before the missile of a goddess flew into me. "Oof. Good evening to you too, I guess," I said with a chuckle. "Just shut up for once," Hestia said with a huff as she buried her head into my chest with a tight embrace. I just smirked and picked her up, which totally caught her off guard. "What are you doing?" she demanded angrily. "Well, I need to drop off the loot and I can't exactly do that with you holding me in place like that. So I figure it would be fine to just take you with me," I said without any shame as I carry her princess style to my workshop door and unlock it. "You're impossible," she said with the smallest smile that betrayed her true feelings on the matter. This was all quite calculated on my part, as she didn't need some sappy return from war bullshit. Just acting like nothing happened was more than enough to ease her mind. Eventually though, she got annoyed at being so roughly carried and wiggled free. "What happened to cause you to go into a coma?" she asked seriously as I put up the bag containing the knuckle-lady stuff. Fight was harder than expected since the thing was resistant to my fire and too damn clever to get trapped in my ice. Also had a bullshit second phase of all the trope-ass nonsense to deal with, I said honestly, and more than a little annoyed by the memory. "Second phase," she said, confused. "Yeah, like you fulfill a certain condition and the monster changes how it fights in some way that makes it even harder to kill. In this case it started burning its toxins while fusing both of its blade arms together to hit way harder. Naturally, I decided to match its insanity with my own, and well, that coma was the cost. We'll not be doing that again anytime soon, that's for sure," I said with a grimace. "That's something, I guess," she said with a strange expression. "Indeed. Now if you don't mind, I'd like to soak in the bath for a while to get the road off," I said, turning to leave the workshop. I did too. Got nice and naked, and after rinsing off I just sank down to my jawline into the steaming waters to relax. I must have forgotten to put up the occupied sign because at one point Daphne and Cassandra entered to room in nothing but bath towels only to freeze when they saw me. Daphne at least had the shame to look away while Cassandra just stared with wide eyes and beet red face. I just laughed at the event and shortly afterward left the bath. A slight flex of my cursed technique fixed the pruning I had from soaking so long as I got dressed in a simple cloth shirt and pants. There was a celebration at the hostess that night for both my safe return and the slaying of an ancient monster of legend. It wasn't a certain dragon, but the beast was still something found in old legends. It wasn't every day such a creature is laid low by an adventurer. Even those not part of our familia joined us in celebration, with Mamma Mia choosing not to say anything about the ruckus this once. It was a deed worthy of the city itself celebrating, but that wouldn't happen since they'd only find out over the next couple days through rumor. After that party though, I finally got to sleep in my actual bed for the first time in over 2 weeks, and it was heavenly. Chapter 232, No Rest for the Wicked. 1082 words. When I eventually decided to get out of bed the next day, I sought out Hestia to get updated. Name, Alexander Drake. Race, Fallen. Level, 5. Strength, 380, F. Endurance, 670, C. Agility, 494, E. Dexterity, 437, E. Magic, 872, A. Developmental skills, Cursesmith, E, Cursebody, G, Mystery, I, Rex, H. The update showed that my stats skyrocketed, but this was hardly surprising given how powerful the Nucalevi was. Even though the smoke I got from it was much less than if I hadn't refined it, I still got a massive amount all the same. Beyond my stats, however, the only noticeable change was my DS Rex going up a rank. I still wasn't sure what the thing was referring to or what it did for that matter. But the fact it went up at all hinted that it had something to do with my killing of the Nucalevi. I was a little annoyed that I didn't qualify to level up, since even I acknowledged the slaying of that beast as a worthy challenge overcome much less everyone else. My theory is that it was probably a side effect of my double level up not that long ago, more likely than not. While I didn't doubt I had gotten an exceptionally large chunk of that top-grade Excelia, it clearly wasn't enough to qualify for leveling again. Honestly, I had expected this to happen eventually. With me maxing my stats before each level up, my requirement bar jumps higher and higher for my next level up, and clearly the bar was fucking lunar at this point. I chose to roll with the punches though, and accept that my ridiculous momentum had to come to an end at some point. Now I needed to delve to the limits of the dungeon explored only by the Zeus and Hera Familius before, and then go beyond. As I relaxed next to the pool thinking about my future, Otter arrived. "You seem troubled," he said calmly. "I'm not troubled so much as contemplative. Looks like I finally hit the end of my momentum, you see. Killed the Nucalevi, and even though it was a hard fight I almost lost, it wasn't enough to qualify me for a level up. Pretty sure my bar for that is ridiculously high now," I said honestly. Nothing to be done but keep honing your skills and power till the level comes. It's what I did after the Zeus and Hera Familius vanished. When the time came for me to get my capstone achievement for 7, the level followed naturally. "Killed Zald, a hollow shell of who he once was, but I killed him all the same," he said calmly. Not bad advice. Not much different from what I already had planned, honestly. I just figured I'd delve the dungeon as far as I can. Maybe try and break the Zeus and Hera Familius records, I said with a grin. "A good goal, lofty but obtainable," he said with an approving nod. "So we gonna spar, or are you just here because you want to be?" I asked, changing the subject. "Neither. I have been training the boy, he has potential," he said, surprising me slightly. "Can't argue there. He's going places for sure, not necessarily good ones, but places all the same." I agreed. With that done, Otter wandered over to the training area that Belle was already waiting at. For the next couple of days everything went smoothly, and I actually thought everything would go back to normal, until a summons ruined it. Heading towards the guild with a barely contained twitch of annoyance on my face, I spotted that the city was not nearly as lively as usual, a concerning sign. The mood when I walked into the guild was somber, like a tragedy had happened, and I was wordlessly led to Aurinus's chamber. Hermes, Loki and Freya all stood there with uncharacteristically serious expressions. "Please tell me the big black bitch isn't on its way here," I said, hoping beyond hope that wasn't what was going on. Aurinus looked at me and shook his head, a crude description, "but the one-eyed black dragon is still slumbering beneath Hera's seal," he said sternly. I breathed a sigh of relief at that. "Oh, thank hell," I really don't want to have to use my contingency plan for that yet. I said honestly. You have a plan to deal with the one-eyed black dragon? Really? Hermes asked incredulously. Not exactly. I'd rather not talk about it. Anyways, if it's not that absolute nightmare to deal with, then what has all of you so sour-faced? I asked curiously. The 100 Hands giant has been released from its seal, and word has come that the Artemis Familia was ambushed unsuccessfully by Evolus. We have determined that these things are likely not coincidences but the actions of Evolus to sow chaos and destruction once more. Aurena said seriously. Oh, that? I've known about them scurrying in the shadows for a long time now. I said casually. The room went dead silent as all of the gods, Hestia included, looked at me like I had grown a second head. I'm sorry, but what? Hermes said in shock. I can literally see the sins of someone won their soul. Obviously, I'd notice when someone with so many of the damned things was standing before me. Of course, they could just be scum of the earth, but since I couldn't exactly prove that they were Evolus, instead I just declined their orders and went about my day. Honestly thought if they were scurrying around like rats they couldn't be that big of a problem. Joke's on me, I guess. I said with a shrug. I suppose I shouldn't be surprised by a madman like you thinking that. Hermes said, rubbing his head like it was aching. I know I seem rather well put together for a madman, but I've never claimed to be sane. Quite the opposite, really. I said with a grin. As enlightening as this has been, I believe we should discuss how to deal with the problems at hand. The 100 Hands giant must be dealt with and Evolus cracked down on. Clearly they feel they've gained enough strength since the last purge to begin acting brazenly. Aurena said seriously. Ah man, I just got comfortable after dealing with the last ancient calamity though. I complained. You will be well compensated for the trouble. Aurena said with an almost convincing apologetic look, almost. Chapter 233, No Rest for the Wicked, 2. 990 words. What told me he wasn't actually apologetic was his eyes that looked more like he was trying not to strangle me for complaining at all. Good enough, I suppose. I said, ignoring that entirely. I assume you will need some time to prepare given the timing? He asked, and I shook my head. Nope. Just need to grab some potions and rations and I'll be good. If I don't have this giant pegged wrong, it's all about physical violence, my favorite type of prey. Plus with a body that big I can try my hand at being a parasite. Such fun to be had. I said with a grin while all the gods paled and looked about ready to vomit at the image I painted. Nobody ever likes my fun, sigh. Yes, well, best deal with the beast as soon as possible so I won't keep you any longer. Aurena said, trying to maintain his stoic expression. Oh, before I go, what's your favorite organ? I asked with a wide smile. I don't have one, he said with a slight falter in his expression. My, how magnanimous. In that case I'll bring back the liver as a souvenir, just for you. No need to say anything, I know you'll love it. I said with a cackle before leaving the god green-faced on his throne. Did you have to go that far? Hestia asked with an exasperated sigh as we left the guild. No, but it was fun. It'll be even funner when I get back and actually deliver the thing to him. Teach him to treat me like a dog he can send fetching. I said with a scoff. You are literally the only option, remember, she said, rolling her eyes. Yeah, and you'd expect that would mean I'd be asked nicely and not all but commanded to go do it. I'm not a fucking nurse on call 24/7, damn it. I vented in annoyance. Not sure what you are talking about, but you do understand this is an emergency, right? She asked, and I scoffed. Of course I do, that's why I'm doing it rather than just choosing to ignore it. In case you forget, we aren't actually beholden to Aurenas or even Rio. If we don't want to do something that isn't illegal, then we can choose not to do it, consequences be damned. Morally not a great look, sure, but when the fuck have I cared about my reputation? I said casually. That's not right, she said, shaking her head. It is what it is, my petite goddess. Now then, you'd best head back home while I grab my rations and potions. I'd like a nice meal before I set out again, and I'll let you handle that. I say before veering off towards the market. Much like before I checked for anything useful and not finding anything, grabbed my fruits, veggies and jerky before heading home. Hestia didn't disappoint and had a small feast prepared courtesy of the hostess of fertility waiting. I ate with gusto and drank my fill before calling it a day. In the morning I stopped by the Blue Pharmacy and grabbed a few mana potions from Mayak before heading out to the mountain range the beast resided in. Truthfully, I had long since known where it was after piecing together the different iterations of the tale. There are after all only so many places that fit the description of many raised earths towering just below the clouds. There were only 3 mountain ranges in the entire world, and only one of those had a bunch of superstitious nonsense attached to it, remnants from over 1,000 years ago when the beast was sealed away by the spirits. An interesting fact, by the way, was that the spirits still roamed the world. They were rare and reclusive, tending to hide away in their elemental glades or in the hidden places of the world, but they occasionally were seen. There were no heroes blessed by them anymore, though. Not because they couldn't do it, but because they saw no reason why they should, with the gods themselves filling that role just fine. Getting blessed by a spirit wasn't a simple easy matter for either the person or spirit after all. It was binding life and death type stuff. There was a reason why the spirits who blessed the heroes of old vanished after the heroes died. It was almost a marriage vow for a spirit, but much more severe. If the blessed died, so too did the spirit, a steep cost. The payout was very much worth it for the few who gained that honor. It was like being blessed with a fauna but on steroids. The reason for this was because, unlike the gods who cannot put any of their own power into an adventure without breaking a taboo, the opposite applies to spirits. Their blessing gave the entirety of their being to the one receiving it, so the growth rate of those with a spirit's blessing was almost as fast innately as my own, and I'm fucking cheating. Additionally, there were no level ups for those who were blessed by spirits. It was straight from one level of power to the next without any delays or need for achievements. Anyways, the point is, spirits still roamed the world, so it was quite possible that one or more was actually keeping the giant in the location where it was sealed originally. It honestly wouldn't even be hard, since according to the tales the beast was incredibly lazy. Yes, I said lazy. It rarely moved for some reason, but when it did, its sheer size alone made it incredibly destructive. Add on that, like most other monsters, it had this nasty habit of attacking anyone it spotted with its many hands, and you'd get a calamity of terraforming might walking about. Chapter 234, Spirit of the Woods, Emeth. 1,116 words. The mountain range that the beast was likely sealed in before wasn't nearly as far away as Telskura, about half the distance in fact. That said, I wasn't in a huge hurry to get there either, since if the beast's nature was as I thought, it wouldn't have gotten far. I moved at a leisurely pace along the road, just taking my time to enjoy the scenery, but even at that pace I still covered a quarter of the distance by nightfall. I set up camp at the edge of the woods and got a pot of soup going as I hummed a tune while carving a piece of wood with my finger idly. "Hail, stranger! Wouldst thou perchance have room for another?" A hearty male voice called out from the shadows of the trees to my left, making me raise my guard immediately as I hadn't detected their approach. What stepped out of the trees could be easily mistaken for a brown-haired, thick-bearded short dwarf were it not for the literal branches growing like a crown from its head, leaves included. "A spirit? Your kind tend to avoid the roads and travelers, so why are you here?" I asked, confused. This seemed to cause the spirit to frown in confusion. "Thou art also a spirit, no?" he asked. This caused my brain to click the pieces together and understand what had happened. As Freya had mentioned before, my soul resembled a spirit's in all but its immortal nature. If I wasn't mistaken, this spirit had sensed my soul's familiarity somehow and mistook me for one of its own kind. This was interesting, as there was no record of spirits being able to feel the nature of a soul, but this explained how they were so good at staying hidden from people. I shook my head at the spirit. "I am not a spirit, I am fallen. Not born of a god but of cursed energy in a mortal soul and body," I explained, coating my hand in cursed energy to prove my point. Thou speak truly. Art thy race new to the mortal realm?" he asked curiously. "Yep, I'm the first of my kind. Likely the last too. I have no intention of producing offspring nor passing on cursed energy to another, so they may one day become a fallen if chance smiles upon them," I said honestly. "A rarity then. Not an unfamiliar tale though. When the world was younger and the gods made the mortal races, many chose self-extinction. 'Twas thought they loathed to bring another soul into this wretched land. Others were driven to extinction with their violent ways, such as the dragon kin," he said with an understanding nod as he sat near the fire. "Alexander Drake, by the way. I go by Alex though." I introduce myself. "Emeth, spirit of the woods, spawn of Pan. Thy name bears meaning akin to mine own." "Yes," he said after introducing himself. "In some context, I suppose. It wasn't chosen because of its meaning though, merely out of preference," I said with a shrug. "Mine own name was given by my father as I was to be his truth," he said proudly. "I'm not surprised the wild's god would name the spirit of the woods his truth. One of the few gods who hasn't descended to the mortal realm for entertainment as well, unless I am mistaken. I said, stirring the soup. I haven't felt my father's descent indeed. Pray tell, what purpose brings thee forth in this course? He asked curiously. I have been tasked with slaying the 100 hands giant like the Nuka-Lady before it. I said honestly. Thou hast slain that foul beast. Truly, he exclaimed in shock. I nodded, slain not more than 2.5 weeks ago in fact. Exhausted me body and soul but dead all the same. I said frankly. What of the toxin? He asked with a concerned look. I'm immune to poison, a direct counter to the beast's greatest weapon. I explained. A fortuitous affair then, as it was without bane upon its ceiling. Much the same to be said of the giant. Mine own kind's champions could inflict wounds upon the beast, but its own size and regeneration rendered all attempts at sieging it to death folly and void, he said seriously. I can see how that might make it hard to kill. What would normally be a grievous or fatal wound on a smaller creature might be less than a scratch to the thing and thus easily ignored. Is the records of its hide strength also true? I asked, fishing for helpful information. Indeed, the hide resists all but the mightiest of blades and sorcerous arts, he said with a firm nod. Then it seems like my plan to attack it from within is the best option. I said, satisfied that my plan held merit. Pray tell, what does thou mean? He asked with a confused expression. I shifted my hand's shape into a visage like that of an eagle's talons and then back again. I can manipulate anything from a living source with my power. I assumed that trying to deal with the creature from outside it might be a vain effort and thus intend to strike it from within its body, not unlike a particularly nasty parasite. I explained honestly. What an ominous power. Truly I pity thine foes. Were the beast not the calamitous entity it is, I might pity it as well, he said with a shudder of revulsion. I shrugged. I realize it's certainly not a glorious way to defeat the thing, but if it works, why fix it? Besides, my calling with this power is not combat but crafting. I said unbothered. Truly? Pray tell, how doth that work when metals be not alive? He asked curiously. The dungeon is alive, and by extension the metals it spawns are from a living source and thus technically subject to my power. Thanks to this I am the greatest craftsman in the world, equal to Hephaestus herself according to her. Though since she is trying to romance me, it's hard to say if she's being honest or just flattering me with that goal in mind. I say with a chuckle. Art thou not sure thou have it reversed? Art thou not trying to pursue Lady Hephaestus instead? He asked in disbelief. You'd think that with that being the usual way of things, but no, she is chasing me instead. Believe me, it's quite the hassle. I said honestly, while the dumbstruck spirit just looked at me like I had grown a second head. Chapter 235, Spirit of the Fallen Mist, Okairu. 1036 words. Thou hast left me at a loss. Why wouldst thou not accept the affections of a goddess? It doth not conflict with thy desire to leave no offspring behind after all, he said, terribly confused. Slight misunderstanding there. I don't mind her interest in me, if anything I'm flattered. The problem is I don't want to get involved in any form of romance if I can help it. It's a distraction from my goal I don't need. I said, clarifying the matter. Mayhap I am mistaken, but Lady Hephaestus should not stand in the way of any goal from my reckoning, he said with a frown. It's a conflict of interests actually. I want to become a god, that unfulfilled promise that the Falna represents. To do that I need to constantly push myself and make progress through risk to my life. Getting into a relationship with that fact being there is simply a bad idea. I said with a helpless shrug. Thou wishes to become a god? That is no small goal, and one few haven't chafed to reach only to fall. He says seriously. I am aware, but there's always a first. I made that my goal from the moment that was the theoretical potential I was told the Falna held. Can you imagine any glory higher than that? To join the gods in eternal life and power in the heavenly realm? I said with a faraway look and a grin. Indeed the loftiest of honors, but also the hardest. For this instance, however, I doth believe the soup is done, he said, changing the topic. I portioned out our servings, even though technically I never agreed to host him. The meal passed in quiet as we ate, and once done I cleaned the dishes and packed them away again. I made me a nice treehouse and settled in for the night after that as Emeth bid his farewell. Clearly his original intention was merely to mingle with a fellow spirit passing by and bum some food for free off them before leaving again. Finding out I wasn't a spirit threw that plan to the curb and stomped on it. But since I wasn't hostile, he still got a bit of socialization and food in the end anyways. I woke up early the next day and set out after a fruit leather breakfast. The road got rougher and less maintained the further I went, which made sense given few settled near the mountain range and thus little travel was made there. In fact, it was almost exactly at the halfway point between Ororio and the mountain range that the road flat out ended, as no one bothered making it extend further. At the end of the road was a small village of hunters and gatherers who lived off the bountiful prey and herbs that grew in this region. The people of the town were wary of me as I passed through, and murmurs followed me as I continued my journey towards the mountain range. I sped up after the village as the scenery, while beautiful, was very bland. It was trees, and you guessed it, more trees. At least until I reached the foot of the mountain path, in which case it became rocks for as far as I could see. Well, that and the massive wall of fog that screamed unnatural at the far distance. When I got near it, a firm but smooth female voice called out from the edge of the wall. "Halt, traveler, if you value your life. The calamitous 100-hand giant has been released from its seal and my fog traps it in place. Heed my warning and flee lest the beast claim another victim," the voice called out from the fog. "Afraid I can't do that. See, I have been dispatched to slay the big fellow, and leaving without even giving it a shot won't do," I said loudly. There was a long pause where I almost thought the owner of the voice hadn't heard me before a reply came. "Speak the name of the one who sent you," the voice demanded firmly. "Arenas of Ororio," I called back, and to my surprise the fog wall seemed to solidify in a spot as a gorgeous spirit walked out. She had smoky gray eyes and pale skin with a simple dress made of a gold and gray threaded mixture. She lacked hair though, and instead had gray fog rolling over her scalp and down her back. "I am Okairu, spirit of the fallen mist, daughter of Raijin. Tell me, kin, has Lord Arenas truly sent you to slay the beast?" she asked seriously. "You know you are the second spirit in as many days to mistake me for one of you? I am not a spirit. I am the first of the fallen, a race born of cursed energy and a mortal body and soul. Name's Alexander Drake, by the way. Go by Alex, and yes, Arenas sent me to kill the big bastard," I said, bowing dramatically. "Alexander Drake. This name is known to me. You slayed the Nukkalevi. You will forgive my misunderstanding, I was under the impression you were human. Regardless of your race, if it is you, my heart must be satisfied, as only 2 others have hope of defeating the giant and neither will ever come," she said with an apologetic bow. "Otter and the captain of the Poseidon Familia, the only 2 level 7s alive. You are right in saying they won't come. Both are bound to their familia's place of power by responsibility. Thankfully I exist, so I'll clean up this giant in no time," I said with a grin. "You are unusually composed for one about to face a dreadful beast that may well strike you down," she said with a confused expression. "Pfft, I'm an adventurer. If I let a little thing like life-threatening risk slow me down, I may as well retire. Besides, this thing is big and strong, sure, but I don't exactly plan on fighting it fair," I said, almost offended by the insinuation I should be shaking in place. Chapter 236, Parasite Me. 1104 words. She looked at me oddly at that, but chose to remain silent on her opinion. Instead, she waved her arm and the fog parted in a hole just large enough for me to pass through. "This passage will take you to the giant. My kin will not help you fight it, but will restrain the effects of the battle from spreading. Go, champion of Arenas, and end this long nightmare," she said, and I nodded before taking out my helm/mask and putting it on. I jogged into the passage that closed behind me and followed it with a growing sense of appreciation for the spirit woman. This wall of fog was not merely a few meters thick but went on for miles, both high in the air and in coverage as well. Even I would struggle to put so much fire out if I attempted to match it. Not to mention there's no telling how long she's had the magic up for, but it had to be several days at least. Truly, spirits lived up to their natures as the closest thing to demigods on the mortal plane. If you were wondering why they didn't kill the giant if they were so powerful, then the answer was because for all their power, spirits were flawed. Their bodies were no stronger than the average mortal without a fauna, and in addition to this they could not do anything outside their natural affinity. In Emeth and Okairu's case, they could create and manipulate trees and fog, and that's it. Sad as it is, the truly combat-oriented spirits like the great spirits of wind, flame, earth, or water are long gone, as they paired up with heroes and perished with them. That or willingly sacrificed their lives for a great cause, such as the spirit of earth who sacrificed herself to seal away Antares. The mortal lifespans proved the biggest downfall of the spirits, as all those who survived the ancient era with their heroes died when their heroes perished from old age. Only the few spirits unbound from that era still walked the land, and they tended to be extremely reclusive. In truth, I admit to being tempted to ask for the help of the spirits because that power boost would make my end goal so much easier to achieve. Despite that temptation, however, I chose not to, as that would be a wrong of me, cruel even. They were not enemies and had pure clean souls. They didn't deserve my cruelty, and so I wouldn't give it to them, simple as that. I was torn from my thoughts when a massive palm came roaring down from above me, several times larger than I was. This is gonna hurt, I thought idly as the palm hit me and my body collapsed inwards while the ground cracked and cratered with a resounding boom. The palm curled and the rock and dirt was ripped up and pulled towards a gaping mouth that didn't even chew before all of it went down the throat of the beast. My cursed energy flared as I slid down the throat and my body squirmed and crackled as my body and flesh reorganized itself. Thankfully, I put on my mask. Broke every bone in my body except my skull. I thought, slightly annoyed, as I literally rebuilt myself. I didn't even have time to react to the attack because of the fog blocking my view and the fact the giant's hand moved surprisingly quietly despite its size. Still, I ended up right where I wanted to be as a result, since the dumb beast tossed me into its gullet without hesitation after thinking it killed me. I flared my cursed energy and spoke. Hellfire. Flames erupted from me violently and rushed up and down the beast's throat, making it scream in agony while violently coughing out flames as it tried to breathe. I released my control over the flames and used my technique to part the burning flesh of the chest muscles and started moving through the beast's body at a leisurely pace, setting its organs on fire from within it as I did so. Thanks to my technique giving me a full view of the thing's body, I saw it ripping at its own skin and flesh in a mad attempt to dig me out, but its regeneration rendered that pointless. For each wound it inflicted on itself, another would close in that time. All while roaring in agony as my flames feasted on the stubborn flesh that never stopped regrowing. Perhaps my flames were unable to kill it, but they served to work like the Hydra's venom from Greek mythology, where the suffering inflicted made one wish for death. Naturally, I didn't forget my promise to Aurena's and made a stop at the liver to refine it for when I actually killed it. Interestingly, the original liver was actually rejected by the beast's body after refinement, as a second liver tried to grow in the space that was already occupied. I chose to ignore that and hitch a ride in the artery, sending blood to the thing's brain for the real fun. I idly noted the magic stone the size of a house in the center of its chest as I passed by it and shot up its artery and into its skull, even as it tried to stop me as hard as it could. Once in its skull, however, its fate was sealed as I fully activated my Hell's Forge technique and began refining the bits I wanted as materials as I sat cushioned on its gray matter. Skull, teeth, skin, tendons, and a couple bones from the legs later, and I was ready to end this matter. I stabbed my hand into the gray matter beneath me and activated my RCT to freeze it solid. The thing's body spasmed violently as its nervous system suffered catastrophic damage, while its regeneration tried to fix the damage, only to be rendered impossible for a single simple reason: no room. The entire inside of the skull minus a few spots was filled with ice and frozen brain. There was simply no room for a brain to grow to replace the previous one, and my cursed ice couldn't be broken down by the body at all. Like that, the beast died an inglorious and terrible death, as it simply couldn't heal from the damage it received before I refined the magic stone slightly, causing the whole body to burst into purple-black smoke that flowed like a hurricane into my tattoos. Chapter 237, Screw Physics. 994 words. Phew, now that was a lot of smoke. I muttered with a satisfied sigh as I felt the small ocean's worth of liquid in my body. The refined bits fell to the ground loudly along with myself, but I totally ignored that small detail as I focused on the sheer weight the liquid had within me. I wasn't too surprised that I got so much, as I barely refined much of the giant in truth, as I simply only needed a small amount of its stuff. The skull alone was the size of a mansion, and I had the teeth in it and some of the leg bones as well. As for the hide, I just kept the part that was stretched over the skull, which was still an unreasonably large amount that would definitely last me quite some time indeed. The liver was slightly larger than the skull itself and had a deep red, almost purple coloration to it. The amount of smoke I received being so much greater than the amount I got from the Nucalevi, despite being roughly equivalent in power, was simply to do with the sheer size of the beast. The larger a monster was, the more smoke it gave as a rule, since the smoke that made up of its body was naturally greater because of the size. I was very interested in seeing how high my stats jumped once I got back to Hestia for another update. Before I could do any of that, though, I had to create a way to hold all this stuff because my loot bag did not have nearly enough room. No time like the present to make a better bag, I thought as I got off the ground and walked over to the hide-covered skull. Reaching out, I used my technique to remove a small area of hide and bone that I refined and molded into the shape of a loot sack with a turn of my wrist. This time I wove the bone throughout the hide and hair, thin strands connected into a hexagon lattice structure, giving the bag exceptional stability. After that, I set the incomplete bag to the side and called out, "Hey, can you get rid of all this fog?" I need to find a monster for its stone so I can pack all this away, I said, and the miles of fog cleared up almost immediately as a dull-colored magic stone rattled to my feet. I just shrugged at this since it worked for me and grabbed the stone. With a flex of my cursed energy, I drained the stone of mana that was vented out of my arm immediately afterwards. I then refined the shitty goblin stone until it was acceptable, barely, for what I needed it. I filled it with cursed energy and turned it into thread that was then woven into the lattice for a nice even coverage. As the nihilist on his deathbed says, here goes nothing. I thought with a chuckle as I took the normal loot sack technique design and exploded it. Immediately it was like the world held its breath, but there was a warmth that seemed to relax it coming from my cursed energy as the technique shifted and adapted under my will. Soon enough I was left with a shining mote of black and silver light like a small black hole between my palms that I pushed gently into the unfinished bag. The bag shook violently as the technique settled and black cursed script crawled across the surface of the bag until it settled, leaving me holding a small bag no bigger than an apple. What is that? For a moment it felt as though I was gazing upon absolute destruction and then nothing. Okairu asked as she walked up. That was space being compressed and folded to an extreme degree. It felt like destruction because if I hadn't carefully controlled it and it got loose, that is precisely what it would have caused. I, and likely about 50 or 60 miles of space in all directions from here would have spontaneously ceased to exist, erased instantly. I explained with a smile. Such is high risk for just a simple bag, she said, confused. I scoffed. There's nothing simple about this bag. Whether it is the materials or the technique used to craft it, you'll find no second person on this planet who could replicate them. Besides, I didn't do all that just to make a fancy but ordinary bag. This thing has exactly 2,000 meters squared worth of space within it. Additionally, it shrinks the things being placed within so they can fit through the mouth, observe. I said, pointing the mouth of the bag at the skull covered in hide. An intense suction force came from the bag and the skull and hide stretched and shrank as they were pulled into the bag until they were completely gone. Even that massive object took up only a fraction of the space in the bag, as the bag had over a mile of space in it. Excessive? Absolutely. But totally necessary as well, since there was a slight problem with diving the dungeon: distance. The further down you go, the bigger the floors get and the longer it takes to cross them and go further down. This was also why the Loki Familia expeditions took so long normally. Not just because of their battles along the way, but because of the sheer distance they had to travel. Some scholars theorized that based off the increase in size per floor, that at around the 80th floor the area it covered was half the continent. That was assuming the dungeon even went that deep, as nobody had even gone to the bottom and thus there was no telling. The deepest recorded floor is 71, as once reached by the Zeus and Hera Familius. Chapter 238, Triumphant Return. 969 words. The reason this has anything to do with the bag is that in order to truly explore that deep in the dungeon you needed ample resources. An amount of resources, in fact, that took up a great deal of space. I could solve the issue of water with my rings, which, believe me, drops the amount drastically, but food, materials for spot repairs, potions of the healing, antidote and mana varieties, and then room for material collection as you go. Calling it a nightmare to deal with would not be an exaggeration at all. The Loki Familia has to literally start preparing for their next expedition the moment they return from their last, due to how harsh the management of space and resources is. This had eased up considerably after I sold them some water rings, but the rest of those resources still made things hard on them. Personally, I had an advantage here in that I could refine the flesh of the monsters to give me meat in the dungeon, and I don't need antidotes or healing potions with my cursed technique and RCT. My biggest trouble is the vegetables and mana potions I'd need to bring, taking up the space I'd use to grab materials normally. Unless I wanted to carry like 12 loot sacks on me, I needed a storage device with a lot of room, which I now had. Anyways, I collected the rest of my loot from the giant and turned to leave. Okairu bowed to me deeply as I did. Fair weathers, Hero Alex, she said respectfully, and I just chuckled. The trip back to the city was smooth and easy with no surprise guests along the way. The guard saw me approach and directly waved me through past the line into the city. Perks of being famous and powerful, I suppose. The city bustled about normally as I strolled right down the streets and to the foot of Babel. The guild was nice and busy when I entered and walked past the counters towards Mardiel's office. The fat elf looked confused when I walked in. I wasn't informed Lord Arenas summoned you, he said with a deep frown. He didn't. I just got back from the dealing with the task he gave me and have a delivery for him, I said casually. Be that as it may, without word from the Lord himself I cannot allow you past, he said firmly. I casually walked up to the fat elf and looked him right in the eyes with a smile as I unleashed my bloodlust. And who's going to stop me? You? No, I don't think so. Don't reach for things beyond you, Mardial, and especially don't stand in my way. It's bad for your health. I said calmly before walking right past his desk and into the passage leading to Aurena's as the elf tried not to piss himself. The god himself was sitting on his throne conversing with Fels when I walked into the chamber. They both stopped and stared at me in surprise, and I strolled in casually. I take it the 100 Hands giant is dead then? Aurena's said as Fels cloaked themselves so I couldn't physically see them. Yep, went out nasty too. See, the dumb thing first crushed me with a palm and then had the audacity to swallow me without checking if I was actually dead first. Turns out I caused it a rather lethal case of indigestion and brain freeze. Oh right, as promised, your souvenir. I said smiling as I pulled the massive organ out of my bag, covering the entire chamber's floor with it. No idea what you wanted with it, but my job's done. I said cheerfully before leaving without letting him reject the gift. Third-person POV Aurena's chamber. Fels uncloaked and looked at the massive liver filling the floor space before looking at Aurena's himself, who looked genuinely caught between exasperation and amusement, an astonishing sight given his usually impassive expression. He's consistent in his defiance of the normal order of things if nothing else. Fels said with a hint of humor at the situation. Aurena's sighed indeed, though I will not deny this is a situation I could have avoided with a measure more tact. Have Mardial bring in some workers to section up this liver and transport it to the various alchemists in the city. Perhaps something wonderful may come of this unwanted gift in the end that way. For now, leave Alex alone and try and find a proper way to repay our debt to him. He has earned it many times over. Aurena's said before closing his eyes. Normal POV. My act of pettiness fulfilled, I was in a great mood as I headed home. I even stopped by the hostess on the way to the manor to let Freya know I was back. Please tell me you haven't totally lost it? You are grinning way too much. She said, concerned. Oh no, nothing like that. Just in a good mood is all. Killed the giant, got plenty of good loot, made a delivery, and now I get to go home and get a nice update that will probably put me within striking distance of level 6. Well, if I was a normal adventurer, that is. I said cheerfully. That's something, I suppose. You didn't actually bring the liver to Aurena's though, right? She asked, concerned, and my grin just grew. I'm sure he'll appreciate the gift. I said with a cackle. She shuddered at the thought. Good thing I try not to get on your bad side, she said seriously. Bah, I don't have a bad side. Perks of being able to shapeshift. Symmetry is my bitch. I said with a laugh. Chapter 239, Update and Processing. 956 words. I left the hostess still smiling to myself shortly after that and headed home. I was easily recognized on the street from my face tattoos, so no one dared get in my way or try to ruin my good mood. By this point, my reputation as an equal to Otter alone meant only someone suicidal would try and pick a fight with me or bother me. When I finally got home, Hestia tackled me again, clearly relieved that I was all right. There was another grand party to celebrate my return and victory over the giant that night. Name, Alexander Drake. Race, Fallen. Level, 5. Strength, 789, B. Endurance, 842, A. Agility, 714, B. Dexterity, 721, B. Magic, 1, 283, SS. Developmental skills, Cursesmith, E, Cursebody, G, Mystery, H, Rex, G. I still didn't qualify for level up, but my stats were already at the ranks where a normal adventurer would look for an opportunity. Considering that the difficulty of raising a stat grows after each new rank, the fact I had jumped 3 in all of my stats, but magic told just how much smoke the giant gave me. And you thought your momentum had stopped? Hestia said, shaking her head, already long since numb to my mind destroyingly fast growth. I meant what I said and still do. This time was an exception given what I killed. From now on it will take me much more to progress. The fact I haven't qualified for level up despite killing 2 beasts of both great power and infamy is proof enough of this fact. I said honestly as I looked over my status. So what now? Will you just disappear into the dungeon as you push as far as you can like the Loki Familia, or will you focus on crafting? She asked seriously. I'll be focusing on my crafting for now. My strength has seen great advances, so it's only natural I try and advance my crafting as well. And as fate would have it, I just so happened to have some new materials to work with that should be perfect for this. I said with a grin. You already have ideas? Ah, who am I kidding? Of course you do. Just try not to make every god in the world want to find you this time, okay? She said, and I just chuckled. No promises. It shouldn't turn out like that though, probably, maybe, kinda. I said with a laugh. I wasn't lying though, as a few of my ideas shouldn't have any troublesome bits to them at all. For example, I intended to recreate my healing coffin using the giant's bones, as its regeneration ability is absolutely of a far greater tier than the Goliath's. Another example is that I was going to purposefully damage my weapon so I could feed it some of the material from the Knuckleavian giant to make it better than ever. Other than that, I didn't have any concrete plans just yet. Some vague ones, sure, but nothing solid. Like for one, I knew I wanted to turn the Knuckleavi's materials into weapons, but the specifics of what exactly those will be is not yet set. There was also the matter of the flesh, blood and organs of the thing that I needed to hand over to Mayak to transform into potions. For the giant, I considered using its skull to upgrade my workshop, as right now it was only made of level 1 orc bones and frankly a joke to break into as a result. The skull of the giant alone was the size of the entire mansion, so after refining it a bit it would likely have way more than enough material for this project. The hide of the giant was going towards armor, however. It was already a material strong enough to take level 6 or 7 attacks before barely breaking, so after refinement I possessed literally nothing better for armor minus the draconite. Even in that material's case, it wasn't ideal for armor as it had no give and thus would get in the way of movement. With my plans set in place, I spent the next 3 days working on finally processing the materials from these two ancient calamities. That and rejecting all the gods who wanted a piece of them simply because of their historical and rarity value. The two beasts were unique as far as everyone knew, and that meant any piece of them was worth hundreds of millions of valis regardless of size. For the Knuckleavi, this wasn't a huge problem as the materials didn't take up more space than I had in my workshop and thus could be hidden there for processing. For the giant, however, I was forced to process them out in the open land of our property due to the sheer size of the stuff. No one had proven stupid enough to try and take any of the materials so far. But as for bugging me to sell some of it, well, that was a very different matter. As it turns out, no doesn't have that much stopping power when gods actually want something. Some tried seduction, others outright buying material. None wanted to accept that I simply didn't want to give away any of it. What a fucking joke. These were level 7 materials, unique ones to boot. If I could just go find another of the things to get more, I wouldn't care too much since I have plenty, but the fact was this was fucking it. There was no restocking the stores with this shit once it was gone. So as far as I was concerned, these people could all kindly fuck off before they find out how little I give a shit about their being divine beings. Chapter 240, Ancient Calamity Crafts. 1,110 words. They didn't get any choice about 5 minutes later when I erected a massive wall of ice around the property to keep them out. Finally getting some peace and quiet, I got to work blending the bone material of the skull into the walls and ceiling of my workshop. For extra safety, I even treated the whole thing like a weapon and gave it the Durandal property. Thanks to this, I could say with firm satisfaction that my workshop was nigh impenetrable now. Even after that, though, a good half the skull still existed. That was after considering the amount it shrank from refinement to boot. I didn't bother getting fancy with it and simply turned it into a house-sized block and stuffed it into the far side of my newly renovated and expanded workshop. The original workshop was more or less just the foundation as I added more material to make it bigger and sturdier. Naturally, I had to show off a little and had the entire outside walls covered in realistic depictions of all the monsters I've slain up to now. Those familiar with my statues would easily recognize the similarities as a result. The leg bones were also refined and fused with the leftover skull material, making a huge block of bone material taking up a solid quarter of my workshop now. The hide was thankfully much easier to store as once refined I just rolled it up and put it next to the bone block, barely took any room at all relatively speaking. As I said before though, the Knuckleavi's materials I could refine and store in my previous workshop. The poison was jarred carefully, the blades and bones refined and turned into ingots. The flesh, organs and blood were sectioned up and ready for Mayak. The stones of both the Knuckleavian giant were the most annoying, however, as they were ridiculously powerful. My current conversion devices simply worked too fucking slow on them. That didn't even begin to cover the giant stone that was the size of a fucking house that not only had a massive amount of energy in it but was also too big to be converted by the devices. I certainly wasn't going to do it manually as that was more than enough mana to cause me to explode from the attempt. In the end I had to create a couple of new devices that just bled off the mana into the atmosphere without converting it to cursed energy. As a positive note of this, the mana concentration of the property was sky high, making those that used the stuff recover from training faster than normal. The plants in the garden were frankly thrilled about it too, as they grew brighter and more vibrant. Naturally, the mana density in the air would slowly leave through the hole in the barrier, but it would take years at least with so much. With the stones now bled of all their mana, I now had to fill them with cursed energy. This was going to be a slow process, to be honest, as I just didn't have nearly enough in my own internal reservoir to do it at once. For the Nuka-Lavi it wasn't so bad since my full amount filled it a quarter of the way, but for the giant stone my full amount was at most a single % of the total needed. I could only sigh about it and steel myself to drinking several mana potions to fill both stones up in a few days. My current regeneration of cursed energy was about 4 to 5 times a day without potions and 10 to 12 with them. I filled the Nuka-Lavi stone by the end of the day, but the next 10 days after that I felt absolutely wrung out and almost spiritually sore from the potion abuse. Finally though, the giant stone was done and I could move on to the actual fun part of all this, crafting. Admittedly, I didn't actually need the stones at the moment, but I'd rather have them ready and not need them than not ready when I did. Anyways, I stripped off an inch-thick plate of the giant's bone and with a shake of my hand shaped it into the familiar coffin shape that my previous healing coffin had. I sought out Cassandra to once again use her healing magic as I worked to imbue the new coffin with as much healing and regenerative ability as I could, even stuffing RCT positive energy in there. When I was finally done, the coffin literally glowed a bright white color and had such a potent healing ability that I had to store it on a special stone floor because it made killing any weeds near it impossible. To really test it, I beat Bell within an inch of his life in a spar before tossing him in the coffin and waiting. It worked great as he was hale and hearty not more than 15 minutes later. I was almost tempted to use the thing at that point to improve the endurance stats of the others, but Hestia told me no. Apparently traumatizing your familia in the name of progress was unacceptable, sigh. Ethically dubious stat grinding methods aside, the new healing coffin was a great boon to us. I got to work on my next project after that in the form of the Nuka-Lavi weapon. It took me a bit to hammer out what exactly I wanted and from that the best way to handle the creation. I chose in the end to make a sort of set instead of a single thing as it simply fit the best. First I took some of the giant hide and shaped it into a single plain glove that I then with great effort coated the fingertips in thin draconite. I then stuffed on durability properties and poison resistance in particular. Finally I got to the real meat of the set and took some of the bone material of the Nuka-Lavi and shaped it into a small rectangular form that was hollow inside. I then got to work on a set of 10 Sinbon or combat needles out of the beast's blade. I specifically made sure to focus all my attention on making these needles not only carry and generate the beast's own toxin but fused in other toxic monster parts to make it even more toxic. I then created a technique on the box and needles so that the needles would always teleport back into the box once the last one struck anything. Chapter 241, Ancient Calamity Crafts, 2. 985 words. Adding on some durability properties to the individual Sinbon as well as piercing properties, and finally the thing was finished. Maybe to some people they'd find this outcome disappointing given the power of the Nuka-Lavi's materials and their potential, but I didn't. Sure, I could have made something that fully unleashed the Calamity's power upon the world, but I didn't want that. I wanted a powerful weapon against its user's enemies, and only the enemies. So that is what I made. To a living thing the toxins would be devastating. To the environment though? Next to harmless thanks to how focused the toxins are. Perhaps you could taint a water source and the surrounding area if you were to leave the Sinbon in it, but that is what the teleportation technique is for. Unless you were willing to render the weapon useless to taint an area the moment the last Sinbon is used, all of them return to the box and their influence on the surroundings stop. This minimizes the collateral damage while not taking away from the weapon's lethality. I even took the safety of the user in mind by coating the fingertips of the gloves for the set in draconite. Thanks to this, the user wouldn't need to worry about the toxins soaking into their fingertips when they threw the Sinbon. A nice, neat, ridiculously lethal package deal. And when I say lethal, I fucking mean lethal. The sheer toxic potency of those Sinbon are enough that I was fairly certain even the giant would have begged for death if struck by them. Think rapid necrosis, but like 1,000 times more aggressive, and you'd have an idea what getting hit with one of these would be like. I set the set aside for now to move on to my next project, armor. Taking a piece of the giant's hide from the roll, I pushed my technique to its limit to fully refine it the best I could. I especially emphasized the durability and elasticity of the hide when I did this. I traded some hardness for this, but it was still acceptable for me. I needed both stopping power and mobility for a truly perfect armor. A lot of people misunderstand and think you just need a stiff hard material to cover your whole body to be best protected. Those people are wrong. A good armor needs defense and durability of course, but there is more than that. It needed to let you move as freely as possible and have enough give that you don't get effectively tossed about inside of it. Armor needed to deform when hit, as this lessened the amount of force transmitted into the wearer. It was the same way most cars back on Earth were designed to crumple on impact. This helped lessen the amount of force that the person in said car was exposed to. Anyways, I wanted my armor to deform on hit but never be punctured. It was far easier for an adventurer to survive being pushed incredibly hard than it was to survive a new hole being opened up in their chest. This armor wasn't for me, so this point stood irrefutable. I was an anomaly, since even crushing my body to paste as the giant had was nothing more than an inconvenience so long as my head and cursed energy remained intact. Even decapitating me wouldn't work, as I could just reattach it. Nothing short of completely destroying my head or exhausting my cursed energy would be able to kill me. I suppose soul-based destruction would also work, but things that did that were even rarer than hen's teeth. Anyways, the point is I frankly didn't even need armor for anything but my head. This set of armor was meant for Belle and wouldn't be unique, as I'll make one for each of my familia members. Each armor will be slightly different however, as each person's role was different. For Belle, the armor was going to be flexible and sturdy so he could go as fast as he liked while well protected. Creating this armor was a simple matter, as I literally measured each and every member of my familia in secret with my technique. I knew literally every detail of their bodies down to the longest and shortest hairs on them. I was a professional and kept the naughty bits of that particular information strictly relevant to the fit of the gear. For Daphne and Welf, their armors were similar to Belle's, with Welf's being a little stiffer and less flexible as he wasn't acrobatic in how he fought. Lily was the only one to receive an armor that could be said to be unreasonably stiff in all but the joints. There was no helping it really, as the way she used her magic to turn into metal meant she was a straight-up tank despite her petite appearance. Her role in the party was being a wall that soaked up attacks while literally throwing her weight around. She didn't use any weapons because once transformed her body was a weapon. Her torso a shield while her hands were axes and hammers. In a manner of speaking, her magic was similar to my own curse technique but far more limited. It was limited to only her and couldn't let her heal herself or really shapeshift her body too far. But so long as the volume and shape of the thing she was transforming into wasn't too different than her original one, she could become anything. That didn't apply on a material level originally, but I created a way for her to change materials as well, so her magic went from assassin adjacent to straight up tank. Thanks to this though, she only needed armor for when she wasn't transformed, as otherwise she was next to invulnerable. Chapter 242, Going Deep. 966 words. Matching sets? Really? Daphne asked sarcastically as she saw the armors. First of all, yes. And secondly, they are made of hide taken from the 100 Hands giant, so be fucking grateful. Anyone else want to put their foot in their mouth, or will you take the armor and say thank you like good children? I said with a raised eyebrow. Thank you. The others said simultaneously as they took their armors. I shot Daphne a smug look at this and she just rolled her eyes at me but thanked me anyways. Hard to believe these are made from the hide of that monster. At first glance they just look like normal leather armors. Welf said as he examined the armors seriously. That's intentional. Anyone not in the know might look at you all in them and think they aren't anything special, thus reducing the risk of them trying to rob you for wearing treasures so openly. I said proudly. And those in the know? Ophelia asked curiously. Depends on a few things actually. Common sense stuff mostly, like if you think fighting them is hopeless, just give them up. I'd prefer you all survive than to worry about the loss of the armors. If they intend to kill you for them though, and you don't think you can win a fight, run. The armors should stop even a level 6's strike, so just protect your head and try to escape. If that's impossible, fight to the death, and no, I will burn their familia to the ground when I find them. As for those you think you can handle, just fucking kill them or knock them out and be done with it, I don't care. I said seriously. What about calling for backup? Welf asked with a frown. I shook my head, not likely to work. I'll be deep diving here soon and probably won't be anywhere near fast enough to reach you on a higher floor from there. I said honestly. Shouldn't you wait for things to settle down before doing that? Daphne asked with a frown. You don't seem to get it. There is no settling down from this. At least not for fucking months at the very least. We are in the position where we are too powerful to touch but simultaneously weak enough that we are a juicy target. The fact that I alone am more or less tied with Otter for the position of strongest adventurer in the city gives us a huge amount of weight. The problem is that Belle's only level 4 and the rest of you aren't even close to 4. Hell, 2 of us are only level 1 and 2 more level 2. We are woefully lopsided unlike all the other familias. Recruiting more people won't solve this either, as this is a problem of time rather than numbers. I said seriously. That doesn't explain why you can't just wait. Welf pointed out. It's not that I can't wait, it's that I refuse to wait that long. Maybe you think it's selfish, but I refuse to put my own growth on pause without a damn good reason. The greed and envy of others aren't things I can control. You think that stuff just goes away over time? No, it sits just beneath the surface until the right moment comes and it can be fulfilled. Unless I just put my own growth on hold indefinitely to protect all of you, the moment an opportunity shows up they will strike. I said firmly. Damned if you do and damned if you don't then. Ophelia said gravely. Yup. Still, if it helps, no one without a death wish would dare to actually kill any of you even if I am not here. The whole point in attacking you to get your gear is rendered pointless if I just show up shortly afterward and take it back while slaughtering the entire familia involved. At least if they let you live I might just take the gear back and return the favor, but if they killed any of you there's not a fucking chance of that. I said with a shrug. You seem way too calm about the idea of revenge killing an entire familia. Welf said with a disturbed expression. I shrugged. Comes with the territory. As captain of the familia I have to think about how to respond to different situations we as a familia may encounter. As it turns out, overwhelming violence solves most of them. Convenient, isn't it? I said casually. They didn't argue the point, as I wasn't wrong. Truly, the philosophy that if violence doesn't solve most of your problems you aren't using enough was wonderful. Nobody tried anything over the next few days as I worked to stock up on a lot of supplies to delve as deep as possible. I did end up putting trackers in the armors anyways, since it wouldn't do if the potential thieves holed up while I searched for them for as long as that took. Really, just following the trackers to find them was the best option here. Still, time waits for no one, and right at the dawn of the first day of another month I set off for the dungeon. The depths were calling my name and I was more than happy to answer. Passing through the first few floors were easy as I speed ran way to the exits and soon reached the 16th floor. The Goliath was still on cooldown, so I couldn't kill it and moved on. I didn't stop in Riveria and headed through the Great Tree Labyrinth and to the Water Palace. From there I followed the flowing water to the Great Fall and backflipped off that bitch. Chapter 243, Going Deep, 2. 991 words. I fell completely freely as I didn't even bother controlling it until I was approaching the Great Lake and used a burst of flame to straighten out before I slipped below the surface with a splash face first. The cool water was satisfying against my skin, and with a kick of my legs I shot up and through the surface of the water. I flexed my energy and iced over the entire lake in an instant before making my way to its edge that led further down into the dungeon. Amphisbaena was also out of commission as it had been killed by the Loki familia not long ago as they went on their own expedition. Otherwise I would have killed it myself to collect its stone at the very least. As for the other parts one could get from it, I frankly didn't need any at the moment as I hadn't gone through the ones I got from killing it previously. The 28th floor was known as the Undergarden and is basically a field of flowers covering the whole floor like a massive elven garden. It was also a safe zone. The 29th to 32nd floors are called the Jungle Ravine as they are covered in tall jungle-like trees and differs from the Tree Labyrinth because of the level 3 dinosaur-type monsters that fill it. Bloodsaurus that were 5-meter-tall bipedal red-skinned T-Rex-looking things that had no fear of death and were territorial as fuck. Terrorwings that were large swooping pteranodon-like monsters with literal razor-sharp wings. Scavers that were small predatory little fucks that were seemingly timid as they ran away from adventurers only to actually lead them into ambushes. The most feared was the tyrants though, that were massive T-Rex-like things with dark skin covered in bone plates and breathed fire. For some reason there was only ever one alive at a time, and they were nightmares to deal with for most adventurers because they hunted by setting the jungle around them aflame. It was also the resident level 4 monster on the floor, and not one at the lower end of that spectrum either. This wasn't a wide selection of new monsters, but all of them were level 3 minimum and towards the top of that level at that. Add on the fact that aside from the tyrant all the others were in copious amounts on the floor, and you'd see why people didn't solo past the Water Palace floors without an overwhelming level advantage. The average level 4 could handle maybe 2 or 3 of any of these at once relatively easily, but 7? 9? 12? No, they'd be worn down and killed. Even level 5s would need to be on their toes here and further if they were alone. Well, most 5s that is. These things came at me and I swatted them like bugs, barely an inconvenience really. There was no point in even exploring this set of floors as unlike the Great Tree Labyrinth there were no real valuable resources here beyond the stuff dropped by the monsters. Ironically, it was thanks to the tyrants that this set of floors was the most well-mapped of all as the things burnt down the trees exposing the full size and shape of the floor in the process. Supposedly there was also a super monster that had once been summoned into existence on the 30th floor that wiped out all but one of the Astria Familia at the time. The details were scarce though on it as only Ryu from the hostess had seen the thing and might know how to summon it but for obvious reasons she didn't talk about it. The funny thing is that most people didn't even realize she was one of the few blacklisted adventurers who were still around. The reason she was blacklisted was simply because she once killed a god. The death of her familia had led her on an extermination mission where she killed a lot of people before the crusade ended with the death of the god whose familia was responsible for her own destruction. Still, the super monster was only a brief thought of mine as I moved through these floors killing anything that got in my way. The materials weren't worth the effort of refining as they were no better than anything I already had but the stones I took as I could never have enough level 3 stones. I didn't run into a tyrant so that was a slight disappointment but I just shrugged and moved on to the next biome floor set of the dungeon. Arguably the most annoying as well, floors 33 to 36. Immediately entering these floors, I felt the difference was beyond visual. The air of these floors was hot and dry with the heat radiating not only from the false sun above but the dense yellow sand below. Yes, these floors were straight-up deserts floors and the monsters that lived here were annoying little shits that ambushed you from below the sands. Those monsters didn't even have names because they were never truly seen in their entirety. Merely the parts that shot out to attack were. They were just collectively called sandlurkers as a result. I wasn't terribly interested in them myself as nothing that refused to fully show itself and merely proved more annoying than dangerous to the average party that reached this far down was worth my attention. No, my real focus was on the massive red false sun crystal that sat miles up on the floor's ceiling and was the source of the heat that filled the floor. Such a material would likely prove an excellent material for flame-attributed equipment. Maybe I'd even be able to make a staff capable of using my full flames power again finally. Chapter 244, Sandy Times. 982 words. I shot up into the air using my flames and went higher and higher as the temperature rose dramatically the closer I got to the giant crystal. When I actually arrived it was as though I was standing in an oven. The light and heat coming off the crystal was intense but I ignored that and stretched out my hand to rest it on the crystal surface. For the first time in quite some time I felt an intense gaze fall on me as the dungeon itself seemed almost nervous at what I was doing. Easy there, I'm only taking a small amount not destroying it. I said seriously and the gaze seemed to ease at that and fade away. I did as I said and used my technique to take off a chunk roughly the size of me which was barely anything given the sheer size of the thing. Once removed from the hole the chunk I had cooled dramatically and reduced its glow to an almost soft red from the harsh shine it had before. I let my flames die down to take me down to the sands slowly as I simultaneously refined the crystal as much as I could. After reducing its size by half roughly, I could refine it no further which told me this was a high-level material. No wonder the dungeon was nervous. Creating so much of a resource like that couldn't be easy for it. Repairing it after it was destroyed probably wouldn't be either. I thought noting that down for later. Most knowledge of the dungeon was only gained accidentally or through long research of it and even then the secrets of the thing were myriad and indecipherable. Learning about the dungeon even in a small way like this is valuable and worth it. My unique relationship made it easier to learn about the dungeon but still a fairly slow process. The greatest discovery of mine so far was when I learned how monsters were formed by it. I almost died after fucking around with that process but I still learned it. Now I learned that the dungeon was especially protective of certain material structures it made at great difficulty. This discovery helped me understand why sometimes the dungeon's reaction to damage varied from the usual. Small damages were easy to repair so it either wouldn't respond at all or would merely send some extra monsters to chase away the problem. If the damage was much bigger however the dungeon would create monster hordes to drown everything in fang and claw in that area. I didn't doubt at all that if I had truly gone ahead and destroyed that crystal I would not be having a good time right now. Not to mention it would sour the all-in-all decent enough relationship I have with the dungeon. After all even Aurenas had confirmed the dungeon treated me with both exasperation and fondness. Compared to literally everyone else that set me apart is probably the only person who wasn't straight up hated or treated with cold indifference. I might be a tad insane, but even I could understand not fucking that up if I didn't need to. Anyways, I put away the chunk of crystal in my loot sack without landing on the sand and instead leaned forward and blasted forward with my flames to fly quickly across the floor without setting foot on the sands below. The next 2 floors I repeated this process of collecting a bit of crystal before crossing the desert sands. Floor 36, however, was a sort of peaceful zone at the end of this desert-designed labyrinth. Unlike the harsh light of the above floors, this one's was lit as though at night time, and like any true desert, the night cycle was bitterly cold. Monsters still spawned in on this floor, but there was an oasis of water and a few plants at its center that most parties would stop at to rest, as no monster spawned there specifically, and if anything avoided the place. Clearly there was something special about the place, and I intended to find out what. With my flight speed using my flames even at a leisurely pace, I reached the oasis and landed smoothly. The trees here were the coconut-producing sort and even had a few of the fruit on them, while the other plants were just normal desert ferns. The water of the pond was clean and see-through all the way to the bottom, nothing special. I crouched down and pressed my finger into the sand before closing my eyes and activating my technique. Immediately I perceived the area of several dozen meters in all directions, even as the dungeon itself settled its gaze on me warningly. I could see why it did so too, as below the sand of the pond's water lay a very unique sight. It was a monster corpse about the size of a green dragon that looked vaguely like a scorpion but stretched, distorted almost. All along the carapace of this not scorpion, however, was strange script that made my cursed energy quicken as though excited. The dungeon's gaze grew much heavier as I pushed my perception to the limit to thoroughly expose these characters. Once I had them, I moved to shape the sands above the ground to copy them. The dungeon seemed almost relieved when I did this as its gaze lessened. It seemed content to merely let me make my copy so long as I didn't disturb the corpse. I found it odd that the dungeon was so intent on preserving this singular corpse rather than reabsorbing it like most others, but I suppose it didn't matter really. Soon enough I had all the characters from the script copied to perfection on the sands and cancelled my technique. Chapter 245, Deep Floors. 1056 words. From there I stood up and walked to the nearest tree. Placing my hand on the thing and a flex of my power later, I had a sheet of fine quality paper. I walked back over to the scrawl on the sand and began to copy it now in small print on the paper. Even still, it took the entire front and back of the paper to copy it all. It was a strange language of gashes and jagged dots that seemed to have no real order to it, but still made my cursed energy excited. I put away the paper as this was neither the time or place to test what the individual characters meant or even possibly did. I decided to relax now, since tomorrow I'd be delving even deeper into the dungeon. What came after this was officially the deep floors, with the White Palace starting at floor 37. This is an area that level 4 monsters mostly populate, and as a result you have to be at minimum level 4 to be useful here. The floor is one massive one split up in a maze-like way, with the center being the Colosseum that Yados, the next monster Rex of the dungeon, spawns in. This area is considered the most dangerous if you aren't careful or very powerful, because the numbers of the monsters here never decrease. You can't just clear an area of monsters, catch your breath and move on. The monsters on this floor constantly spawn in to refill the lost numbers. For anyone else this was a nightmare, but for me? An all-you-can-eat smoke buffet. My gut told me the dungeon probably wouldn't take this so kindly if I stayed too long gorging myself on the Spartoi, Paluda, Skull Sheep, Wormwell, Barbarian, Lizardman Elite, Obsidian Soldier, Loup-Garou, Ooze, and of course Yados. Spartoi were standard fantasy fare skeletons, weapons included, but as strong as a high 3 or low 4. Paluda were a thin green dragon-type monster with an incredibly nasty poison in its porcupine-like back barbs that is next to impossible to cure without specialized treatment or a unicorn horn. Skull Sheep were basically long sheep-type monsters made entirely of bones and covered in dark tattered skin from its back like a cloak that makes it hard to tell how it's going to attack, as all you see in the dim light is the skull floating there. Wormwell, or Lambton as many nickname the things, were massive rare snake-type monsters over 5 meters tall and twice that long. It has 3 sets of amber-colored eyes and it can swallow an orc whole by opening its mouth fully. It's a level 4 monster that relies not on sight but heat sensing to hunt. Its most valuable and or annoying feature is it can dig between floors, meaning while rare it has been known to pop up on higher floors, wiping out under-leveled adventurers in the process. Barbarians are kinda like the Minotaur's bigger, more naturally gifted cousin, as they stand 2 meters tall, have 2 curved horns, yellow eyes, black skin, and red hair. Naturally, they are also as strong as a high 3 or low 4. Lizardman elites are basically the lizardman's version of hobgoblins, Nuff said. Obsidian soldiers were basically golems, though misshapen humanoid things made of obsidian and hardened lava with a single purple light in a hole at the center of its face and the annoying ability to weaken any magic used on it and tank hits like a champ. Loup-garou are tall muscular humanoid creatures with wolf heads that use tools and their high agility to fight. The crazy part is that of all monsters recorded to have been on the surface, these fuckers are attributed with the most casualties, as they raided settlements at night in numbers to kill anyone and everyone they could. Next up is another classic fantasy staple, the ooze or slime, depending on your preference. Unlike the trope where these things would be cannon fodder, however, these ones were lethal and damn good at killing unfortunate or careless adventurers. They are slow and come in various colors that all have their own unique flavors of bad for your health. Yellow oozes are acid as all hell, which, added on to the fact the only way to kill them is with magic or attacking their stone cores, means they are the #1 cause of fucked up weapons in this layer of the dungeon. Blue ones are fond of waiting on the walls for careless fuckers to pass by before dropping on and infiltrating their body through any hole they find. Rated in the top 5 worst ways to die in the dungeon, by the way. The red ones are highly flammable and use that property offensively with their innate fire magic to douse poor fuckers in slime and light them up. The green ones are the blandest and most basic of the lot, and the white are healer types for other monsters. A fun fact is that each and every one of their slimes are used in potions or crafting, with the blue slime even being drinkable after boiling, though the taste is not great, I'm told. Finally, there's Yudos himself. Well, it is a giant fucking skeleton, so no gender, but it's usually said in the male, so may. Anyways, yeah, it's basically a giant skeleton torso sticking out the ground of the Colosseum, standing like 10 or 15 meters tall. It uses its arms to attack or summons these sort of black bone spears from the ground that are quite nasty if not dodged. As one Ace Wallenstein discovered when she chose to solo it at level 5, the monster upgrades itself with a massive fucking sword if challenged alone. The guild theorizes that all monster Rexes might have a secret trigger like this that only activates when a specific condition is fulfilled. For Amphis Baena, it's merely being spawned in, as it can move between the floors of the Water Palace level. For the Goliath, it hasn't been figured out yet, and the same is true for the Baylor, though that's mostly because few people challenge that, as it's a solid level 7 monster Rex. Chapter 246, White Palace. 997 words. After a quiet night of rest at the Oasis, I set off for the stairs, heading down into the 37th floor. The stone walls and steps of those stairs were all a pale chalky white, which was the reason the floor got its name, apparently. The floor itself was shaped in a series of circles with maze-like paths all through it, leading both to and from the center of the floor where Yudos waited. Even just stepping out onto the floor, there was 8 or 9 paths I could choose from, with one of them being marked by adventurers as the main path to and from the center. The dungeon tended to leave signs like this alone for some reason, as even monsters ignored them. I didn't follow that path though, as I was here to gather as much smoke as the dungeon would allow me before moving on, and with Yudos dead from the Loki Familia murdering it, that meant these small fry would have to do. My first batch of prey consisted of 3 skull sheep and 2 barbarians. I didn't bother fighting them as there'd be no challenge in it for me. I simply looked at them and flexed my energy. The next second the entire hallway was covered in ice with 5 new frozen sculptures standing in it. I casually walked over to them and refined the choice bits on them, the sheep cloaks, barbarian horns and eyes, before shattering the sculptures with a casual wave of my hand. I collected my spoils and smoke before continuing on my way. I spent the next 5 hours slaughtering the monsters of this floor with a numb boredom. There was no challenge here, no worthy opponent to make my blood boil. I even considered forcefully creating a variant just for some excitement, but knew it wouldn't work, as variants born on this floor all die from overwhelming numbers before they can grow strong enough to be entertaining. Not to mention, I honestly wasn't impressed with these monsters in any regard enough to deem them worth spending the time and effort needed to manually grow them out. At best it might be interesting to create a variant slime, but even that would be laughably easy to kill. Slimes were simple creatures where size determined their power. A variant slime would likely be just a massive slow-moving target with a weakness to magic. The second option was the golems, but those were only interesting because they excelled as tanks. They weakened magic and could take hits, but that was frankly it. They were all, besides their slightly differing shapes, a copy of each other with near identical strength and speed. My smoke and material stockpile rose continually, but I felt no real joy from it, as the process was just boring. I only felt a tiny flicker of excitement when I reached the Colosseum battleground with the army of Spartoi killing each other, but after wiping it out with a wave of my hand, that died. Even with the vast amount of smoke that slaughter earned me, there was just nothing to be excited about. This outcome was no surprise. As I thought, however, the dungeon gave me a slight warning with its gaze after I cleared out the battleground around the Colosseum. To my surprise, however, it chose to compromise rather than just shoo me deeper into it. From the Colosseum's floor, a massive white skeleton rose with two ram-like horns curled at the side of its skull. In its right hand, a colossal black longsword that was actually quite elegant in its design was held. It was all one piece of material, with the blade being shaped like four long ovals being joined end to end, with the final of them having a pointed end. There was no guard either, almost making the sword look like a giant ornate needle. For the first time in this entire trip through this floor, I grinned in eagerness as I blasted towards the mutant monster Rex. I drew my weapon mid-flight as the Yados swung its blade fiercely at me. Boom! The air shook as our weapons clashed, and I was even slightly pushed back from the extra oomph the Yados had due to its size. Otherwise, we were roughly equal in terms of pure strength. I didn't turn to my flames or ice yet though, as I wanted to know if this thing was skilled with that blade or brute forcing it. I landed on the floor of the Colosseum and leaned forward as I charged the bony giant with my weapon held ready in a sideways stance for a swing. The Yados didn't disappoint and lashed out with the blade's tip in an even perfect horizontal swipe exactly at the 3 feet height needed to bisect me, not an inch more or less. Once more our weapons clashed and I lost again from the extra momentum pushing me back. I didn't forget my curse techniques but chose to clash a few more times with the monster Rex physically just to get my blood warmed up. Still, if I actually wanted to win, I needed to use my techniques as well. On the next clash of our weapons, I sent ice rapidly creeping down the blade of the sword and onto the wrist and arm of the monster. To my surprise, however, the monster roared and crimson energy rose from its bones, shattering my ice and sending me flying into the Colosseum wall with a loud boom. I repaired the damage to my body from that unexpected and sudden jump in force, sending me into the now very much crumbling wall. The dust cleared as wind pressure from the roiling energy of the monster Rex blasted it away, and I saw it fully. The white bones seemed almost metallic as they gleamed, and crimson blood-like misty energy radiated off them. Chapter 247, Satisfaction. 1101 words. Let's fucking go. I yelled in excitement as I activated my buffing curse technique and unleashed my flames. The red mist around the bones of the Yados kept my flames in check but were being consumed rapidly as the giant skeleton two-handed the sword and chopped down at me aggressively. I cackled madly as I swung my weapon up to counter. The impact of our weapons clashing ripped apart the air and shattered the floor of the Colosseum. I was pressed down but refused to fully bend my knees as I roared and pushed up against the massive blade. With a massive strain on myself, I managed to reverse the blade a tiny amount and used that leeway to shift it to the side and destroy my footing as I stomped to launch myself at the open skeleton. The monster tried to move its arms back to block me, but its size proved detrimental here as I reached its ribcage before it could, and with an erasure-coated edge of my weapon slashed through 5 of its ribs before it batted me to the side with a roar of anger and pain. The beast slammed its left hand into the ground and many dark bone-like spears began to rise from the floor in an attempt to impale me as I was being sent into another wall. I couldn't dodge the spikes and they tore into me, ravaging my insides as the momentum was forcefully stopped by the pointy bits now deep in my guts. I coughed out blood as it pooled in my lungs but used my technique to retrieve it and slip off the spikes as I repaired my body. That fucking hurt, I said with a laugh as I shot back towards the beast without hesitation. The monster Rex couldn't perform those wide dramatic swings with 5 of its ribs on a single side no longer in solid state, as doing so would pull them apart and even put stress on the rib above the topmost one. The beast would recover in time, but it didn't have the ridiculous level of regeneration that the Goliath or giant had. It would need at least a day or two at most to recover fully, and it wasn't exactly in a position to do so at the moment. Still, even if it couldn't put its full force behind it, the beast still swung the blade at me fiercely enough. I swung out my own weapon and grinned even wider as my own strength overpowered its strike without me losing ground. My flames surged as well as I pumped more energy into them and started pushing back the red mist. I was fairly certain if the thing could, it would be sweating heavily at this point. I knew for a fact that those flames were not pleasant to even be near, much less when you were actively fighting them off. I took one step followed by another as my weapon grinded along the edge of the sword that tried and failed to press me down. With each step I focused more and more energy into my flames, and the monster finally realized it wasn't winning this and turned desperate for survival, or at least to take me with it. Frantic strikes with the blade, its free hand, and even those spikes, but I deflected it all or simply walked off the damage as my flames grew more and more intense, pushing the red mist closer and closer to the bones. It was fun while it lasted, I said with a smile as I moved my hands into position and sealed the fate of the monster domain expansion, Forge of the Fallen. I said, and my domain stretched out under me. The flames around the monster grew to a fever pitch and the beast screamed as the domain's effect got to work as I began to forge it. Each piece of bone being refined with each strike my weapon made to the anvil's face. The monster screamed and lashed out violently, but I took its sword and arms first. Then its spine and ribs before finally the stone. Before I released my domain, the screaming visage of the Yados appeared next to the Amphasbana and Nukkalevi on the wall. There was nothing but silence when my domain shrank away like no more than mere illusion. I smiled and packed away my spoils before cheerfully heading for the next floor. None of the now respawning Spartoi moved to attack me as I left the area, and I reached the stairs to the 38th floor without issue. This floor was one of recovery and peace, as it was a cool floor with shallow pools of water across it like many mirrors reflecting the tiny star-like glittering crystals of the ceiling. There were no monsters on this floor or the one after it, as they were both a sort of conjoined safe zone area after the high-intensity area of the 37th floor. These floors were called the underbridge because every monster after this point required one to either be in a massive group or be at minimum a peak level 4 or new 5. The 40th to 43rd floors had the same selection of monsters as the 37th, but beefed up to peak level 4 levels of power, and since monsters tend to be stronger than adventurers at the same point, the necessity was obvious. The amount of monsters were more reasonable though, so at least there was that. When you got to the 44th floor, however, things got messy. There was only one species of monster native to that floor, though monsters from the previous floors did descend to it: flame rocks. These fuckers were 3-meter-tall rock monsters with a very important trait to remember: they were explosive. That's right, these damned things needed to be killed very carefully or quickly, or they detonate in grand explosions like a brick of dynamite, taking out any and everything within its radius. If you managed to kill them before that though, then you were all but guaranteed a material known as kanseki. This shit was literally portable explosives, the unstable kind to boot. You drop it, it goes boom. You hit it, it goes boom. You use magic near it and guess motherfucking what, it goes boom. It's typically ground up extremely carefully, as the dust is used by craftsmen to make their forges burn way hotter for a short time. Chapter 248, Through the Fire. 994 words. Personally, I had no use for the stuff, but I did have a normal craftsman in my familia, so I chose to be nice and grab some kanseki while I was here. First though, I stopped and made camp to eat and rest after that satisfying fight. While I was waiting for the soup to boil, I called Hestia on my coin. Alex? You must have reached a safe zone. How far down are you anyways? She asked curiously. 39th at the moment. Had a nice fight with an Yados and thought to stop and rest before I go further. Gotta be nice and fresh for my date with Baylor after all. I said with a chuckle. Of course you'd go after the monster everyone else avoids. Everything is fine with the others so far, but as expected, a few attempts to break in have happened. I still can't believe you made a door that eats fingers. That thing gives me nightmares, she said through the chatterbox on her end. I just laughed at that, though thieves always have more courage when the master is away from the house. They'll give up soon enough once they realize how useless it is. Well, that or do something really stupid, I said with a shrug. Belle and the others almost got robbed when they went to the dungeon. The 15th floor. They handled it, she added, and I just chuckled. They aren't as weak as they first appear. No simple ambush will work on them unless they are massively outgunned. I said, not surprised by the result at all. I still don't like it. Why should we have to deal with this nonsense? She said, aggrieved. We grew too fast and are too lopsided. I am second at most to only Otter as far as everyone is concerned, but the second strongest in the familia is Belle, who is only level 4 and even then only as strong as a peak 4 at most. The sheer gap between the two strongest members of the familia makes us uniquely vulnerable when I am not around, I said with a shrug. It still sucks, she said, annoyed. I don't disagree, but it is what it is. All we can do is hope it will get better as we get more people and enough time passes, I said honestly. I said my goodnight after that as the food was done and got to work downing the whole pot of soup. At my level of endurance, even boiling soup was at most hot enough to sting a bit when being eaten, though I did let it cool first since there was no rush. It wasn't anything to write home about, as it was just water, some vegetable powder and a few chunks of battleboar meat left to boil. A simple but hearty meal that was perfect for traveling or camping out in the dungeon. After eating, I went to sleep with the soundless numb of the dungeon keeping me company. The next morning I packed up my camp and headed for the 40th floor. I briefly stopped to kill a few dozen fire rocks while I headed for the next biome on the 44th floor and collected the kanseki to give to Welf when I returned. The other monsters, while stronger than their floor 37 counterparts, were still pathetically weak and not worth my trouble beyond their smoke and magic stone. When I stepped out onto the 44th floor and felt that raw, almost volcanic heat bath my face, I merely shook my head at the familiarity. This floor and all the way down to the 48th floor are a volcanic red stone with many blackened cracks radiating red heat and light eerily. The monsters here were the same as the previous couple floors until you got to the 48th floor, where a chance of foamwars showing up becomes possible. These things were basically the standard satanic goatman creatures, but without wings. They had a humanoid torso with goat legs and a ram's head. Their bodies were covered in brown fur, and they tended to operate in herds of at least 5. They were rather special, however, in that they were the only monsters that spawned on the 49th floor with the Baylor and even served the thing as its minions/disposable pawns. This was a bit odd in my opinion, since the Baylor was a giant demon-type monster like an imp given steroids and made 20 meters tall. It was also a genuine level 7 monster Rex to boot and ranked right on up there with the Knuckleavian giant in terms of power. Coincidentally, it was also my target for this particular dive, as it was strong enough to give me a true challenge, but weak enough I should have much risk in killing it. The Baylor was also a bit unique as it possessed a crowd control type magic. This was why the Loki Familia never fought it in truth. From what I've gathered, its magic is of the rare passive type that doesn't need manual activation. What it does is create a sweltering heat in its little arena that anyone below level 5 has no hope of surviving more than a few minutes in. The range of this effect is also so wide that even using long-range magic won't help, as it pushes you past the arena it waits in. This left teamwork-based Familia like the Loki Familia in the awkward position where they simply lack the numbers of fighters needed to gang up on the thing and kill it without paying a heavy cost. I didn't blame them for this, as they chose that route, so that was their weakness, a logical problem. In my case as a solo diver, it was the opposite. If I got in trouble, I had no help. Chapter 249, Fire vs. Ice. 1004 words. Through the 4 floors with the normal monsters, I went without any trouble at all. I spent slightly longer on the 48th floor as I was studying the foamwars, since there was very little information available on them since they rarely were seen. They were level 4 monsters and stood 3 meters tall with their almost satanic forms. They weren't anything special though, as besides their ability to shrug off high temperatures, they relied on their fists and numbers for attacking. I refined a dozen of their hides to turn into heat-resistant armor later, but otherwise paid them no special attention. Finally, I stepped onto the 49th floor that was just a massive wasteland of empty volcanic rock. The heat was quite high, but nothing I couldn't handle easily. In the distance, oddly off to the side of the chamber, was a massive protrusion of jagged red rock circling an area that I knew to be the location of my target for this delve. I didn't rush to meet the monster Rex in glorious battle, but walked the way there so I'd be in peak condition when I arrived. It took me a couple hours given the sheer size of the floor, but I arrived as the jagged passage leading to the Baylor that radiated an intense heat much higher than that of the floor's ambient temperature. The arena of the Baylor was a set of circular spiked stones curled inwards like cruel seats. In the center was the black scorched rock that the beast stood upon, waiting for its challenger. The Baylor itself stood 20 meters tall with a body not much different from an imp's. Its legs were reverse jointed. Its torso and arms humanoid and rippling with powerful muscles. Its head with 2 demonic slitted eyes with black sclera and red irises and smooth curled horns and pointed ears. A mouth with thin sharp lips that concealed rows of razor-sharp teeth. On its back 2 wide powerful bat-like wings lay folded neatly. When I walked into the arena, the 2 eyes of the beast lazily focused on me and then narrowed when I didn't immediately try and flee. It snorted through its narrow nostrils before unfolding its arms to ready itself for battle. I just grinned under my helm/mask and stomped my foot, launching myself at it. Credit where it's due, the monster immediately turned serious and reacted by sending out a full-on haymaker right towards my form. Boom. The impact shook the air and cratered the ground slightly as my weapon clashed with the beast's fist, and lost. It wasn't a terrible loss, but it reminded me of when I tried to match Otter previously. My body simply wasn't at the same level as the beast's, and so it won that clash. It wasn't as arrogant as it first appeared though, as it immediately went on the chase as I slammed into the sharp hard stone of the arena's wall and went through it. Expecting a couple of level 7 threats to limit their fight to that small arena was simply not going to work. I flared my flames to stabilize myself mid-air as I tumbled across the chamber right as the Baylor burst out of the arena, violently sending stone flying in all directions. Hellfire! I yelled and fully unleashed my flames that filled the chamber eagerly and roared as they tried to consume the Baylor. As expected, however, the flames proved not very effective against the beast, as its own body instead seemed even more energized by them instead of damaged. I quickly retracted my flames as I knew better than to buff my enemy and switched to my ice. Helheim! I roared as I held my arms at the ready. The air strained and crackled with tension as the frigid cold of my ice clashed with the scorching heat and moved to push it away. This clash became particularly intense when my cold met the Baler's heat. Wind blasted every which way as the two elemental forces competed head-to-head for dominance. The Baler and I met in the center of this clash of opposites, and we both roared out as we threw our attacks. Mine an erasure-coated hammer blow, and it's a series of punches. Its fists bled as it lost a small amount of matter on contact with my weapon, but its sheer size made this minor damage at best. It also regenerated between punches, so I was getting pushed back step by step in this hurricane of destruction we created. Peccatum superbii! I shouted, and my ice finally gained traction to push back the heat slowly but firmly, and strength filled my body as I started losing less ground. The Baler was no slouch though, and with a fierce bellow spread its wings and burst into burgundy flames as the heat coming from it intensified by several notches. Once again my ice failed to overcome the heat of this monster, and I was being forced back once more. This was unacceptable for me, however, and I narrowed my eyes to focus as much as I could. I forced all thoughts from my head and focused my very existence on the Baler and reacting at the perfect moment. I ignored the pain, the struggle of my power pressing against the beast's own, everything but my enemy. The Baler failed to realize something was wrong and threw a powerful punch as it had been only to suffer as black cursed energy erupted as my weapon clashed with it. Black flash. Space tore at the edges of the cursed energy, and the fingers of the Baler's fist twisted and snapped in unnatural angles as its arm, for the first time this entire fight, snapped back at a loss. My lips split in a feral mad grin as I felt the entire world seem to tighten and my cursed energy flow smoother and more perfectly the moment that change appeared. Chapter 250, Barrierless Domain. 994 words. My ice surged and started to freeze even the flames of the Baler in defiance to natural order, but I ignored that to rush the beast. Now suddenly on the back foot the monster roared angrily and sent wild strikes to harm me, but I parried each with an accompanying black flash. 3, 4, 5. The number lost meaning as I felt a state of enlightenment fill me, as though I became cursed energy and it became me. I unconsciously moved my hands into position and spoke calmly. Domain expansion, Forge of the Fallen. The world stopped in its tracks, and the very air around me froze as an intense gaze landed on me as the surroundings shifted like a mirage. Hellfire surged along the ground to replace the ice, but the Baler screamed in pain this time as the flames began to burn away the impurities. In front of me a pool of cool liquid manifested along with a wicked black anvil in contrast to the red stone. The illusory figures of my screaming victims flicked mid-air behind me as I brought my weapon down on the anvil. Clang! The sound like metal striking metal rang through the air as black lightning like ribbons of cursed energy ripped out the point of impact. With it came to skin of the Baler. The beast screamed in pain at this, but the forge was without mercy towards materials, and its master was no different. Each swing of my weapon tore away and reduced the Baler to nothing more than material to be refined. The final blow that reduced the barely alive creature to so much smoke caused the surroundings to ripple as if solidifying ever so slightly. I released my technique and immediately coughed up blood as the backlash hit me all at once. The anvil and liquid all faded with the screaming visages of my domain's previous victims, but the distortions in the true landscape were proof the dungeon was changed truly. The dungeon's gaze remained incredibly intense for several more minutes as though studying me, but I could tell even without my technique it was more than likely warning me to never do this again. It didn't feel like a malicious warning either, but like one given out of genuine concern. At first I couldn't understand why this was, but once I thoroughly checked myself over I figured it out. My soul had been burnt away. Only a little around the edges, but the damage was very real. Using a domain on the real world strained my soul so greatly that it actively burnt it away. My eyes widened as I understood why. It's the difference between a mortal and divine soul. I thought in both shock and understanding. Until now I knew a god's soul was different than a mortal's as I could see the difference, but until now I couldn't fully grasp what that difference was. A god's soul is their domain. This is why their unsealed presence causes the surroundings to warp to match it. An unsealed god is the same as a curse user unleashing a domain without a barrier. Both have to hold that release with their souls, but for a god it was no strain being their natural state, but for a mortal curse user like me we couldn't handle it. The very act burns away our souls to temporarily even the field between us and a god. This knowledge was taboo, no, beyond taboo. This wasn't just trespassing in the realm of the divine but a blasphemous imitation of it. I could as a result understand why the dungeon would warn me so seriously not to do it again. Feeling a god within it might prove uncomfortable for it, but it had eaten gods before, so hardly a problem. The real problem was the damage to myself the technique caused and what it would mean if I unleashed it on the surface. Inside the dungeon I was safe from being booted to the divine realm, but outside it the world would very likely treat me like an unsealed god. It honestly wasn't worth it in my opinion. Sure, being able to perform a barrierless domain expansion was a step closer to godhood for me, but until I was at the end of this path that wasn't something I could use. Still, once I calmed down from this realization and advancement of my technique, I frowned. I didn't know what came next for my cursed energy. A barrierless domain was the pinnacle of all cursed techniques as far as I knew from JJK. Yet despite that I wasn't a level 9 on the edge of godhood. I was level 5 and might only qualify for level 6 now. There was 4 whole levels between me and the theorized threshold for godhood if I could level up, and each one more difficult to reach than the last. I thought about this as I began my rise back to the surface. Slower this time to farm smoke, but up all the same. Hestia didn't even seem surprised to learn I fought the Baylor and won, but that was to be expected at this point, I suppose. Both the ancient calamities were at the same level, so naturally the Baylor wouldn't prove too troublesome. It only took me 4 days at my slowed rate to reach the surface and feel true sunlight on my skin once again. The harvest was plentiful to say the least too. A couple hundred level 3 and 4 stones, lots of spartoi, and plenty of metals, drops and rare resources as well. Mayak practically fainted when I presented him the frankly insane amount of high-end alchemical materials and told him to go nuts before handing the results over to my familia. This was a strange business deal as technically neither side made a profit, but it satisfied us both, so it worked. Chapter 251, Update. 968 words. For Mayak and his familia, it was the satisfaction of working with ingredients no one else had access to. For them that was more than enough payment, as they weren't exactly struggling anymore and weren't greedy. Plus, since these ingredients were unique and not known quantities in alchemy, the rate of successful potions with them was rare to say the least. The few that did get produced were given to my familia as the payment for the ingredients. Some of the potions were worth fortunes, such as the ones made with the blood and organs of the Nukkalevi that had the amazing ability to improve the abnormal resistance DS by exactly 1 grade without any side effects. The catch was that the potion only worked the first time it was taken, so it was better saved until the DS was at a higher grade. It was also a limited potion with only 18 in existence as the ingredients were depleted. There were other potions that didn't exist anywhere else as well, such as the unicorn blood potion that could seemingly cure any poison and even heal the drinker well enough to regrow fingers, but that's it. This potion was sold in Mayaka's shop since all it needed in terms of rare ingredients was unicorn blood. Finding the damned things was a pain in the ass, but doable at least, so restocking the blood and horns was manageable. Anyways, once I dropped off the alchemical loot, I finally arrived home. Welcome home, Hestia said with a bright smile. Good to be home, I said with a grin. You want an update, right? She asked knowingly. Once I put away the loot, yeah. Any more issues since I've been gone? I asked. No, it's been pretty quiet other than the string of attempted thefts. We did get a letter from the guild about complaints about that door though, she said, pointing at the finger-eating door to my workshop. Let me guess, something to do with it being dangerous and needing to be removed? I said with a chuckle. Nailed it on the head. Seriously, how shameless do you have to be to try and steal from someone and then complain to the authorities about the defenses when you fail, she said with a frustrated look. Just ignore the little worms squealing. There's no chance the guild would actually try and tell us to get rid of the door. If anything, that letter was merely a heads up from them, a friendly gesture. I said with a chuckle. You still should change the door out for something else, she said, and I shrugged. All right, should only take me a few minutes, I said casually. I simply removed the door and used some giant bone material along with Baylor horn material to make a new door that was a plain black color with a face protruding from it. I gave it Durandal, and then gave it the ability to recognize people based on their souls and speak. Boss, the door spoke deeply before swinging open. That's so much creepier, Hestia complained. It doesn't eat fingers though, I said with a cackle. I know you did something else than just this, so spill it, she demanded, and I grinned widely. If someone not authorized tries to open the door, this thing will loudly start insulting them, I said, snickering to myself. Why do I even bother with you? she threw up her hands in exasperation. I have no idea, but it's fucking hilarious. I said, pleased with myself. Name, Alexander Drake. Race, Fallen. Level, 5, can level up. Strength, 923, S. Endurance, 971, S. Agility, 881, A. Dexterity, 903, S. Magic, 2040, X. Developmental skills, Cursesmith, E, Cursebody, F, Mystery, G, Rex, E. Called it. I said excitedly as I saw the fact that I could finally level up again. The other changes were more minor with the exception of 3 of my DS's ranking up. I still wasn't sure what Rex did, but the fact it went up twice after killing 2 monster Rexes was definitely not a coincidence. Mystery going up made sense given my use of a barrierless domain, but Cursebody going up was a pleasant surprise. As for Cursesmith staying the same, that was to be expected as it was tied directly to my crafting, which I simply hadn't done anything too impressive with recently. Still, the fact it took 3 level 7 monsters, 2 of them with global infamy, and an Eudos to qualify me to level up was a bitter pill to swallow, but not one I didn't expect. Once I finally maxed out my stats and was ready to level up, I would finally step into the ranks of the peak tier adventurers officially. Additionally, I was fairly certain that I could now equal Otter in physical combat in terms of stats, finally surpassing him. Not in some grand manner, but quietly and unknown to everyone else. I did tell him he should have gone to try and tackle Baylor himself, but now he'd have to wait 9 months if he wanted to, since that was how long it took to respawn normally. He failed to take my warning about surpassing him if he didn't seriously enough, and the joke was on him now. He wanted proof when he came to visit, and I told him, and we met once again outside Ororio. This time I didn't need to cheat at all to get there first. He noticed this and finally took what I said seriously. We sparred, no weapons and no wide-range magic just like before, and I edged out a win in pure force alone. From then on his title of king was removed from him and given to me, while he just became the ex-king, a bit of snub title in my opinion, but accurate at least. Chapter 252, Study. 989 words. I didn't rush back into the dungeon after my update but relaxed instead. Or I tried to. Your mother washes feet and costs less than 5 valis, a loud voice yelled in the middle of the night, and I woke up laughing. I didn't even need to look to know some dumbass tried to break into my workshop and the door was telling them off. I specifically made the thing to use childish insults when it did so I'd get a laugh out of it, and it paid off. I officially think I preferred the other door. Daphne said in the morning at the breakfast table. Agreed, that new door is way too damned loud. And those insults, by the gods, I can't believe how terrible they are. Welf said with a grimace. Ah, don't be like that. I think it's hilarious. I said with a grin as I flash cooked some sausages. Of course you do, both of them yelled in unison before awkwardly looking at the other. Can't you mute the thing at night or something? This is the 3rd time in as many days and we are losing sleep over it. Hestia said with dark bags starting to form under her eyes. I shrugged. I could, but that defeats the purpose. It's loud because it's supposed to let us know someone's trying to break in. Wouldn't do a good job at that if you can just sleep through it. I said casually as I fed one of the sausages to the cat. I give up. You can have your stupid finger-eating door back, she said defeated. Nah, I think I'll make it eat whole hands this time. No wait, maybe I'll make it eat the whole person. Nah, that could backfire, you know what, I'll keep it a surprise. I said with a grin while they all shuddered. You're a scary bastard sometimes, you know? Welf asked and I chuckled. If it's only sometimes, you aren't paying enough attention. I said honestly. Besides that door, are you planning to do anything else all day or just sleep all day again? Ophelia asked curiously as she tore into one of the sausages she nabbed from my plate. I did find something interesting in the dungeon on my way down. An intact corpse. A scorpion monster of some sort with odd script written on its carapace that excites my cursed energy. I plan to do some experiments with it. I said with a shrug. That sounds interesting. Are you sure it wasn't a fresh body? Welf asked curiously. Yeah, it was under the oasis. The dungeon also got a bit sensitive about it when I found it too, so it's probably at least a little important. I said seriously. Sensitive? You mean hostile, right? Daphne asked confused. No, unlike most people, the dungeon actually likes me. Even Aurenas himself confirmed this. Thanks to my technique and cursed energy, I can sort of sense the dungeon's mood at any given moment. I said casually, like I hadn't dropped a massive bomb of a reveal. I knew it was alive because your technique works on it, but I didn't know it could think. This changes everything we knew about it. Welf exclaimed in shock. I shrugged, not like it changes things to know. Adventurers still go in the dungeon and face monsters. All that knowing that the dungeon can think does is make it easier to hate. Well, for anyone not favored by it like me. I said, not caring one way or the other. I mean, he kinda has a point? Like, does actually knowing it can think change anything at all besides our perception of it? Ophelia said, reluctant to agree with me, but facts are facts. The dining area got quiet at that, and I just finished off my food before leaving for my workshop. I took a moment to take down the door and replace it with a new one that was in fact made of many connected tentacles interlocked that when messed with by anyone without authorization would lash out and capture the person until I or someone else could release them. Just for shits and giggles, I also made them vibrate in uncomfortable places the more you resisted. Truly, my genius was without equal. Not only were the thieves caught, but they were violated at the same time. That should drop the amount of attempts by a bunch. Still, once that was done with, I went into my workshop and dug out my written down script from that corpse. My first test was taking each individual symbol and imprinting them onto a single penny-sized coin of bone with a level 1 cursed stone, sending energy to the symbol and observing the reaction. For some, nothing seemed to happen, but for others there was a faint reaction. I found the 5 symbols I believed representing the basic elements of water, fire, earth, air, and spirit. Yeah, spirit was a basic element according to the gods. Its place was to take the inertness of the other 4 and give them movement. It's also ironically why creating false lifeforms was forbidden, as you needed a soul to give the base elements, making it up the spark of life. Anyways, these 5 symbols were merely my own speculation given what they did. The spirit symbol, when given energy, gave off a faint soul-like glow to my eyes, like looking at only the edges of a soul rather than the whole thing. It could mean something else, but my gut told me that I was on the right track. Most of the other symbols didn't have any real use though at first glance, as nothing seemed to happen even when I deeply observed them with my technique. It was annoying and left me moving on to the next step, mixing and matching symbols. Chapter 253, Study, 2. 941 words. Naturally, I started with an elemental symbol and added an extra symbol of one of the unreactive alone sort before watching what happened. I used the water element to start as the gentlest and least destructive option. Mixing symbols told me what the unreactive ones did vaguely, as there was some overlap in reactions when fueled. The base water symbol caused water drops to form on the coin, but adding 3 separate symbols all caused the water's volume to increase, even if by differing amounts. In 5 cases, the water coin flat out turned into mud, though in once again differing ways. The experiments cost me a bit in bone to conduct, but I managed to roughly isolate the 3 types of symbol. The first was the base symbols that were, well, the base of all the effects. These were the elemental symbols, along with the ones I found out were darkness and light. Then there was the effect symbols that changed how the base symbols worked when given energy. Finally was the adjective symbols that further refined the effects that the effect symbols caused. The final result was at the moment simple symbol sentences like water flow soft that created a gentle but continuous flow of water. A simple sentence, but one that had an effect not unlike standard enchantment but more raw. Naturally, I created a false body like that of the scorpion monsters and put on all the runes in the pattern I had marked down before powering it to see what it did. I almost fucking died when I did. The moment I added the power source, the false body immediately locked onto the nearest source of divine energy, me, and proceeded to try and assimilate it. Considering the divine energy in question was the fauna literally attached to my soul, I was practically having my soul ripped out by the fucking thing. Thank gods I only used a level 1 cursed stone to fuel the thing, or I might not have survived before it took my soul. I cursed the dungeon for at least 10 minutes after that for making such a thing, as I finally figured out why this thing was so special to it. It was the gods' damned prototype for the Antares ancient calamity monster. I'm not sure why the dungeon would try and create such a thing, but clearly it stopped after the original Antares didn't work out. That said, even making the fucking thing must have taken it a lot of time and effort, so it refused to allow its research to vanish entirely. Still, I carefully began to strip away symbols one by one, testing how they played a part in the whole until I could faithfully understand the entirety of the enchantment. Still, at least I figured out why my cursed energy was so excited by the symbols, if nothing else. The language was a blasphemous attempt at creating a divine language counter to the gods by the dungeon. If mana was the orthodox path to godhood, my cursed energy was the blasphemous one. A perfect fit for the language the dungeon made. An additionally pointless synergy to me, however. I had hoped it might be useful for my crafting or even just my own curse techniques, but I could accomplish the same result with far less effort using my technique alone. Also, the language was incomplete. It lacked the depth and width that the true divine language held, or at least the part one had did. In theory, I could use the complete language to create an imitation of the fauna that ran off cursed energy, but my gut told me that would end up very badly. I could see how too. Right now Hestia's divinity kept my cursed energy from turning me into a pure cursed spirit, and thus I ended up as a fallen but with a cursed energy-powered fauna. That wouldn't happen. The end path would always be a cursed spirit, and not a weak one either, definitely special grade. Best to just put that idea away in that case. Disappointing discoveries aside, the full effect of the scorpion monster's enchantment inspired me to create a better version of my last resort break glass in case of emergency cursed item. I won't explain what it does though, as I genuinely hoped I'd never need it, and if I did then may the gods have mercy on the world. Anyways, with my research done, I destroyed the products of those experiments and locked the written language away in an indestructible box with no seams. The last thing I wanted was for this stuff to get out somehow and someone doing something really stupid with it. Soon enough though, I got a visitor that gave me something to distract me from all that. Alex. My dear friend, I feel like I hardly see you these days. Ta said dramatically as he embraced me in greeting. Ah yeah. I've been busy, what with the two ancient calamities and all that. You know how it is. I said sheepishly. Indubitably. I could stay away no longer, however. You see, I awoke just this morning in a peak of feverish inspiration. I need your marvelous prowess to bring my vision to life, and thus I am here, he said excitedly. I raised an eyebrow at this. I'll admit I'm interested if nothing else. What do you have in mind? I asked curiously. I want you to create an entire manor that's almost alive, he said eagerly. My jaw hit the floor and kept going at his answer. Chapter 254, Enormous Task. 965 words. You do realize what you are asking, right? I said once I picked up my jaw. Indeed. A heavy task, I have no doubt, but one I am positive you can accomplish, he said brightly. Heavy doesn't even begin to cover the difficulty of what you want. At least if what you want is what I think you want anyways. This isn't like making a weapon or even a statue like that crystal sphinx I made you. For those it's a careful effort that takes up no more room at any particular moment than a few feet, but a whole manor? That's a whole other level of enchantment. I say seriously. But you can do it, yes, he pressed, and I nodded. Before I can even answer that, I need you to clarify what exactly you mean by an almost alive manor. I said, feeling a headache form. Art is change, fluid and always shifting with the perceptions of the masses. I want an entire manor that too can shift with the perception of the masses into something beautiful, a true house of art, he said eagerly. I could practically feel the blood in my veins boiling from the heat my brain was putting off trying to visualize such a thing. You probably won't accept a mere illusion in this case, huh? I asked with a throbbing migraine. Art must have substance to truly be appreciated, he said passionately. Yeah, I suppose I could make something like that, but it'll be wildly expensive. I'm talking billions of valis at least. I said honestly. That got Ta to pause, as while he was incredibly wealthy, even he needed to take such an amount of money seriously. Can I ask why? He asked with a frown. There are a few reasons really. The first is materials. Things that hold the properties needed to change with the viewer's personal definition of beauty and last are ridiculously rare and expensive, much less in that amount. The second is the stone I'd need to integrate into that kind of thing to power it. Something that is constantly changing like that would burn through energy incredibly fast, so a massive stone would be needed to barely keep the thing running. Stones like that don't just grow on trees, Ta. The final reason was the sheer difficulty of creating such a thing. The time, focus and effort I would need to put in are so colossal that I could honestly probably create a second Babel easier. I laid it out bluntly. Is it truly so difficult? He asked in shock. Let's ignore the material cost here and focus merely on what exactly you are asking for. A manner that changes to appeal to the one looking at its preferences. How many people exist right now? And of those people, how many different ideas of beauty are there? The answer is a whole fucking lot. And you want a manner that caters to all of them. This isn't a matter of just creating 7 or 8 different options it could swap between, but hundreds or even thousands, and that's me lowballing it. I said honestly. He seemed to finally understand the enormity of what he was asking finally as his eyes widened in horror. I wasn't lying when I said it would be easier to make a second Babel. At least in that case the biggest expense is the materials, as the tower itself is a big hunk of carved stone otherwise. It's not enchanted or magical in any way at all beyond the individual rooms that might possess enchantments added later. I see I have been unreasonable. It seems I have dreamed a bit too high, he said apologetically and downcast. There is a way, I said, holding up my hand to silence him before continuing. You need to understand, however, that doing it this way will take much more time, I said, and he nodded eagerly. That is entirely acceptable. Please tell me what the plan is, he said seriously. The idea I have is that I create bricks, like pieces of a puzzle that all connect together into a single whole. Each brick would hold the properties you want and the additional property of connecting to the other bricks in contact with it. In theory, once you fully construct a manor from these bricks, the building would shift in the perception of whoever is looking at it. This route is additionally far cheaper, as I only need the effort to shape and enchant the bricks, which would not take too much time or effort on an individual basis, I explained. He looked thoughtful at this but didn't reject the idea outright. It's not exactly what I had in mind, but I know that sometimes an artist must make sacrifices to create their art. I will of course pay you for each of these bricks you create. Thank you truly, Alex, he said, bowing gratefully before leaving with a skip in his step. Ugh, this cursed technique is going to be a pain in the ass to create, I thought as he left. The technique not only had to effectively read minds, but it then had to change the brick it was into a shape, texture, and color it determined from the one who it read. This may sound simple, but it wasn't. I'd need to really focus on this one, and even then imbue each of these bricks with a level 3 cursed stone, so they only had to individually power themselves rather than spread their power through the entire building. As for eventually putting the damned place together, I'd let Ta himself deal with that, as that was a job for an architect, not someone like me. Chapter 255, Stirring. 970 words. Third-person POV in a mysterious location. A dense magical mist obscured this place, and for good reason. Within the center of this land a massive form lay curled in slumber, with black scales the size of shields and claws like sharp wedges the size of a person on its 4 powerful limbs. A long sturdy tail curled around from behind the beast, covering its reptilian snout, and 2 sky-covering black bat-like wings lay neatly folded against its back. On its face, otherwise unmarred, one could see a single scarred over missing eye on its left side from an ancient foe that came close to ending it before failing. This was none other than the one-eyed black dragon, an ancient and modern calamity all at once. Free until the Zeus and Hera Familius tried to kill it and perished. Hera, knowing none could withstand the beast's retaliation for the attempt, sacrificed her mortal form to seal it in a deep slumber here. That seal was weakening as the beast's own massive power passively eroded it, and the force a goddess could summon upon the mortal realm not enough to fully seal it away or kill it. It was on this day that the beast moved for the first time in over a decade, a single small twitch of an eyelid that was easily missed but heralded the start of its awakening. The area seemed peaceful still, but the spirits that stayed here to watch over the beast, not to suppress it but to warn the world upon its awakening, failed to notice its twitch. Third-person POV, unknown location. You mean to tell me that we not only failed to cause much of a stir by releasing those 2 ancient monsters, but made one of our biggest threats even more powerful? Thanatos demanded angrily after having just barely returned from being hunted by Artemis. Yeah, he even openly fought and defeated Otter, and that was with restrictions to his magics. Eris said helplessly. What about your pet? Could she kill him? Thanatos asked one god in particular. Not likely. She is similar to Otter in power, and even he lost. We have to accept someone needs to take the fall and get rid of his goddess if we want a shot at killing him, the god in question said. Out of question. We have barely managed to recover to this point. If we kill a god now, we'll be hunted back to near extinction again. Eris hissed in disagreement. What about you, Erebus? You've been silent until now about this? Thanatos asked the dark-clothed god, who looked like a pale-skinned, gray-haired old man. It's not so simple to kill that man. Killing the goddess would cut off his power by a large amount, but don't forget the remnants of the Hera Familia after she left the mortal realm. At that level some power is innate and no longer fully dependent on the fauna. If we kill Hestia and he survives long enough to find a new god or goddess, that man will not rest until we cease to exist. You think he's a threat now? Imagine how bad it would be if he was actively hunting us down, the god said sternly. So what? Do we just ignore him until he's untouchable? Thanatos asked, annoyed. I'm saying it's already too late. Erebus said calmly. You are all missing a key detail here. He might not try to stop us if it doesn't involve his people or some form of profit, the mysterious god in the shadows said casually. That actually makes sense. Whether it was the two calamities or the people I sent to kill him, he only ever reacted when his people were touched or he was set to earn something. Eris said with a frown. You may as well have not said anything. We make any major moves at all and it will either affect his people or be something he could profit from stopping. Thanatos argued. Then we simply wait until he can't stop us, like say while he's deep in the dungeon. Erebus said calmly. Normal POV. I sneezed while working on a brick for Ta's commission, ruining my progress. I sighed and started over again. I had chosen a fine mix of almirage, crystal mantis, dungeon stone, and slime for these bricks. The first two were for their universally acknowledged beauty and the final two for the solidity and shifting natures. Normally these materials would just flat out not work, but my technique spat in the face of conventional mixing and pulled it off without much trouble. The final bricks made after the refining and mixing looked like sandstone comprised of thousands of grains of shimmering rainbow-colored sand. Just as is, it was quite pleasant to look at, but once I put the technique on it, the thing changes to an awe-inspiring gold and red color. Turns out that was merely my own idea of beauty taking form, as it differed for Hestia and even Ta when he came to get the first dozen bricks I'd cranked out. The trick to the technique was putting in restrictions on the transformations to only show one person's perceived idea of beauty at a time based on proximity. Whoever was closer got the highest priority for the technique, which greatly lessened the load on the energy drain. And if two people or more were all equal distance away from the thing, it chose at random to go between each person's idea. Not perfect by any means, but it served its purpose, so Ta didn't complain. I did warn Ta that the actual physical transformation would be on a small scale, since any more and the item simply couldn't be made. Chapter 256, Exoskeleton. 995 words. Creating just these bricks was boring, so I set a limit of 15 a day and used the rest of the day's time for other pursuits. For example, I was currently creating the first ever battle exoskeleton. A framework creation that would in theory allow the one wearing it to exert force at a much higher level than they are. Additionally, the materials it was made of also served as a poor form of armor, which was a nice bonus. Mark 1 Combat Exoskeleton Test Begin. I said with a grin as I held a clipboard and pencil to note down the performance. Are you sure this thing is safe? Ophelia asked, concerned as she looked warily at the strange metallic structure covering her limbs and torso. It's only got a 32% chance of catastrophic failure, no worries. I said, brushing aside her concern. Catastrophic failure meaning what exactly? She asked, definitely not reassured. Nothing major, just your limbs being bent in the wrong direction as the frame breaks you like a pretzel. I said casually. Nope. Get it off, she yelled in horror, but I ignored that to activate the exoskeleton. The whole thing lit up brightly for a moment as the energy flowed from the stone at the base of the spine area to the entire thing. Ophelia stiffened as the exoskeleton locked up from activation before creaking ominously as the whole thing failed to work. I frowned at this and used my technique to see what the problem was before sighing. Mark 1 model is a failure due to joint structural breakdown under the synth muscle's force. I noted before removing the exoskeleton from Ophelia. I thought I was going to fucking die, you ass, she yelled angrily. You are being dramatic. Even in the case of catastrophic failure you wouldn't die, since I'd just fix you good as new. I said, rolling my eyes at her. That's not the fucking point. Just because I won't die doesn't mean I want to experience what having my body rearranged feels like, she said, not backing down. It's only a slight inconvenience, I know, since I've done it a few times now. I said dismissively. You're insane, she said, horrified. Yep, any other keen observations, or can we move on to Mark 2? I asked, holding up the exoskeleton. You didn't even change anything, she said, backing away. On the contrary. I reinforced the joints while we were talking and decreased the synth muscle's density. Took me only a split second, really. Even the chance of catastrophic failure has decreased to 25%. I said proudly. That's still a 1 in 4 chance, she said, backing away even more. No, a 1 in 4 chance is that there is only 4 possibilities. There are many possibilities here, but a quarter of those lead to catastrophic failure, big difference. I said, stepping towards her. It's still too high, she said, rejecting the idea of putting the thing on again. That's what this testing is for. In order to find all the flaws, I need to test it on the target demographic it's designed for, which is weak adventurers. Once I get enough data, I can refine the model to get rid of the chance of catastrophic failure almost entirely. Not that complicated to understand, right? I explained and she looked conflicted. And you are sure you can fix anything that goes wrong? She asked cautiously. Yep, not a problem at all. Hell, you could literally be rendered into a fine paste and I could still save you so long as you had even a spark of life left. I said with a nod. That's unpleasant to imagine, she said, looking a little sick. In the end, she agreed reluctantly to help me with my tests and only suffered a tiny bit of bodily destruction and repair for it. Still, I had to go all the way up to Mark 7 before the exoskeleton was as close to perfect as I could get it. I created exactly a dozen more of these exoskeletons before giving Hestia the go-ahead to recruit as many new members to the Familia. Naturally, I screened the many applicants for too many sins, decent talent, and even personality. The last one was actually Hestia's doing, as she had an innate sense about people that let her know if she can accept their personalities or not. A fun fact was that I myself just barely was acceptable to her since I wasn't, strictly speaking, evil-natured when she first met me. I kinda lean more heavily that way now, but not to a totally unacceptable degree. Anyone at my current alignment without having been part of a familia before, though, was outright rejected as my leaning was from my growth path and not truly innate. These other people didn't have that excuse. Still, we did end up getting 5 more new members for the familia. Evrain, Jean, Alucard, Sasha, and Guillaume. Evrain and Guillaume were both Amazons who were born in the boundary between Telscura and Orario, closer to the dungeon city, and both had loving families and thus didn't see men as living dildos only. Jean was a werewolf like Bet and Rose with black hair and golden eyes. He was also only 10 and thus an adorable fuzzy little sucker with big dreams. Alucard was a human from a merchant family that chose to become an adventurer. He had short, neatly combed brown hair, lightly oiled back, and pale aristocratic features. He was also kinda blunt and straightforward. Sasha was a surprise though, as she was an elf of all things. She had the usual long smooth blonde hair and light skin tone with smooth features. Thankfully, she was born to an elven couple in the city and as a result didn't have the racism that elves native to the forest had. Chapter 257, Bootcamp 2.0. 991 words. Listen up, noobs. For the next week you can forget the idea of relaxation. I'm going to drill an adventurer's foundation into all of you, and that means suffering. You're gonna run till you collapse, then do sit-ups and push-ups till you can't move. Then I'm going to speed up your recovery process before making you do it all over again. You will be miserable, and if any of you try and slack off, I'll personally take you to spar till you are bloody and broken before I fix you right up. Now get to running. I barked with a grin at the newly minted adventurers. Clearly some of them thought I was joking, as Evrain and Alucard both half-assed their run only for me to drag them over to the sparring area and beat them down till they were half dead before fixing them up good as new. None of the newbies thought I was joking after that. Out of all of them though, Jean was by far my favorite, as the squirt had spunk if nothing else. I said run till he collapsed and he did. I said do sit up till he couldn't and he did. Not a single complaint or gripe about any of it. Hestia looked on from the distance, but even after beating down the 2 I had, she didn't step in as she knew I wouldn't go too far. It was brutal, sure, but with my help literally fixing their bodies of any damage they got, their improvement was meteoric. All of them raised their endurance, agility, dexterity and strength stats from I to H by the end of the week. In addition to that, they were now mentally tough enough not to immediately panic if they got an injury. Now that your foundation is in place, we will now move on to the next step of your training, weaponry. Here before you, I have a single example of every type of weapon currently in use to my knowledge, including my own. You are free to try each and every one to find the one that most appeals to you instinctively. Get to it. I said as I motioned to the racks of weapons I had set up. This was an unavoidable test, unfortunately, as most familias started a newbie out with a sword until they got strong enough to handle a weapon of their choice. I needed to know their preferences immediately, however, to prepare higher-leveled gear of that sort for them. I may hold off on the properties and techniques for these things till I got a better grasp of their fighting styles, but creating the blank weapons early would save me time later. I considered creating growth-type weapons but chose not to, as it was wasteful for people who may just die on their first delve. A harsh thought to have, but statistics don't lie. Alucard ended up taking a whip, Evrain a spear, Jean a set of claws, Guillaume a claymore and Sasha a staff. Alucard taking the whip of all things came as a surprise, as most didn't consider the weapon very good, but the rest were all within expectation. Amazonas tended to favor spears and heavy weapons, and werewolves favored pugilistic weapons. Sasha was a mage though, and so a staff was an expected weapon for her to choose. Her magic wasn't anything special though, as it was an ice projectile type spell with a 3-line chant. Now that you have chosen your weapon, it's time you learned how to use them. I will serve as your target for this, as it's best if you get used to the idea of attacking other people now than have to come to terms with it in the dungeon after someone tries to rob or murder you. Adventuring is not all glory and friendship and positivity, it's a brutal life. Some turn to crime for profit or even just to satisfy their twisted fetishes. Others think their strength makes them above the law. All of them exist and you might meet in the dungeon. When that time comes, I don't want any of you to freeze up and die when it can be avoided. I said seriously. To say the next part of the training was grueling for them would be plain wrong, it was humiliating. I stood completely unharmed even as they threw half-assed attacks at me or failed to achieve even that. Alucard hurt himself more than he ever hit me with the whip, as he learned the hard way what a metal-tipped fast-moving object smacking you in the chest, back and face was like. I fixed the damage he caused before telling him to try again till he figured it out. I couldn't help him since I myself had no fucking clue how to use a whip besides swinging it forward. For Evrain and Guillaume, I gave them some tips as they tried and failed to cause me to even twitch out of place with their weapons. For Jean, my advice was pretty simple: don't expect to spear through someone or a monster with those claws. They were better used like many daggers dragged across the height of their target while the wearer moves around as fast as possible. For Sasha, I told her to run in a circle around me while trying to channel her magic. Most people think concurrent casting is something best learned after getting used to using magic in general, but I disagreed. To me, a mage should learn how to use their magic on the move from the get-go, or they are just one big easy target needing protection. These newbies had doubts about attacking me at first but quickly learned they literally couldn't hurt me. I was like a solid mass of orichalcum that their attacks sparked off of harmlessly. Chapter 258, Harsh Truth. 991 words. Are you even human still? Alucard complained. No, but that has nothing to do with why you can't hurt me. I said casually. Oh yeah, and what might the actual reason be then? Guillaume asked with a raised eyebrow. It's stats, of course. You all should know that as your stats and levels go up you become stronger and faster and all that jazz to a supernatural level. When your endurance stat reaches a certain point, the attacks below a certain threshold simply can't break through your body's natural defenses. A good example is if 2 level 5s were to throw a punch as hard as they could at each other's faces, they might bruise or break some bones but otherwise be fine. If one of those same level 5s were to throw a similar punch at one of your heads, it would pop like a zit. I said honestly. So basically we are just too weak to even hurt you at all then? Sasha said with a frown. Yep. Don't feel too bad about it though, my endurance stats are so high that most level 4s would struggle to leave a scratch even if I were to stand still and let them attack me. I said with a grin. How are your stats so high if you are only level 5? Evrain asked curiously. Not much of a secret really. I have maxed out all of my stats for each level up, and the max isn't S or SS but much higher. Add all those stats together and my real status is roughly equivalent to a level 7's, and even then close to the peak of that level. I am literally the most powerful an adventurer could possibly be at the same level every time I level up and those stats stack. I explained with a shrug. That didn't really explain anything though? Jean said confused. I shook my head helplessly. I literally can't explain it in a better way for you since you just lack the experience and knowledge needed to understand it. You are all level 1s and new ones at that. You haven't come to really understand just what stats mean for an adventurer yet. You'll probably only start to see it when you get close to level 2 at the earliest. I said seriously. Okay, so how do we raise our stats like that then? Alucard asked, frowning. Training, life and death battles, and a ridiculous amount of luck and resources. Frankly, you should forget even trying. Belle and I are both freaks of nature and shouldn't be used as good examples of what the average adventurer's growth looks like. That said, I wouldn't say it's impossible to achieve on your own, just next to impossible. The Falna's great about turning sheer fucking will and inhuman effort into advantages that otherwise wouldn't exist. I said honestly. I didn't keep things static with their training though, and on the 3rd day when they all had a basic grasp of their weapons I turned up the heat. Rather than standing still I started to dodge and move, forcing them to adapt. Sasha had it the worst, as if I were to simply move in her path while she was trying to concurrent chant she'd lose all concentration and stumble in a panic. Concurrent chanting wasn't just running in a circle while casting a spell. It required active adjustment and movements based on the terrain and situation you were dealing with. I never had trouble with it because my chants were ultra short in length, so I barely had to focus on them at all to pull it off. Hers was not that easy. They weren't the only ones getting training though, as Otter was beating Bell down nearby as well. Haruheim was running laps while concurrent chanting her spell on everyone one by one. This was not new to her though, as she had been training like this for some time now, as her stats were atrocious. She was getting better now that she was actually training, but it was pretty clear she was only talented in magic and had little hope for the physical stats. Still, even if that was the case, I insisted she raise up at least her agility and dexterity so she could at least dodge while using her spell. Training her magic stat was a pain in the ass though, as she only had the one spell and it was not only wildly expensive to cast, but also ridiculously long. I was forced to find the ancient faunalist magic spells for her to cast that were only ridiculously long but cheap since they were quite weak. As far as the others were concerned though, they were improving with normal delves into the dungeon. Ophelia had raised her stats in all regards to at least D, with her agility sitting at a pretty B, as her favored method was to move fast and strike from stealth. She was a born assassin, and it showed as she used her magic to fade away before ambushing her prey with single debilitating or fatal strikes at high speed. If she was forced to fight multiple monsters at once, she always aimed for the one that seemed most dangerous to her before taking a cat-and-mouse approach like she was toying with the others, as she always stayed just outside reach until an opportunity for a solid blow appeared. Lily was training herself based on her strength and endurance stats mostly, as her transformation magic and buffing skill made her a tanky bruiser the heavier she was. By turning into solid metals, she got a massive boost to her strength and endurance stats temporarily, a jump from B to SS even. That was on top of her already existing stats as well, so the higher they were the harder she hit after transforming. A nice virtuous loop. Chapter 259, Strides. 980 words. Welf was making strides in both his swordsmanship and smithing, as he was given limited access to my materials. The really high-end stuff was off limits since he had no idea how to even use it, but everything else was free game, within reason of course. He gave his creations complex or grand-sounding names usually, but none of them lived up to that sort of naming yet. Not that I was discouraging him or anything like that, but compared to the stuff I made, his things were full of flaws and wasted potential. Don't get me wrong, they were good by the standards of normal smiths, but for the one sitting at the top like Hephaestus, Tsubaki, and I, it was less than stellar. Daphne and Cassandra were also growing in their own ways, as Daphne had finally decided which path she wanted to take as an adventurer, an offensive defender. That sounded counterintuitive, but the premise was basically that of a snake coiled and ready to strike but not directly offensive. Snakes don't actively go out of their way to bite people, but usually only do it as a defensive means or to hunt prey for survival. Much in the same way, Daphne wanted to serve as a guardian for the backline mages that held high offensive means but specialized in keeping those behind her protected through them. For Cassandra, she was working to improve her endurance, agility and dexterity stats as she learned to use the sunbond she had. She had gone from regularly missing to being able to regularly hit a general targeted area within a certain range. Not nearly good enough to take the set into the dungeon, but getting there. My biggest concern about her, however, was when she had a prophetic dream and told me its contents. A dream of terror, black wings covering the sky and hell standing on the earth. The details were vague and sparse, but the picture painted was fairly clear. Something was coming, and it was going to bring a massive amount of destruction with it. The part that confused me was when she spoke of hell standing on the earth, not metaphorically but like an actual thing physically standing on the world. It could be interpreted in many ways, a monster, a cursed spirit perhaps, or something else, something I'd rather not even consider but looked eerily likely. I tossed those thoughts away and set about preparing another just-in-case measure. This measure was something I created from the heat crystal I took from the ceiling of the dungeon on my previous deep delve. I took the entire chunk of crystal and refined it to my utmost ability, shrinking it down to an orb 2 feet in every dimension. Within it I bound a single curse technique with 2 purposes. The first was to collect, refine, and store flames. The second was to release those refined flames all at once when triggered. It was a nuke. The cursed energy equivalent of one at least. The sort of device that meant death for anything and everything within its range once triggered. I fed it my own flames for nearly 3 days straight before it simply couldn't take any more. What it held, however, wasn't the black and blue flames of mine that held tiny specks of white true hellfire, but only the white hellfire. A single ball of the white flame the size of my head in its center. Even that was almost too much, as the orb was barely able to contain it. Freya, Hephaestus and Hestia were all wary of the orb and flame it held, as this was a true divine flame. Something they'd be greatly harmed by even in the heavenly realm, much less in their sealed state on the mortal realm. Despite this, Hephaestus was also drooling over it for the same reason. Such a flame was perfect for creating divine artifacts. She even said she had done so before in the heavenly realm, but the idea of crafting a divine artifact in the mortal realm had her practically dripping. I would be lying if I said it wasn't hot. Speaking of that side of things, I had no real reason not to let the two goddesses woo me at this point. My growth had stagnated in crafting, cursed techniques, and even stat growth. I could go gather smoke to raise the last of those, but it was a long, slow process as I needed so fucking much. If I dropped everything to focus on deep delving, I could speed it up a little, but it wasn't worth it. It was rather funny how the two goddesses were constantly trying to one-up the other, like I was just going to choose one of them and that would be that. Neither were happy when I bluntly explained I wasn't going to be tied down to one person. I already didn't actively try to romance anyone, so it wasn't like I'd be going out of my way to find new partners anyways. But binding myself to only a single partner simply wasn't going to happen. Nothing wrong with monogamy, but it just wasn't for me, too boring. That said, neither goddess was willing to totally stop trying to obtain me. In fact, they ended up coming up with a surprisingly clean sharing schedule. 7 days a week, 3 for Freya, 3 for Hephaestus, and 1 for neither. I had to laugh at the idea that they got to choose my schedule. I could honor the idea of splitting my time between them equally, but as for an actual schedule, not happening. They got my time at my whim or not at all. As goddesses, they weren't good with being told no, but tough luck, I made the rules here, not them. Chapter 260, Lazy Day. 994 words. Freya leaned against me contentedly, rubbing a fingertip over my bare chest in small circles. Are you sure I couldn't persuade you to give me a day? She asked coquettishly. I chuckled. You are insatiable. We just fucked and you already want more? I said with a smirk. To be fair, I've been on quite the dry spell due to a certain someone not making it easy on me, she teased. I was perfectly clear when I said I wasn't going to get tied down, but was totally open to string-free sex. You just wanted more. I said lightly, tapping her forehead. Humph. I'm allowed to be greedy, she defended with a slight pout. Of course you are, doesn't mean I have to give in to it though. I said with a chuckle. If only that weren't true, she said wistfully. That reminds me, for whatever reason, but are we just gonna sit here all day or go do something? I asked casually. Depends on if it's interesting enough, she said dismissively. I was thinking a picnic in the clouds, maybe a bit of skydiving afterwards. I said with a grin as she perked up. You can fly, but how are we going to eat so high up? She asked, intrigued. I just so happened to have recently made a large flying carpet. Perfectly stable in the air and soft as silk to sit on. Only trouble is it's a bit slow for my usual tastes, but just right for a lazy activity like picnicking. I said honestly. What made you want to make something so weird like that? She asked curiously. Random whim mostly. Took me a whole day to collect enough almiraj fur and cotton to make it. Enchanting it was also a bit tricky since it wasn't an unmoving solid object. A fun little project if nothing else. I said casually. All right. But let's skip the skydiving part. I'm not partial to the experience of hurtling towards the ground at high speeds, she said as she reluctantly pulled away from me. I playfully slapped her firm, but as she got out of bed and she just rolled her eyes but smiled pleased with herself as she moved to collect her clothes. I poured myself out of bed before doing the same, though I cheated with my technique, slipping into the outfit bonelessly. Once we were all dressed and ready, I made a brief stop by the kitchen to whip up a few simple sandwiches and some red wine I made with my technique using grapes I had refined to perfection. A wine so good that after Freya tried some originally, she flat out refused to drink anything else, even Soma wine. In fact, she practically begged me to make a white wine as well, but I hadn't finished figuring out what I'd like the flavor of it to be. This particular bottle was a Concord grape with subtle cream undertones, by the way. After settling the food, I went over to my workshop and grabbed the rolled-up carpet, and with that in one arm and the picnic basket in the other, I waited for Freya to come out of the building. She took 5 minutes since she had put up her hair to look decent. I hope I didn't keep waiting long, she said with a smile. Not really, only 5 minutes or so. I said as I deftly tossed the carpet into the air where it unfurled and hovered above the ground 3 inches. Are you sure this thing won't collapse under us? She asked as she eyed the rippling carpet. I rolled my eyes at her and stepped up onto the carpet to demonstrate how safe it was. Even with my added weight, the carpet didn't even budge but only depressed slightly for cushion. She found that acceptable and cautiously stepped onto the carpet. When it supported her without trouble, she relaxed and joined me as we sat down on it. I flexed my will and the carpet gently started to rise into the air as I controlled it to fly us over the building and higher. You could faintly hear the oohs and ahs as we flew over the city at an ever higher altitude. You weren't joking when you said this thing was slower than you'd like. Compared to how fast you usually fly, it must feel like riding in a normal wagon, she commented idly. Yeah, I can't just take us straight up either or we'd slide right off the back. Still, it's not that bad all things considered. Definitely more comfortable than those foul creations you call transportation. Honestly, would it kill the creators to put some shock absorption springs on the damn things? I said with a slight annoyance. They could, but the price to maintain them would go up. Most people don't even realize that's an option either since it's not advertised, she said with a shrug. How the hell would you even know that? I asked incredulously. I once considered having a carriage commissioned to travel and naturally looked at what options were available to me. I only accept the best, she said casually. I chuckled. Yet you work as a waitress because luxury is too boring. I teased. I won't deny that. Honestly, the day Horn joined my familia was one of the best I've ever had in the mortal realm. She said frankly. I suppose that made sense. Before that point, even Dold, her divine charm was overwhelming, so she couldn't really interact with anyone outside her familia. And while Otter wasn't infatuated with her, he also wasn't exactly a great conversationalist either. That was a lonely existence at the least, even if she lived in the lap of high luxury. With Horn's spell though, she could temporarily live out an alter ego in the form of Seer, who worked as a waitress at the hostess. Chapter 261, Business Boom. 1003 words. Soon enough the carpet rose high above the ground to the edge of the clouds and I parked it. Hard to believe I can get a view like this without being in the heavenly realm, she said with an appreciative sigh. Yeah, I'm awesome like that. I said with a grin. She rolled her eyes. All right, Mr. Awesome, what did you bring for this picnic of yours? She asked teasingly. Sandwiches and wine, the simplest of fare. I said, opening the basket to show off the contents. She raised an eyebrow at that. Not exactly what I was expecting, she said as she took out a battle boar ham sandwich and the wine bottle with a glass. I shrugged. It's a picnic, I'm not going to bring caviar and pasta. I said casually as I took out a sandwich of my own and leaned back. She accepted that answer for what it was and relaxed as she ate and drank her meal. We just sat there enjoying each other's company as we ate, and that was it. Some might consider this a waste of time, but we were satisfied with it. It was a simple type of relaxation and didn't need anything extra to be enjoyed. We stayed up there for a couple hours even after we finished the food before coming back down to the ground. To little surprise, I returned to several dozen attempts to commission a carpet like mine. I rejected all of them since I wasn't stupid enough to give flying tools to the general public. Especially when you consider the implications of what being able to ignore city walls leads to. A few people tried to be clever about it and try and commission it through Hestia, but my goddess wasn't a fool. She might technically be the head of the familia, but anyone who really knew us understood I was in charge. Sure, she could take command if she wanted to, but Hestia was a laid-back and frankly lazy person if she wasn't on the job and left the familia affairs mostly to me. This was doubly so when it came to the stuff I made. She immediately told these people to talk to me about it and then ignored them. Obviously she knew they had been rejected already, but this way she could wash her hands of the matter. After that I just worked on crafting a few new sculptures out of bone to pass the time. One habit I made sure not to shake was taking my time with these. I could of course just flex my technique and spit out dozens of them in an instant, but I found it relaxing to just carefully shape the material like this. Freya enjoyed watching me do it too, as it was literally watching an artist work on a piece. Something about the care and attention I gave the sculptures was attractive to her. The day passed by quietly and without any troubles really after that. Freya tried to convince me to let her stay the night, but I denied her. She got a few inches, but that didn't mean I was going to let her take a few miles instead. The next few days were ones I spent on making those bricks for Ta and handling a few other minor commissions. For example, word of the water rings finally slipped out after Loki spent so long trying to keep them quiet. Apparently one of her familia members on the lower end got drunk and bragged about it in a place he shouldn't have. I hadn't made it a secret that I could make the things, though I didn't advertise them either. It came as no surprise then that the other exploration-type familias came a-calling for a ring or two. The price I set for them made most hesitant, but the majority ended up buying at least a single ring. The smarter of them asked about what other things I hadn't advertised as well. I introduced my metal compass, the portable and reusable lamp orbs, and a few other nifty items. Commissions came flooding in once word of these things got out, as this was enough to appeal to most familiars that delved. Tioni showed up to complain a bit about the other familiars getting the same advantages as her own, since apparently Finn was feeling pressured as a result. Strength-wise, the Loki familia was at the top, but strength was only one aspect of their success. The other was their delving capacity being nearly unmatched, something now challenged. Finn himself seemed to have this dream of becoming a heroic figure that would improve the way others saw Palams, but his plan to get there was basically to set a record for deepest delve in the dungeon. It was a frankly ridiculous plan in my opinion, as strength would always be the first and most important thing someone could have, not achievement. He didn't seek strength like that though, so he basically stopped trying to advance his level. Regardless, he was feeling like his goal had become even harder to achieve and was pressuring his familia to rush through their expedition prep to dive even deeper this coming up time. That was none of my business though, and flat out told Tioni I couldn't do anything about his insecurities. Creating so many items all at once, no matter how easy, took time though. Days really, since I wasn't going to down potions for this. At the end of it, Hephaestus came to get her own slice of my time. Not that I was going to complain about a good time. Turns out Freya bragged about sleeping with me, which got the Forge goddess all jealous and stuff. What she wanted to do was as a result not surprising at all. It was also a very different experience from railing Freya, as Hephaestus preferred being gentler about it rather than so aggressive like Freya. Chapter 262, Delving Deep Again. 996 words. All things came to an end though, and I finally decided to go deep into the dungeon once again. My preparations mirrored my previous ones, but this time I had an extra step in mind. I planned to stay much longer this time, at least a month in fact. This was a bit risky since that would be a whole month in which I was unavailable to help or deal with any emergency situations, but I felt it needed. The amount of smoke I needed to push my stats to the max so I could level up was enormous. Nothing less than constant high-level slaughter in the dungeon would suffice to raise my stats in a timely manner. Needless to say, some people were very unhappy about this decision of mine. We just took the next step. Must you really take this trip now? Freya demanded with a heavy frown. I'm with her here, why must you be gone for so long? Hephaestus demanded, just as upset. Time waits for no one. Plus I've had this growing sense of anxiousness for some reason the last couple of days and feel like I can't wait anymore. I said frankly. What is that supposed to mean? Freya asked, confused. It means that my instincts are warning me and I have no idea why. What I do know though is I want to hit level 6 as fast as possible. Whatever might come will be a lot more manageable if I do. I said honestly. I still don't like it. Hephaestus said with a sigh. I know. You both have a coin though, so it's not like you can't hear from me or anything. I said with a reassuring smile. I got a kiss from both of them and finally set off after that. I ignored the hustle and bustle of the city even as I got to the dungeon square. Without any hesitation I sprinted down the stairs to the first floor and kept up a jog through the first 8 floors before taking chutes down to the 17th floor. I murdered the Goliath, took the stone with me and kept going without slowing down at all. The Goliath wasn't weak or anything, but compared to the Baylor or 2 ancient calamities I merely touched it once and the thing burst into smoke, no challenge. I skipped the dungeon town and Great Tree Labyrinth as there was nothing worth fighting there, and once I reached the Water Palace floors leapt off the Great Fall and into the lake below. Amphisbaena had respawned and came roaring at me, but I froze it solid before shattering it without any trouble. The smoke I got was much greater than any monster between this floor and the Baylor's floor, but barely a drop in a lake for what I needed. I skipped the next several floors with constant high-speed movement from one entrance to the next exit in a beeline. Once I finally reached the White Palace I slowed down though. Not because these monsters were well worth killing, but because they respawned at a very fast rate. Especially so the closer to the Colosseum you got. Unlike last time when I wiped out the many monsters on the floor, the dungeon didn't warn me away from it at all. If anything, it actually sped up the respawn rate, like it wanted me to grow stronger quickly as well. That got me particularly worried, as what could make even the dungeon nervous to such a degree? I had a potential answer but wasn't sure I wanted to entertain it. Whatever the reason, I wasn't going to waste even a second of this accelerated smoke acquisition. I flooded the floor with my flames that devoured the newly born monsters the moment they touched the air and fed the smoke into myself. After 3 hours of this, however, I ran dry on cursed energy, as that was not a small area to keep covered in flame. Even more so that the dungeon itself seemed strained to keep the respawn rate so fast. I downed a potion and moved down to the next floor where I killed everything until I finally reached the Baylor's floor. I decided to camp out here as it had already been close to a full 20 hours since I entered the dungeon and needed the rest. I didn't need to worry about being attacked here as the Baylor wasn't due to respawn for another 8.5 months and few monsters willingly trespassed onto this floor. I ate a heavy meal before calling it a day and sleeping finally. When I woke up I ate a light breakfast and headed down to floor 50. I wasn't surprised to run into the Loki Familius campsite remnants on the flat stone overlook before the floor's vast gray-leaved forest. It wasn't much, but there were a few ruined tents and place-marking flags left over. I was more interested in the trees than that, however. These trees were, as I said, gray-leaved and strange as they grew upward as though drawn to a sun they've never seen or needed. The color of the leaves proved this along with the dull pale white glow of the crystals at the ceiling of the floor. Additionally, these trees were harder than any species you'd find on the surface and considered a luxury wood to boot. The wood from these trees was strong enough even after being processed to withstand up to level 3 force, which was a highly valuable trait for things like practice dummies or even buildings. I considered swapping out the wood of the church for this sort of wood but chose not to in the end since it wasn't needed. That said, I did dig up a small sapling and the surrounding soil before putting it in my bag. Bragging rights are always worth the trouble. Chapter 263, Delving Deep Again, 2. 1005 words. The 51st to 57th floors were a labyrinth, supposedly a rarity this far down. The strange thing about them, besides the fact they were somehow structurally weak enough for the Valgang dragons on the 58th floor to blast through, was the nearly perfect shape of them. Each wall was perfectly flat with 90-degree corners and a single plain gray coloration. It had been described as though the entire place had been carefully measured and carved by hand, and I had to agree. It was eerie how perfect the place was. One would think that with the Valgang dragons blasting holes through the labyrinth whenever they detected someone in it, there would be no other monsters here, but no, it was the opposite. There were 8 species of monsters in the labyrinth, and all of them were real nuisances apparently. Black rhinos, deformous spiders, cadmus, virga, venom scorpions, thunder snakes, silver worms and ale wyverns. Black rhinos were the minotaur and barbarians' even bigger and meaner cousin. Large tanky motherfuckers with 2 curved horns on their head and thick hide that even a level 6 would have trouble cutting through without really trying. Deformous spiders were Arachnophobia, the movie made real and colorful. They were nightmare fuel-sized bright red and purple nuisances that like to play surprise from around dark corners as you run for your fucking life from the dragon's floor, sniping your ass. Not fun at all. Then there was Cadmus. This thing was what the equivalent to the infant dragon that shows up on the foggy floors. The strongest thing to spawn in on floor 51 and a level 6 monster to boot. It wasn't very large but had a powerful body and blue scales that shone like sapphires. It was also one of the rare dragon-type ones that preferred physical combat to just blasting its problems away with fire. Not to say it couldn't, just it preferred not to. Then there was the Virga that nobody liked. These things were big-ass caterpillar monsters that spat acid at you and exploded in an acid spray when killed in any way other than breaking their stones, like not so good for your health pinatas. These fuckers were considered really unpopular by every adventurer group that ever makes it down this far as a result. Then there was the venom scorpions that were basically just really big scorpions, not terribly interesting or special. The thunder snakes were large yellow snakes about the size of a person that were also kinda electric eels on steroids. That was to say they literally had thunder magic sparking off them constantly, also they were venomous. Silver worms were literal silver snakes the size of a person and venomous, that's it. Finally there was the ILL wyverns that were flying bluish-purple dragon-type monsters 3 meters long that had a hobby of chasing people they found and pelting them with explosive fireballs, think dodgeball but for keeps. You can't count the Valgang dragons as part of these floors despite their obvious interference in them, since the dragons themselves were on the 58th floor, which was technically a new biome. That said, these floors were called the Dragon Vase because of them anyways. The 51st floor was the one that most of the monsters I just listed spawned in at because the Valgang dragons didn't snipe this floor. A small but vicious trick by the dungeon for those unaware, I believe. Floor 52 was where things got hot, literally. That fire breath was incredibly hot and just as potent force-wise, as if that wasn't bad enough. The worst part though was that for most people it was next to impossible to tell if or when a fire breath was coming as you moved through the floor, since by the time a warning sign showed up you had about 2 milliseconds to get the fuck out the way. I wouldn't have this problem thanks to literally being able to see the floors below me with my technique. The moment a breath goes plowing through them, I'll be able to react and get out the way in ample time. As for trying to get materials from the monsters on these floors, forget it. There's no chance once I cross into the 52nd floor. That said, I stepped onto the 51st floor and immediately crouched down and pressed my palm against the ground before activating my technique. Immediately my sight covered the entire floor and I saw the location of each and every monster here. It was time to hunt. Most of the monster on this floor were high level 4s with 2 low 5s in the form of the black rhinos and ILL wyverns. Cadmus was the only real exception as a level 6 monster, but those were rare. Currently on this floor there were 24 black rhinos, 12 deformous spiders, 1 Cadmus, 15 Virga, 15 venom scorpions, 10 thunder snakes, 5 silver worms and 7 ill wyverns. Naturally they were all spread out and not together, or that would be a hellish scenario for anyone else. Once I knew where they were, I took off towards the closest monster, a deformous spider waiting around the corner to my right. "Surprise, bitch!" I yelled as I rounded the corner, sending out 2 beams of erasure from my fingertips, removing the legs from the thing's body as it screamed a shrill scream in agony. To no surprise, the venoms of monsters were always in high demand on the alchemical market, and I always look out for my favorite medicine god. I ignored the wiggling and constant attempts to latch onto me with fangs that the spider did as I walked up to it and pressed my hand against its back. With a gross squelch sound, the beast fell still as its carapace broke and 2 fully intact and more importantly sealed venom glands were extracted. Chapter 264, Delving Deep Again, 3. 1001 words. The venom glands being sealed meant that the venom inside them wasn't exposed to air and thus wouldn't dry or spoil too fast. I then extracted the magic stone and absorbed the smoke of the spider before moving on to the next monster, a black rhino. The beast had another of its kind with it and was a towering mass of dark rough hide in a roughly humanoid shape. I didn't bother playing with the things and simply poked a hole through their brains with a razor before walking over and refining their hides and extracting their stones. I put away my spoils and moved on after that. None of the monsters proved a real challenge as I one by one killed them and took whatever of value they had. The silver worms in particular were something I wanted those lustrous silver scales from, as I knew Freya would love a dress made from them. The Cadmus I fought proved a little more capable than the rest of the monsters on the floor, but as a level 6 monster that was hardly surprising. In terms of strength though, it was weaker than even the Udos, not more than a few floors above this point. Cadmus wasn't a monster Rex though, so that made sense. Still, its materials would be put to good use. For example, I planned to make Hephaestus a dress out of these rich sapphire blue scales since it would really make her red hair pop. Eventually though, I stepped foot on the 52nd floor and raised my guard. Valgang dragons were each level 5 monsters but had fire breaths that rivaled the power and force one might expect from a level 6. What that meant for me is even if getting hit by those breaths wouldn't be lethal like for any normal level 5, it would hurt like a bitch. In truth though, I planned to skip the 52nd to 57th floors entirely by jumping down the hole one of the dragons punched in an attempt to snipe me. This way I can kill all these annoying fuckers and get a lot of smoke in the process since Valgang dragons are massive. As I've long since figured out, the larger and stronger the monsters were, the more and higher quality smoke they gave me when they died. It didn't take long at all for the first attempt at sniping my ass came from below. I saw it with my technique punch through the 2 floors below me and immediately back-stepped hard to avoid it as the ground turned hot for a couple milliseconds before a pillar of red fire blasted through the floor. The instant the fire vanished, I dashed forward and summoned my flames as I swan dived through the hole. Using my flames, I boosted my fall speed dramatically, which saved my ass as this was not a small drop and the dragons definitely knew I was coming. The multiple pillars of flame that came blasting at me from different angles only to miss due to my speed were proof of this. The original dragon that blasted the hole I was going through was already charging its breath again to blast me, but I was just fast enough to get out of the way. After that it was simply too late as I was now on the 58th floor and shooting through the air towards the nearest dragon. The 58th floor was much like the floor the Baylor was found on, as it was a massive open area with high temperatures and red stone all over it. The only monster species on the floor was the Valgang dragons. Not because others couldn't come here, but that the dragons themselves killed anything that wasn't them that set foot here. It made sense, I suppose, that the dungeon would create them with an inbuilt sense of territoriality, so they would do the whole sniping through the floors thing they do. With a violent boom sound, I slammed into the head of the first dragon at full speed. Its skull crumbled under the impact as its whole body compressed slightly before bursting into smoke. I didn't hesitate to blast off towards the next dragon as I held my weapon at the ready. Another shockwave later and that dragon too turned into smoke. At this point several other dragons were aiming their fire breaths my way and I had to dodge into the air in a hurry before beginning my rampage. It took me close to an entire day to finally kill all the Valgang dragons due to the sheer size of the floor, and it was totally worth it. By my estimate, I now had roughly a quarter of the smoke I needed to max out my stats for my level up. The next few floors were supposed to be called the Glacier Territory, but according to the Loki Familia, after a recent expedition the 59th to 60th floors were transformed into a freezing cold tropical jungle with eerie plants. If that doesn't seem to make sense, that's because it doesn't. Nobody is certain why this happened, but most agree it wasn't a normal occurrence for a single reason: the dungeon does not redecorate. The general theme of a floor or series of floors don't change like this. The layout might change in hard-to-predict ways when no one is paying attention, but the theme is always consistent. When I stepped foot on the floor and felt the cold, I grimaced and cloaked myself in flame to ward off the chill. Like the Loki Familia described, the floor had plants all over it of strange shapes and colors that made no sense. What could be seen though was that the plants were frosting over slowly. It seems the dungeon is starting to reclaim this place from whatever caused this change. I thought seriously as I observed from the entrance. Chapter 265, Soul-Devouring Frost. 971 words. I walked into the floor properly and through my technique noticed something particularly surprising: there were no monsters. Not a single one anywhere in my technique's range, and that was no small area. Topside, my perception might be limited to my body's senses, but in the dungeon I could see for over 100 meters in every direction without any extra effort. If I focused on it intentionally like I did for the 51st floor, I could cover dozens of miles in every direction. If my stats weren't so high, so much information would likely drive me mad, more so at least, but thankfully my mind and perception through my technique grew at roughly the same rate. Anyways, what I'm saying is that there's no hiding from me in the dungeon. If the dungeon knows you are within my range, so do I. And this? This wasn't a case of hidden monsters, but a sheer absence of them. As I pressed forward, it didn't get better at all, as there was simply nothing to be found. Even on the 60th floor, where the frost had claimed more of the strange plants, there were no monsters. That changed when I got to the edge of the jungle on this floor. There I both saw and actually saw a vast field of white corpses. They were all like ash that crumbled at the slightest touch, but oddly there was no stones among them to keep their forms. It confused the ever-loving fuck out of me, because monsters go poof when the stones are removed or get reabsorbed by the dungeon. If they weren't, they don't leave bodies behind normally like this. I examined this ash carefully and honestly couldn't find any about it. It behaved like normal ash in the hands. Even under my technique, it merely became solid ash when forced together, like it was no longer made of the same stuff a normal monster would be. I collected a cube of this ash to give to Mayak in hopes he might be able to find out more. After that I headed down the frozen steps to the 62nd floor. I had to keep my flames blazing around me like a cloak to shield me from the biting cold winds that were raging even in the stairway. My flames were being pressed, however, as this was no mere frost. If one puts stock into the legends, this frost was known as Talia's Ice Garden. Supposedly an ancient high elvish queen by the name of Seldia along with some unknown others reached this floor somehow and cast a ritual spell of some type that is so powerful the entire floor got covered by a nether cold that could freeze even a level 7 solid in no time. Additionally, it caused the memories of lifetimes long since past to pour through the minds of those frozen until they become guardsmen puppets with all their power. That ritual was apparently broken according to the Loki Familia, but its remnant power still clung to the floor, making it impossible for them to traverse. How cruel. What could possess someone to do something like this? I wondered balefully as I stepped foot on the 62nd floor proper. There in the air floated fragments of souls like points of vibrant and chilling light. I couldn't see what bound them here, but it wasn't hard to guess. These fragments once belonged to people sacrificed for the ritual spell. These souls had lost all color, all sense of self from the long passage of time as they had been fueling the ritual magic with themselves. No more. I release you from this fate. Hellfire. I said firmly as I exploded out with the fullest extent of my flames. The remnant magic fought back viciously as my flames passed across the floor, burning away the binds holding these soul fragments and letting them dissipate. There would be no afterlife for these souls, not in their state. But even non-existence was better than this. From the billowing snow and frost, a jagged humanoid face with twisted snarling features and hollow empty eyes manifested as the remnant magic condensed to fight my flames fully while the soul fragments were squeezed for more power. I felt my very soul quake in pure apoplectic rage at this sight. I roared in fury and something in my mind just clicked. My black and blue flames rapidly began to shift as the minuscule points of white true hellfire in it grew and grew. When the balance of the flames tipped too far, however, and they became more white than black and blue, everything changed. There was a loud boom, as the darker colors were erased by the true hellfire, and I felt my cursed energy and soul change to match. It was like invisible chains snapping, and I was liberated from a weight I never knew I was carrying. With the change came a sense of effortlessness with my flames. Like they were no longer a tool but a true part of who I was, of what I was. The jagged face screamed in unwillingness as my flames coiled around it and burned it away, freeing the soul fragments within. Finally, the magic remnant was burned away and my flames cleansed the floor of any trace of its existence. I retracted my flames like I was breathing in or a tide returning to the sea, natural and without effort. My cursed energy was gone, drained to a merely flicker within me as I stood there blankly and absently. It was a state unlike anything I could describe as my soul and self changed. I wasn't unconscious but was so close to that state I couldn't discern reality anymore, it all blurred. Chapter 266, Immortal Soul. 907 words. What was happening was not an unnatural phenomenon, quite the opposite really. In truth, this was something anyone with a Falna would eventually experience in some form. This sublimation of the soul was a step toward godhood with the Falna and the progress of the individual themselves as the catalyst. I knew about it due to the records left behind by the level 9 who was killed by the one-eyed black dragon. It was supposed to be a gradual process, however, with the final step from level 9 to what lay beyond being the one that ended it, making one an immortal demigod. At least that was the theory anyways. Unfortunately, my situation was a bit special as I was going down a blasphemous route through cursed energy. The advancement of cursed energy towards godhood was a matter of walking like them till they walk like you, imitating gods until there is no difference between you and one. In this case, I was imitating their full integration with a domain. It was ironic really that it wasn't my first curse technique I was doing this with, but my secondary technique. It wasn't a mere upgrade to the technique but a true realization of it. With my mind and soul both fully focused on the singular goal of burning away what bound these soul fragments, I had punched a hole through the barrier that separated the technique from becoming one with me. On a conceptual level I had, if even for a moment, become the living embodiment of hellfire. I didn't have cursed flames anymore, but true hellish fire waiting to be born into the world at my command. I was unfortunately incomplete, however. I couldn't directly take godhood or even demigodhood at this point. I didn't have a single cursed technique, I had 3. Becoming integrated with one left another 2 I still had to achieve the same for before I could take that step. This was both a blessing and curse if I'm being frank. It was a blessing because more domains means being a stronger god in the end, but a curse because it meant my path was so much harder than anyone else's. There was good news on this front though, as the Hellfire technique fully integrating like this meant that the barrier to do the same for my Hell's Forge technique was now much thinner. This shouldn't come as a surprise since the Hellfire technique was originally derived from the Hell's Forge technique. One of them advancing naturally meant the other would take some benefit as well as a result. This profound change lasted much longer than the time it took me to come fully back to lucid thought. It was a strange feeling really, like I was constantly burning up and simultaneously having growing pains but in my soul. That is to say, I felt like absolute dog's hit when my thoughts returned to me. If it were merely my body being ill or something like that, I could fix it with a bit more than a thought. This, however, was a change of the soul and thus outside my reach to influence. As a result of this, however, I was forced to hole up on this floor and hope to whatever was listening that no monsters came by since I was next to defenseless. My cursed techniques were out the window because my cursed energy itself was roiling ominously within me and I was terrified it would erupt if I even attempted moving it. I didn't bother lying about this either when Hestia eventually called me on my coin. "You what?" she yelled through the coin in horror. Yeah, I know. I wasn't expecting it either, but look on the bright side, I'm pretty sure I have a foot in the god door now. I said casually. That's the problem, she screamed in frustration. I kinda pitied her since I could understand what she meant, but it's not like I could exactly undo the change. See, now I was in the awkward position where I was more divine than mortal, and that was a very big deal. My soul had already been close to a spirit's before this point, but now it was something beyond that. Unlike spirits, however, my body was not a fragile thing that would break easily. I had an adventurer's body and now had power that could genuinely threaten a god. If my new state of being got out somehow, the other gods would definitely come calling. They'd want restrictions, oaths, and even quite likely my erasure. My hellfire wasn't tied to the fauna alone anymore after all, it was fully part of me. Even without the fauna I could still use it without any trouble. Additionally, I was also fairly certain I was immortal now. Not in the I couldn't be killed sense but in the I didn't age anymore kind. In theory I could have done the same using my technique, but this was innate and required no maintenance. To no surprise the changes to myself stabilized after a few days, but the transformation was incomplete as I needed my fauna updated to fully cement and finish it up. I could at least use my now sludge-like cursed energy again. A change that felt very weird by the way since I was used to it being more air-like and not so solid. Chapter 267, Deeper Still. 997 words. Normally cursed energy was like air or fire, formless and weightless but with pressure behind it. After the change in my soul however my cursed energy thickened and grew dense so it was more like water than either of those. It wasn't smooth-flowing water either but felt lumpy for lack of a better term. It surged outside my control sometimes or barely accomplished anything during other times. It was really fucking annoying to be honest. The worst part had to be the fact I couldn't fix it entirely either for a time. I hadn't accomplished what I had set out for the dungeon to do and didn't have enough smoke to max out my stats. I ended up spending the next 3 days needing my cursed energy until it was at least usable on a reliable enough level but surges and dips still existed. Finally I set out from the 62nd floor to the unrecorded 63rd floor. I don't know what I had expected but it was just more snow and blizzards. This cold while still incredibly harsh and filled with dangerous magic even for a level 7 had no souls trapped in it and even more so had monsters. Jagged crystalline things made of ice that reminded me of war shadows almost with their shape but way faster and more durable. I easily clocked them out as level 6 monsters and they were plentiful and annoying. See, the visibility on this floor was, frankly, non-existent. Much like war shadows these assholes liked to ambush you from the swirling disorienting blizzard gales smashing into you from every direction with seemingly no warning at all. Since the frost was formed from magic and not directly part of the dungeon my technique also didn't work on it so I got mere moments to react when they came at me. They were fragile thankfully so killing them took only a good solid hit on the area around their fist-sized stones. I considered unleashing my flames fully on my surroundings but I thought better of it considering how ice and snow is just cold water and my flames never handled water very well. Even as true pure hellfire I wasn't sure if this trait was carried over even if it originated from that to begin with. Whatever the case I'd test it later in a safer environment. Still the thin cloak I had around me of flames kept the nasty chill away and even kept my mobility intact as the snow was evaporated and cleared in a small 2-foot radius around me. Those ice shadows as I named them weren't the only monsters either as there was another that I named the snow badger. As the name might give an idea of these things they were massive badger-like monsters with mostly white fur and a single wide golden stripe of fur down the center of their backs. They were also level 6. Did I mention they were 10 feet tall and had the nasty habit of ignoring pain and injury in a mad attempt to kill you? Because they were very much that. Collecting their pelts was a pain in the ass but at least all these level 6 monsters were doing wonders for my smoke intake. By the time I made it to the 64th floor I was willing to say I had about half the amount of smoke I needed to max out my stats. Naturally that was when things got troublesome for me as I stepped out into the 64th floor. It was a strange floor as it was perfectly clear and flat all the way across except for the snow-covered mountain in the center of the floor. Honestly it was beautiful as the soft silver light from the crystals on the ceiling shimmered down on the snow that wasn't ice for some reason or another and left the whole place glowing faintly. I thought that there was perhaps no monsters on this floor or they were hidden under the snow and as it turned out I was right, in the worst way possible. As the snow melted around me from my heat output and I got a good mile into the floor that mountain began to shake. Snow fell away in great amounts as the beast below it fully stretched out and made itself known. In form it was similar to the Goliath as it was very human-like for the most part. The biggest differences however were the skin color, hair, horns, and clothes it wore. It had a long rough gray beard reaching down to its waist and bald head that sported 2 ridged goat-like horns from the forehead. Its skin was an icy blue color and covered literal miles of banded muscle. On its waist was a massive scaled loincloth that while not the first time I had seen a monster wearing clothes stood out all the same. The massive monster breathed out a dense foggy breath like a cloud as it observed me and then to my surprise held out its right hand and ice began to condense and form the shape of a massive club. I decided at that exact moment to name this obviously monster Rex Jotun, the ice giant. The next moment I had to dodge a miles-long and wide club that smashed down towards me. The sheer power from it striking the ground sent out a shockwave that sent me tumbling through the air uncontrollably while the snow was tossed into the air like a miniature blizzard. I shot towards the monster with my flames propelling me and smashed into it with an explosive sound. It groaned in pain and stumbled back 3 steps as it fought against gravity. TCH, it's hard. I thought as I shot upward to dodge the massive meaty left hand trying to slap me against its chest like a fucking mosquito. Chapter 268, Hard Fight. 988 words. The spot I hit the thing was scorched and burnt, but it was such a small area the monster didn't even seem to register it. As I shot through the air like a rocket, the beast swung that massive club at me as if swatting a fly. The sheer force and speed of each swing was like hurricane force wind as the air quaked and rioted. Eventually though I took a chance and blasted the monster with my flames at full blast, earning a roar of pain as the hellish flames scorched the beast's chest. The flames were soon pushed back as frost magic exploded from the beast. The shockwave sent me flipping through the air and smashing into the wall of the floor hard enough to crater the impact site. I coughed out blood and bits of my insides that had been pressurized and torn. By comparison, the monster was only suffering severe burns across its front side. This made my mind sharpen as I finally pegged how strong the thing was. Peak level 7, borderline 8 even. That was to say it was a tad stronger than I was. At that point, however, it was also almost at the end of the mortal spectrum and more towards the divine one. It should be remembered that according to Hestia, Freya, and Hephaestus, the weakest creatures roaming the divine realm were roughly what we would consider level 8s. This thing was right at the edge of being at that point, so even my true hellfire struggled to burn it. It also didn't help that it could release frost magic from anywhere on its body to push the flames off even if they got a hold on it. Thankfully, however, the thing didn't share the Goliath and 100 Hands giant's regenerative ability, so whittling it down with injuries was a viable method to killing it. I fixed my body with a pulse of cursed energy before kicking off the wall and blasting my flames behind me at full power to zip across the air as fast as I could. The beast raised its arms in front of its face as I slammed into them at Mach 3. The impact broke my body but also heavily damaged the forearm of the beast that I hit. Snapped its bone there, in fact. Unlike me, who fixed my body with a thought, though, the monster screamed in pain and bitch slapped me across the floor into a different wall. I once more fixed myself and charged in headfirst. The thing was learning, however, and waited till I couldn't back out of my reckless charge to raise its club into my path. I forced as much flames in front of me as possible before I impacted the club, reducing the impact to manageable levels. I still cracked a few bones, but that level of damage was easily fixable for me. The monster didn't wait though and slammed the club with me on it into the ground, creating a massive crater. I felt a shudder pass through me, however, as I had barely gotten out of the way with only a few milliseconds to spare. I changed tactics to zipping around the beast, throwing fireballs at it at this point. From an outside perspective, it may have even been comical to watch, as I likely looked like a fly buzzing about, throwing off tiny sparks at the thing that was swatting at me in anger and annoyance. Still, the beast adapted just as quickly and cloaked itself in a layer of misty frost that I had to work extra hard to break through with my flames. At some point I had to switch to using my flames strictly for mobility while using beams of erasure to damage the thing, but that was basically trying to kill it with paper cuts. More effective than flames though, as the thing had no counter for erasure since it ignored physical defenses. Its purple blood fell in gallons on the snow from its many small and large wounds over the next 3 hours. It was slowing though as its body grew lethargic from the blood loss. My own cursed energy wasn't doing too hot either after using so much, and I even had to briefly disengage to drink a couple potions. We were both battered and weary by this point, as neither of us held back on the other. The frost coming from the beast had long since evolved into a swirling hurricane of ice shards and snow roaring across the floor that had been beating me down repeatedly. I had almost forgotten what it was like not to be in pain from the injuries never stopping, as I had to take the storm's force head-on to keep the pressure up. Fleeing never crossed my mind, however, as this was precisely the sort of challenge I relished. It was too large for my domain to be all that effective, and I had real risk of death here. Finally, however, the monster faltered as its body finally couldn't keep up the pressure under so much blood loss. It fell to one knee while its frost magic stalled for but a moment. My eyes lit up as I saw the chance. This opening I exploited by ignoring all defense and accelerating at top speed to the back of its head. I risked it all and coated my entire body in a sharp layer of erasure as I dove headfirst into its neck and through its vertebrae before shooting out the other side. The beast's eyes widened and its mouth gaped, but its nervous system had been severed, so its body was already falling limp. The light began to fade from its eyes as it finally died, and victory was mine. "You were good, mate, but I'm the best," I said with a sigh as I sagged visibly from exhaustion. Chapter 269, Returning. 989 words. The change was immediate as the cold receded the instant the Jotun perished. Not fully gone as its corpse still radiated an intense chill, but its magic was without guiding or true life behind it now and sank back into the body. This unfortunately left me with a bit of a dilemma. The whole body was a priceless ice-attributed magical treasure, so what did I take and what got left behind? Obviously I'd be taking a large portion of its hide to make cloaks to protect from the cold, but the rest was debatable. In the end I chose to take a few me-sized jars of the purple blood, the skull and horns as well as the stone. When I extracted the stone, however, a true natural drop appeared as well, a massive tuft of beard hair. I noted that down as all the natural drops were useful and tended to be the most valuable parts of a monster even. The rest of the body turned into a vast purple and black storm of smoke that rushed into my body like a black hole. I groaned at the end as I felt a bit bloated, as I had definitely gotten the amount of smoke needed to max my stats and then a good chunk more. Thankfully the liquid smoke within me was slowly being used to grow my soul as well, thanks to my skill, and the bloating was going to settle once my soul got full. That was it though, I was officially able to call this expedition to a close. My gut told me it wouldn't be a good idea to try going deeper anyways, and if there was one thing I trust it was my gut. By the time I finally got back to the surface I had been gone for 3 weeks total, a bit under my month-long prediction. My armor was frankly gone from being destroyed, so there was no hiding the change to my tattoos as I left the dungeon. I was referring to the fact that not only did I have more of them, but a solid 1/3 of them had turned pure white. And not a soft white that faded into my skin either, but a bright white that drew the eye. Those who knew of my tattoos but wasn't aware of their color thought nothing of it. But those who knew what color they were originally spotted this difference immediately. I ignored this and headed home since I needed to offload the loot and prepare for my level up. I didn't doubt that this one was going to be big and thus needed extra prep to keep things from going sideways. Hestia was waiting for me when I arrived and was not happy. She alone understood what the change in my tattoo's colors actually represented, and the reminder in person was not a fun one. "I can't believe you dare stand there with a grin on your face with the stress you are causing me," she said angrily. "I told you not to worry about it." "Not my fault you didn't listen," I said with a shrug. "This is serious, damn you," she cursed. "Maybe, but unless it gets out it's not our problem," I said dismissively. "How did I ever end up with a child like you?" she says with a look of sheer helplessness. I gave her a thumbs up. "Used up several lifetimes of luck is how. I mean, look at me, I'm just the best," I said proudly. "I really want to punch you in the face but don't want to break my hand," she huffed. "We have punching bags for that, a lot softer too," I said unbothered. "Just go do your stuff, I have to mentally prepare myself for whatever shows up on your Falna when I update you," she said before leaving to do exactly that. I nodded and walked across the thriving wooden floors of the church part of the manor and to the door to my workshop. The many grasping tentacles that curled together to make it parted and let me in without issue. I walked over to the spatial chests I made and began to sort the materials I brought back from this hall. Level 4 materials in one chest, 5 and 6 in their own. Stones in the automated chest conveyor belt to the cursed stone converters based on their levels. I then moved on to filling a chest separated from the others labeled unknown for the materials I gathered from the monsters that had no records in the guild. Finally was the Rex chest that I stored the monster Rex materials in, as even on the same level they were very different from any other monsters. I kept most of the Jotun stuff but kept a crystal container of the blood and roughly half of the beard tuft to go to Mayak for experimentation. After that was done I gathered up my barrier spikes and gave them a quick upgrade to be much stronger because I was being extra carefully not to let my level up cause trouble this time. Finally I mentally prepared myself for this next part. This would be no plain update and level up but a monumental one. 10 steps to divinity, and I was finally going to step into beyond halfway in terms of level. I was also more than a little nervous about what I would become after this update as well. One of my cursed techniques had stepped into divine territory after all, so there was no way that wouldn't reflect on my status. My race likely wouldn't change since I was technically the first of my kind with the titled skill to prove it. That meant in theory my race's theoretical natural limit was whatever I eventually stopped at, or rather had offspring at. Chapter 270, Level Up. 955 words. Then again the Falna broke that rule to begin with by allowing adventurers to keep growing stronger till they were well past their race's natural limits. Whatever the case, it was unlikely that my race would change again since my cursed and divine sides were at a balance. I could be considered a perfect hybrid of the two if anything. Once my preparations were complete, I didn't stall and found Hestia waiting nervously in the chapel. I produced the healing coffin and raised the barrier around us before laying on my stomach with my back exposed to her. She carefully straddled my lower back and a drop of warmth hit my back before a blast of light erupted from my fauna as the update began. An intense heat rolled through my body as the stats skyrocketed and all clicked into their maximum places. Level up, she asked me, trying hard not to let her shock seep into her voice. Yes, I said without hesitation. There came the ever-familiar sense of expansion and shifting as the level up started, and she told me what DSs I had this time. There was only a single new one in the form of Archon that I was pretty sure was referencing my divine fusion with the Hellfire aspect of my powers. I took Fallen this time, however, as it was not one I fully understood. The level up finished with an intense rattling surge of my cursed energy as I felt a weight I hadn't known I was bearing release me. Name, Alexander Drake. Race, Fallen. Level, 6. Strength, 10, I. Endurance, 10, I. Agility, 10, I. Dexterity, 10, I. Magic, 300, F. Spells, Hell's Forge, innate technique, can use anything from a living being and reshape or refine it per one's will. Incantation, Hell's Forge, extensions, Curse Tool Creation, Reversion, Heaven's Judgment, Domain Expansion, Forge of the Fallen. Hellfire, embodiment, flames born of hell to burn away the sins of wicked souls. Reversion, Helheim, domain expansion, Forge of the Fallen. Sin of pride, through pride all things great and small, good or evil can be accomplished. Beware, however, that one's pride does not outstrip their means lest they fall to sin. Incantation, Peccatum Superbii, Reversion, Peccatum Inertia, domain expansion, Forge of the Fallen. Skills, Heavenly Restriction. In exchange for the ability to wield mana and magic, one gains access to cursed energy and cursed techniques. Authority of Black, permanent great increase to cursed energy efficiency, amount, and control. Magic will always start at F rank after leveling up. Reverse Cursed Technique, grants access to positive cursed energy and reversion techniques. Lord of the Fallen that rules the Forge of Hell and purifies the sins of all souls that pass through his domain. Sublimates the soul over time. Large permanent increase to crafting with cursed energy. Large permanent decrease to all stats for each innocent soul killed and increase for each sinful soul killed. Grants skills, Soul Gaze, Infernal Command. Soul Gaze, see the souls of all things and their sins. Infernal Command, sinful souls bend to your will and hellish creatures obey your voice. Developmental skills, Curse Smith, C, Curse Body, D, Mystery, E, Rex, D, Fallen, C. It's not bad? Hestia breathed with a relieved but confused tone. She got off me and I turned around in the healing coffin to grab the paper she'd copied my status on. Indeed, like she said, my status hadn't actually changed a large amount, with most of it being the same. There were a few changes that stood out to me though. The first was naturally my Hellfire technique's change of description. It was no longer labeled as my secondary technique, but as an embodiment. The second was the description that basically confirmed that my flames were truly the flames of hell now. Interestingly though, the RCT was the same and the domain expansion was also the same. The next change was my Blessing of Black skill becoming Authority of Black, with a great increase to my efficiency, amount, and control of cursed energy. The starting point of my levels for magic was also up one rank from G to F. This change was like because of my technique reaching a divine level, so naturally a blessing was no longer suitable. The next noteworthy change was the swapped first of the Fallen, with Lord. I was apparently promoted to nobility in my own race, like high elves in the elven race, a sort of subspecies on a higher level. The only change to the description was that rather than strengthening my soul over time, the skill now sublimates it, moving it closer to divinity. Finally, the skill also gave me a doozy of an extra skill in the form of Infernal Command. The skill that, according to its description, let me more or less compulsion mindfuck anyone with a sinful soul or straight up command anything of infernal nature. This was definitely one of those nobility class skills that were all about one's place in the order of things. All in all, the changes were both major and barely noticeable at the same time. Honestly, it was no wonder Hestia was so confused about it with the nature of the step I had taken in the dungeon. As for leveling sickness, I didn't feel it at all. I wasn't going to risk it and leave the coffin for a few days at least, but I didn't feel like I would fall apart if I did. Not that it really mattered, since I had nothing better to do anyways. My new materials to play with weren't going anywhere, and with the raising of my level and the ranks of my DSs, I was fairly certain I could finally use Draconite with some degree of ease now. Chapter 271, The First Warning. 986 words. While I was resting within the healing coffin, word reached the city from the spirits watching the sealed black dragon. It was stirring. The news shook the city to its core even more than the update Hestia gave the guild about my level up. Make no mistake, that still raised a massive amount of disbelief and amazement, but after my victory over the two ancient calamities and Otter, nobody was overly surprised. It was only natural, however, that news of the Black Dragon's awakening would totally overwhelm my level-up news though. The near-apocalyptical power of that beast being something fresh, relatively speaking, in the minds, since it had only been about a decade and a half at most since it wiped out the top familius. I finally knew why I was so anxious about rushing my level up now. This was seriously bad news. Orario was going to likely be the first or one of the first places the beast would come once it finally fully awakened. The news was vague about how long that would take, so I at most had an indeterminable amount of time to prepare for it. There was at least one upside to this grave scenario in that I now knew where the beast was located and could set traps between Orario and it. The beast was apparently located in a massive valley to the far south between three mountains. If it headed in a straight line for Orario after waking up fully, it was going to be at least somewhat inconvenienced with the stuff I was going to put between the city and its valley. Spatial distortions, temporal loops, anti-dragon attributed honing spears and arrows, hellfire bombs, acid spewers, the works. Every little petty, unethical or otherwise idea that might be able to so much as tickle or stall the thing was getting made at no expenses spared. Between being stingy and the city being erased and going all out for even a fraction of a % better odds, I'll take the later without hesitation. I let this be known too as I tasked everyone in the Familia to spread the word that I'd be making preparations for the dragon and needed people to collect the finished products and get to setting them up. I wasn't the only one either. Freya, Hephaestus, Loki, Ganesha and dozens of other gods stepped forward to join hands in alliance against the dragon. All hostilities put aside for the time and true cooperation being the name of the game, as we all agreed to assist the others in their preparations. Once the third day came, I leapt out of the coffin and burst into work in my workshop. I forged hundreds of arrows with cursed techniques for honing and anti-dragon natures, all while layering on strict restrictions to up their power as much as possible. Single use, harmless against anything not draconic, a 1-year lifespan even if not used. I even sacrificed my own flesh, blood, and bone during the creation of these arrows. I didn't skimp on materials either, as each arrowhead was forged from the bones of either the 100 Hands giant or Jotun. I created automatically reloading and targeting crossbow turrets with draw weight of well over a ton for these arrows as well. If I didn't add a restriction that they could only use the anti-dragon arrows, more than a few people transporting them to an area in the dragon's predicted path might have made 1 or 2 go lost along the trip. The same could be said for the cursed ballistae I made to launch anti-dragon spears as well, since these had a draw weight of several tons. The preliminary test proved that the projectile spears launched from it crossed the sound barrier, and not by a small amount. The hellfire bombs I created had to be entrusted to Bell and the others for delivery and installation in hidden areas along the predicted path, since they couldn't be restricted like the ballistae and crossbow turrets. The same was true of the toxic acid spewers, like massive long-barreled artillery cannons but with chemical war crimes loaded instead of explosives. The spatial distorters and temporal loopers were made and installed by me personally at various locations along the estimated flight path that would be the choicest spots for the other traps to work. If the weapons made people almost drool, these things caused a cold terror to grip hearts. Weapons could be understood and handled, but nobody knew how to counter time and space themselves turning on you. Time in particularly was a nasty one, as if you were trapped in a loop like the ones I set up, you might not even realize it until too much time has passed, yet your surroundings seemed to never end. The space traps were unlikely to work if I was being honest with how sturdy and conceptually powerful the beast was, but the very space around it being in chaos should at least prove annoying at least. Think of it like many different forces working on your form in a billion different directions at once. I set up gravity wells, air solidification walls, hallucination gas clouds. A small army of demonic skeleton golems with wings and a massive hatred for dragons. I went all out until I was politely begged to stop by Arenas after he learned of the horrors I was churning out for the dragon. Hermes looked downright timid in my presence at this point as he read the full report on exactly what I had prepared for the dragon. If anyone other than myself know about my absolute, last case, break glass in case of apocalyptical dragon in city plan, I'd probably be lynched. Honestly, I wouldn't even be upset about it as even I really didn't like it, but desperate times and all that. Chapter 272, Last Minute Improvements. 998 words. I don't think this is a good idea, Hestia said with a deep frown. It's not normally, but we need to get stronger as fast as possible, so here we are, I said helplessly. They might die though, she argued firmly. They will die if they don't, I said just as firmly. What we were arguing over was, to put it simply, forcefully leveling up everyone in the familia. I don't mean that barbaric ritual that Ishtar had originally planned to turn Heroheim's magic permanent either. My method was far more organic, shall we say. The fauna reacts to feats and experiences, so I figured I could just forcefully stuff feats down everyone's throat to forcefully cause their vessels to overflow with high-tier excelia. The problem? I needed to give them feats that they had no business even getting near for it to work. For Belle, Welf, Lily, Cassandra and Daphne it was killing Amphisbaena. For Heroheim and the newer ones a minotaur each. Ophelia, due to her weapon, needed a much more terrible challenge, a level 3 hobgoblin. To no surprise, Hestia was less than happy about this plan. I understood, really I did, but we needed a burst of growth or things were going to get really uncomfortable when the dragon showed up. Yes, when, not if. I'm being realistic here. Even with all the nightmarish obstacles I stacked in the thing's way, it would eventually power its way through them. I'm good, I'm very good. But that thing? It killed a level 9 and dozens of 7s and 8s simultaneously. The thing is more likely than not at the very edge of hitting godhood, or at least true demigodhood. There was no other explanation why it had so much power as a level 9 monster. Anything not at least semi-close to that level of power would at most injure it. And that was only with hopes and fucking dreams, since the beast was also no less smart than a person. Thankfully it was a dragon and had a stupid amount of pride and would choose to tackle my traps head on even knowing they were there. As for my curse technique one-shotting it? Hang that shit up on the wall, it wasn't happening. I tested it on that small piece of the dragon that had been chipped off and my technique barely tickled that shit. Not totally ineffective, but such a minor effect I may as well not have done anything at all. One thing I did do, however, was forge a scale shirt for Otter out of draconite-plated Durandal adamantite. He absolutely fucking hated it. I knew he would, but we both knew he'd take it anyways with the black fucker on the horizon. Hephaestus was most unhappy about the thing though, as she had a long hateful relationship with draconite, which is to say she couldn't forge it herself. It wasn't a matter of knowing how, but of there being no mortal means to do so. As the goddess of forging, she had an instinctual understanding of materials used to do so. The trouble was there was nothing capable of achieving the temperatures needed to soften draconite enough to work, and technically there still wasn't. My technique didn't use external forces to force a material to bend to my will, but moved the material from inside out instead. Not that she didn't know this, as she sulked about my success for 3 days after learning about it. She forgave me for surpassing her definitively once I gave her a furnace that contained my hellfire that wouldn't break this time. The fact she almost immediately tried to use it to forge draconite wasn't lost on me, but it barely even worked. The flames did indeed get hot enough to soften the stuff a bit, but it was so little and cooled so fast she got one good swing of her hammer in before needing to reheat the stuff. It took her a solid 13 hours a day of work time frame to manage a small dagger being shaped, only to give up when she realized she couldn't sharpen the thing. Sharpening was a process of literally grinding off pieces of something to form a thin edge. Draconite couldn't be grinded down, so no edge. I took a little pity on her and put on an edge to the dagger, but we both knew she hadn't completed the blade alone, so it was still a failed attempt. Freya, on the other hand, was beyond the moon happy with the scale shirt I made Otter, since it could be seen as a status symbol. There was a bit of a fight with Loki about it though, since the mischievous tomboy goddess was upset that she didn't get anything made of draconite. When I bluntly stated that she didn't have an Otter-level fighter either, she shut up about it. A low blow, I know, but fact stood that when the dragon came, Otter and I were the biggest targets and thus in the most danger. Well, technically anyone below a certain level was in the most danger, but that's mostly because the aftershocks from the battle would hurt or kill them. For actual combatants though, it would definitely be Otter and I. I even had it worked out to drag Otter to the deepest levels of the dungeon to finally get him to level 8 so that when the dragon got here Heroheim could level boost him to 9. I myself had no hope of hitting 7 in the time we might have and could only go on a rampage in the dungeon for smoke to get as many stats as I could. Right now I was already the equal of a lower middle level 8 in theory, so if I could max my stats I might barely hit peak mid 9 or new upper 9 with a level boost of my own. Chapter 273, Last Minute Improvements, 2. 969 words. Come along folks, we need to make tracks if we want any of you to catch a minotaur by the end of the day. I called as I lead the newbies and Haroheim through the dungeon entrance. This feels rather rushed though. I understand the need for increased strength with the dragon's return on the horizon, but are we ready for this? Alucard asked worriedly. Honestly? No. But so long as I'm around you won't die and we need all of you as strong as possible when the dragon arrives. Maybe not as combatants but to help move the city into the dungeon. I said calmly. Yeah, the plan was to pack up most of the city's important resources and move them into the dungeon the moment the dragon was first seen approaching. Civilians, lower-leveled adventurers and even the gods despite the risk that posed. The idea was that all of them would hole up on the first safe floor until the dragon was either dead or gone again. A trait all escaped monsters had was that none of them wanted to return to the dungeon and everyone was banking on the dragon being the same and thus not willing to chase them in. Moving that many people and objects took serious effort though so any adventurer below level 4 save a few very important ones like Haroheim would be used for this purpose. The situation was so dire that even adventurers who had retired but held a certain level of strength were coming out of retirement to fight. Mamma Mia was among them as a high-level 6 and ex-captain of the Freya Familia. Even among the level 4s and 5s a few were also chosen to serve as protectors of the group heading into the dungeon in case the dungeon throws a fit about it. This was something both Aurenas and I were trying to convince the dungeon not to do. Aurenas with his godly authority and me with basically sweet-talking the dungeon with special cursed items that made some of its functions easier in the item's area of effect. In any other situation I'd get in an assload of trouble for strengthening the dungeon but even after learning about it Aurenas turned a blind eye since it helped make things smoother. I want to fight though. Jean complained. Oh, I know but you just aren't ready for that kind of battle. To be honest I don't know if even I am ready for it either. If the worst come to pass I fully expect you to protect everyone since I can't anymore. I said patting his head with a resigned sigh. The others had stern expressions at that as even if it wasn't openly said very few believed we could beat the dragon. This trip to get them qualified to level up was only one part of my preparations for the upcoming trouble. Another was working to isolate an area in the safe floor for the gods to openly live without aggravating the dungeon. This would be accomplished by creating a barrier around that zone fueled by the gods themselves. It was well known that even while in their sealed state in the mortal realm the gods released small amounts of their divine energy around them, especially during high emotional moments. With them all grouped up I could set up a cursed siphon array that would take this excess energy and use it to fuel a barrier isolating the gods' influence from the dungeon. Obviously the dungeon will know they are there since it'll likely peg them in such numbers almost immediately. But so long as they stick to their designated area the dungeon should ignore them, hopefully. The trick is getting the area set up to begin with. For that I needed divine blood, a lot of it. Aurenas has already collected a barrel full from various gods after explaining its purpose. I had that barrel in my bag at the moment. Technically I'd need a lot of blood in general for this but a good portion could be taken from monsters instead. I just needed enough divine blood to tie the barrier and siphon to their energy in particular. Anyways I lead the group through the first 15 floors of the dungeon killing every monster along the way personally to save time and their energy. Once we got to the 16th floor I set up an arena of sorts but rather small before finding a group of minotaurs and capturing them. I purposefully atrophied the beasts' muscles a bit to lower their hitting power and speed to level 1 doable standards before putting one in the arena and sending in the newbies. Haroheim had the easiest kill with her toxic throwing needles. Not the Nukalavy ones but still toxic all the same. It was technically a dishonorable victory since she just poisoned it and ran till it flopped helpless to the poison before finishing it off but a win was a win. Sasha won the next fight with her magic but that was hardly a surprise as she had learned concurrent chanting from day one. Evrain and Guillaume both got beaten half to death before sliding out a kill on a weakened minotaur. Alucard had to be pulled as he slipped up and got inches from death. His minotaur was then finished off by Jean making him feel some kind of way since he'd literally been shown up by a kid. I fixed his body and when he was ready got him another fight that he pulled off by the skin of his teeth. The fact he was scraped up enough to resemble ground beef was not great but he won so I fixed him up good as new. Chapter 274, Last Minute Improvements, 3. 998 words. I lead the way to the 17th floor where the Goliath spawned in causing the newbies to get nervous. I erased the beast with a blast of flame though leaving them in awe at the casual dominating power I'd shown. I left the group in Riveria as I chose a spot at the far end of the safe floor to begin my work for the god's refuge. I marked the edges with cursed energy-filled divine blood formed into the various profane scripts that I'd learned from the dungeon's prototype Antares. I curved it around into a massive circular sealed ring. I barely had enough divine blood for this part, and all that was left was using any other type of blood to fill in the entire ring. Yes, I had to cover the entire area in blood to pull this off. If I left even a slight gap, the dungeon would still be able to sense the divine energy within its bounds from the gap and may turn loose its own anti-god methods to purge them. This meant I had to first clear out the trees and flatten the whole area, which drew more than a little attention. I showed off my guild-issued order for this to everyone who came sniffing around, which got them to back off. As for the Evelus mixed, and I simply made them mysteriously vanish. That is to say, I drained their blood and erased their desiccated corpses with hellfire. It was only a drop in the lake of blood I needed for the work, but a good start. I spent 3 whole days without sleep collecting more blood and slathering it over the ground that needed it before I covered every inch. I placed my hands above the edge of the ring and began my chant. Hold. Ye mask of flesh and bone. Immortal disguise. Take the excess and maintain, O veil of black. Seek not the light and hide away the breath. The heavy red blood hissed as cursed energy surged through it, and it all began to glow ominously. Life within danger. Implore the bones of earth for shelter. Call not the sky home and resist the dew of morning's come. Bind and contain the spirit. The glow intensified as the blood began to turn into a red mist that rose up and began to fill the air inside the ring. Take the end and suffer the future. Fate recoils and danger averts. Grant asylum to the heavens and guard away the calamity. As my chant reached its end, the red mist flaked together into a massive semispherical red barrier that pulsed before vanishing entirely. There was no sign of any blood ever being present, and beyond the large clearing no hints of anything abnormal. I breathed out a heavy breath after I was done, as it took a massive amount of energy to get this preemptive barrier up. Until the first god stepped foot within, it was dormant and required no more fuel, but once inhabited by a god, the barrier would appear, fully blinding the dungeon to everything within its range. With that finally done, I headed to collect the newbies before heading back up to the surface. To no surprise, they all qualified for a level up from having killed something technically above their level. None of them took the level up at this moment though, as their stats were way too low for it to be a good idea. I then got to work making a small barrier to keep Hestia safe once the fighting starts, as she can't hide with the other gods due to my absolute last resort requiring her assistance. The barrier around our manor wouldn't work since it was likely to be one of the places hit the hardest, being at the edge of the city in the Dragon's Path. I settled for an armor set that was made of draconite that, at the cost of the material's properties, created a barrier around the wearer that was nigh impenetrable. At the same time, however, the person in the barrier was equally helpless to send out attacks, making the thing purely defensive. The time came for Belle and the others to set out for their own level-up challenge in the form of Amphisbaena, and I did not join them. I had to instead accompany Ophelia to the 20th floor to hunt a hobgoblin. An unaltered one at that. Not that the hunt was anything special, as she illusioned herself before assassinating the unaware creature with her scythe. Which was when I dropped the fact she had to kill another now that she had spent her scythe's ability. A cruel trick, I know, but if she had no challenge, then she'd probably not qualify for a level up. The next battle was not so easy for her, as once she got off her sneak attack, the hobgoblin battered the fuck out of her as she tried to bleed it to death. Still, she eventually succeeded in her hunt and we went back home. 4 days later, Belle and the others sent word through the coins that they'd killed the water dragon, but Welf lost a leg in the process. Normally that'd mean he'd be forced to retire, but regrowing a limb was child's play at this point to me. Something every adventurer who'd retired for that exact reason abused the shit out of by having Aurenas get me to restore them to wholeness for no charge due to the emergency of the situation. Bunch of shitty freeloaders in my opinion, but I still fucking did it. Their smug looks didn't last long when I personally left a tracker in their bodies in case they took payment and booked it. Nah, I wasn't about charity. You claim it's to help the emergency, then you'd better damn well help in the emergency, or I'd be taking back what I returned. Chapter 275, Last Minute Improvements, 4. 971 words. Finally, it was time for me and Otter to hit the dungeon, for him to try and hit a level up and for me to gather as much smoke as possible in hopes of maxing my stats for the dragon got here. We're coming with you. Finn, captain of the Loki Familia, said as he and a few other level 6 names stood in our way to the dungeon. Gareth, Riveria, Bet and Shukti were all with him as they stood in our way. You all understand what the point of this is, right? This isn't a glory or death mission. You fall behind and you get left behind. If you can accept that, then you are free to join us, otherwise leave. I said firmly, and Otter just stood next to me staring them down in agreement. Think we wouldn't be here if we weren't aware of that? Don't insult us. We know the score. Bet said with a crude snort. He's right. We know the score, lad, just want a chance to even it out. Gareth said seriously. Good, go to Hestia and tell her I sent you to grab the cold cloaks. Meet us on the 18th floor after that. I said and moved past them with Otter. Once in the dungeon, we shot forward at top speed for the stairs going down. Once we hit the floor-skipping vents, it took us only about 10 minutes total to hit the 18th floor, where we stopped in Riviera to stock up on supplies. Food mostly, even if price gauged to hell and back, as this was looking to be a long trip and there were more mouths to feed now. We split up for this, and I even gave Otter a loot sack of his own without care for the secret getting out. I could deal with the problems that would come with that reveal if we survived the dragon. If not, then it wasn't going to be my problem anyways. All of my creations would become limited resources after my death, but considering my workshop would be destroyed and everything in it lost, if that happened, it wouldn't exactly be an actionable fixable for anyone. Sure, they could hiss and spit at Hestia for keeping the good stuff to herself, but really it wouldn't accomplish anything. Anyways, I set up near the town entrance once I gathered my part of the supplies and waited for the others to arrive. It was obvious to see that they came straight here using the shortcuts after retrieving the cold cloaks I'd sent them after. All right, lad, we've got these odd cloaks, so can you tell us what in the blazes they are? Gareth asked, waving his cloak of blue material in confusion. As the name implies, those cloaks are to protect you from the cold. I made them using the skin of the 64th floor monster Rex's skin. You'll need it to get past the cold floors down there. I said honestly. You've been past floor 60. Finn exclaimed in shock. I shrugged. Yeah, went all the way to 64 and soloed the monster Rex there to level up. Could have probably gone further, but my gut told me not to. Damn good thing I didn't too, since I might have missed the window when the news of the dragon first hit to prepare. I said frankly. I can't believe we got our record broken by a single person who wasn't even level 6. Have we just been wasting our time? Riveria said with a sigh. Not really, I'm just a freak of nature. Your specialties come from your teamwork rather than overwhelming individual strength. My whole shtick is not needing anyone else, I alone am enough. I said bluntly. I don't know if I should be insulted that I was called weak or happy our efforts were praised. Finn said helplessly. Oh, I'm not praising you. I think your whole teamwork thing is chock full of flaws for making strong adventurers. It's why you've all been stuck at level 6 for so long. You are so focused on the group you've failed to keep yourselves in mind and stopped taking challenges personally. Hell, when was the last time any of you actually delved by yourself? I bet you can't remember. I said seriously, leaving them reeling like they'd been struck. Have we really gone that far off the path? Finn muttered in horror as he clearly realized I was right. It was perhaps a bit late to be snapping them out of their self-inflicted stagnation, but they'd already taken a step just by deciding to come with us, so no reason not to meet them halfway. Ah, that reminds me, for whatever reason, but what about your sword princess? She was all about growing stronger, so I'm surprised she didn't come. I asked idly. We left her to keep Loki safe. Someone had to, and she drew the short straw. Bet said with a shrug. I got a good laugh out of that before Otter returned finally, and we set off for the deep dungeon. I had to snap them out of their hole, take it slow to conserve energy mindset as we rushed through the great tree labyrinth and into the water palace floors. They got to learn real fast along with Otter how much of a hurry we are in when I grabbed all of them with my technique stretched arms and jumped from the great fall. It was almost funny how panicked they were until I slowed us with my flames and then landed on the Great Lake without any trouble. I then proceeded to freeze the surface of the lake solid to rush over to the stairs going further down. Chapter 276, Last Minute Improvements, 5. 1009 words. Do you always rush through the dungeon like this? Finn asked curiously as we entered the stairs leading to the safe floor after the water palace floors. Depends on my goal. If I'm restocking materials, I'll stop to grab the stuff I need, but if I'm looking for growth or a challenge, yeah. Nothing up this high in the dungeon is worth really fighting at mine and Otter's level of power. Amphisbaena makes for a nice warm-up if we want to relax, but it's in the cooldown period, so no point in taking our time there. I said with a shrug. I think you have a twisted sense of what is and isn't easy. Riveria said with a twitching eyebrow. It depends on the person, Otter could solo that two-headed dragon only slightly slower than I could, and that's only because of my magic. It's only when we get to the lower floors that any real challenge shows up. Well, for all of you anyways, since I'm spec'd for 1 versus many combat. I said casually. I wasn't just bluffing either, as once we crossed into the desert floor from the jungle ravine floors, I sent out a wave of flames that wiped out every monster between us and right outside the stairs. What in hell was that? Gareth asked in shock. I told you I'm spec'd for 1 against many. That was me wiping out every monster between us and the stairs, hence the black smoke. I said with a grin. How the fuck are you only level 6? Bet asked, shaking his head with an unnerved expression. I keep saying it, but I'm a freak of nature. While my level is only 6 after my last level up, my raw stats are easily the same as a new 8. Perks of reaching the absolute limit of stats with each level up. Which by the way is 3,000 in case you are interested. I said, seeing need to hide it anymore. Every one of them besides Otter, who already knew through Freya, had their jaws practically hit the floor. T3,000. What rank even is that? Shakti exclaimed in horrified confusion. Finn furrowed his brows and muttered calculations with an increasingly ill look on his face the further he got. 25-ish thousand versus 90,000 if you were calculating the raw numbers with S rank in all stats versus my own and not the multipliers each level stats had over the previous level. I said with a wink. How are you even alive? Breaking the S or SS ranks in a stat makes people violently ill. I can't even imagine the suffering even more causes. Finn eventually said with a frown. I created a healing coffin to counter the damage until my body could adapt. 3,000's the absolute limit, though, as any further and no amount of healing will stop you from dying. I explained honestly. But how do you even get that high to begin with? Shakti asked confused. You know that black smoke monsters turn into when killed? I can absorb that to convert it directly into stat points, takes a fuckton though the higher my level gets. I said honestly. I knew it. Riveria exclaimed proudly. You say that like it wasn't obvious to literally anyone who saw it that there was more to me sucking down smoke than at first it seemed. I pointed out, causing her to deflate slightly. Is that some sort of skill? Gareth asked curiously. Something like that, it's more like part of a skill than anything. That's the most I'll say though. Even if we have a good chance of dying against the dragon, I'd rather not give away all my secrets. I said, dropping the topic. We moved through the desert floors and White Palace floor without delay after that until we reached the battlefield that was packed with monsters that I wiped out with a lazy flex of my flames. The smoke was nice but hardly enough to even start touching on the seemingly endless abyss that was within me, devouring it. We moved on after that as the Udos hadn't respawned yet. I let the others get some exercise in once we hit the underbridge floors, as I couldn't be bothered to constantly wipe out the level 4 monsters. Eventually though I got annoyed at how long they all were taking and did it anyways. We passed through the floor with the Baler since it was still on cooldown and finally stopped for the day on the 50th floor safe zone to rest for the night. I don't think we've ever gotten down this far so fast. Gareth said in amazement while I was setting up the stew pot. I'd be surprised if you did with all that dead weight dragging you down. I said casually. Watch it. That's our familia you're talking about. Bet growled. I shrugged. I'm right though, aren't I? How much faster could you all move without needing to constantly protect those with no business even getting near floors this deep? I asked, and the werewolf snorted but looked away. Someone has to carry the supplies, and it's obviously not us since we have to fight. Riveria argued. Yeah, but how many people does that actually need supplies for? 7? 8 maybe? The fact is your expeditions take more than half your familia each time, when a mere fraction of you is all that's needed. The rest are just burdens. Plain and simple. I said seriously. All due respect for your strength, but it's none of your business how we run our familia. Finn said with an edge to his tone. I chuckled at that. I never said I was, just pointing out a fact in response to what he said, I said, thumbing towards Gareth. Plus you should watch your tone, I might take offense, and we are oh so deep in the dungeon. Who can say what might happen? I said with a friendly smile. Chapter 277, Last Minute Improvements, 6. 965 words. All the Loki familia members tensed at that. Are you threatening us? Finn asked with a sharp look. I chuckled. Nope. I don't need to threaten you. You should be very aware of how fucked you'd be if I actually turned hostile. That said, I am both the healer and carrier of supplies for this trip, so playing nice is in your best interest. Just saying, I said before turning my attention back to the stew that was getting to a boil. They sat tensed in silence after that as the stew was distributed and we ate before turning in for the night. In the morning, or at least when we woke up, we ate some fruit leather for breakfast before setting off. We crossed the fiery floor and soon entered the dragon's vase floors. I'll go first to draw the fire, follow after about 3 minutes. I said as I dashed across the stone of the 52nd floor while waiting for the first shot of the Valgang dragon's breath to come. Once a hole was opened up, I shot through the hole using my flames to accelerate and hit the dragon mid-charge up at max speed, causing it to explode in gore and scales before it all turned to smoke as my momentum smashed into the stone in its chest. I moved fast as already beams of hot breath were shooting towards the spot I was at. The others dropped down the hole as planned 3 minutes later while I annoyed the dragons that couldn't hit me like a mosquito you just couldn't swat for some reason. Falling damage wasn't really a thing for level 6s and beyond. Terminal velocity was no longer fast enough to harm most of them save the mages who tended to be especially squishy. Even in the case of said mages, no amount of height was enough to kill them. This meant there was nothing wrong with dropping several miles and landing on your feet and taking off with a sprint. I had to admit that they were all pros though, as even the most ungraceful faller in the form of Shakti did so without much downwards turbulence. In her case she was ramrod straight as she fell, which she'd soon learn was going to ache like a bitch when she hit the ground. Absolutely hell on the knees. Otter had to be the most daring though, as he was falling face first and had his massive black sword, courtesy of yours truly, held like he was going to throw that bitch. As I soon found out, that was because he was. He straight up launched the damned thing like a spear and skewered one of the dragons before somersaulting mid-fall and crashing into the ground in a deep crouch. Badass is what that was, made the rest look like scrubs as they hit the ground and immediately scrambled as the dragons focused on them. Otter, I called as I retrieved his sword and threw it back at him. He sidestepped it, caught the handle and spun to bleed off the momentum all in one fluid motion. With another he stomped and shot towards the nearest dragon while I distracted it. With roar he swung his massive blade and removed the dragon's head and already locked his gaze on the next. The others weren't idle either, as Finn, Shakti and Bet tag-teamed the dragon furthest from me and Otter while Riveria and Gareth hung back, with the former starting a spell incantation and the latter guarding her. I casually dealt with another 3 dragons while Otter dominated 4 others in the time it took all of them to kill 3. One of them had only died because it got directly hit with Riveria's spell. All in all, their weakness couldn't be more obvious, but comparing them to Otter and I was already rather unfair. Otter is at the peak of his stats with SS across all but magic since he didn't use it and was on his way to level 8 while I was already as strong as a level 8 who'd been there for a short while. Not new to the level but not quite midway through it either. In other words, we were basically comparing 2 level 8s against peak 6s. Obviously the 8s would see the 6s as weak by comparison. What the hell was that, eh? Bet demanded angrily after the fighting was over. You mean the warm-up? I asked with a tilt of my head. The fucking what? You calling Valgang dragons a damned warm-up, he yelled with a red face. Yeah, not even enough to make Otter or I break a sweat. What do you call that but a warm-up? I asked with a raised eyebrow. I think what he's getting at is we went into this without a plan. We would be much more effective if we had coordinated. Finn said, mediating. Did you forget? We are here to challenge ourselves, not overcomplicate everything we don't need to. The plan here was kill the big fucking lizards, that's it, end of plan. Get comfortable with that idea or this trip is going to leave all of you wishing you'd not come. I said firmly and Otter nodded in agreement. To little surprise they grumbled about it a lot since it was outside their comfort zones, but that was the whole point of the trip, so they dropped it in the end. Finally we hit the glacier floors of 59 to 64 as far as anyone knows. The dungeon had taken the jungle that was here before over, as it was all covered in ice with those damned ice shadows moving through the crystalline structures. Chapter 278, Last Minute Improvements, Final. 990 words. I dashed forward into the frozen greenery and smashed the first ice shadow I saw with my weapon's blunt side. It shattered before bursting into smoke that flowed into my body. I snatched up the stone before it hit the ground before moving on to the next ice shadow while the others rushed over to attack the things as well. What the hell are these things? Bet roared as he knocked one back after it almost ambushed him. Ice shadows. Think war shadows but made of ice in level 6. I called, which left everyone but Otter looking uncomfortable with that information. Even if they were pushing level 7, fighting level 6 monsters was no cakewalk for them. They only managed it individually because, like war shadows, these things were brittle and died if you hit them where their stones were. They were assassination-based monsters with no real defense at all, and thus something they could handle. Otter and I, on the other hand, had no trouble at all with these things. To us they were as fragile and slow as glass pigeons. One hit from either of us reduced them to smoke that flowed into my body. We ended up running ahead as the others took too long killing theirs, and we were in a hurry. Soon enough we cleared out the frozen jungle's inhabitants and waited for the others to arrive at its opposite side. "You left us to die," Finn accused. "Did you kill them without us? Better yet, did you see even a single other one on the way here?" I asked with a raised eyebrow at him. "You expect us to think you just assumed we could handle it?" He spat. "I don't care what you believe. If I didn't expect you to be able to handle at least that much, I wouldn't have let you come, period. The fact of the matter is, Otter and I cleared out the entire frozen jungle while you were left to challenge yourselves for what might be the first time in years. Are you going to balk now, or can we move on?" I said challengingly. "This isn't over," he said before getting quiet. I snorted at the empty threat before we moved on down the stairs to the next floor. It was filled with that swirling blizzard that was thankfully non-magical this time and no doubt had a bunch of ice shadows in it as well. "Cold cloaks now if you don't want to freeze to death. Watch your flanks as we move, since ice shadows are nearly imperceptible in a snowstorm like this," I advised seriously and handed Otter his cloak I had in my bag. The others tightened their cloaks around themselves while I cloaked myself in flame to fend off the chill. Like I expected, ice shadows were lurking within the storm, and being devious little fuckers they were avoided me and Otter to target the weaker prey in the form of Riveria and the other level 6s, though she was a particular favorite as a mage. The sneaky buggers would flee into the storm when Otter and I would try to attack them, and I flat out grew annoyed by it and chose to flip the proverbial board in response. I exploded outwards with my flames around us and upwards, literally burning away the storm itself that was concealing these little shits. With nowhere to hide, we counter-attacked ferociously and quickly cleared out the floor. I gathered up all the stones and we wordlessly moved on. On the 63rd floor we finally had our first encounter with a snow badger, and it did not go well. By that I mean Otter and I stood aside while the others ganged up on it for a good 3 minutes before Riveria killed it with a spell. That fun little teddy bear is a snow badger, and much like you've no doubt realized, they are peak level 6 monsters. That's to say one of those is roughly equal to one of you, I said before proceeding to murder a second snow badger near effortlessly. Get the idea? I said with a smirk. They really didn't like that, but could only glower and mauled in silence as evidence spoke for itself. I took point on this floor to wipe out the ice shadows, but unless there was more than one like them, kill the snow badgers. They even showed signs of improvement as they adapted to this level of combat. That didn't mean they weren't absolutely dog-tired by the time we entered the 64th floor. Calling them dead on their feet wouldn't be an exaggeration, as the only reason they weren't dead or in as many scraps as their armor from the hits they'd taken was because I kept them in one piece even after they'd been put into more than one. "What's up with the big-ass floor with nothing in it?" Bet asked as he frowned at the surroundings. Monster Rex floor was a mountain-sized giant shaped like the Goliath but created ice and wind. Peak level 7 or maybe new 8. I killed it and used its skin to make those cloaks you lot are wearing, I said casually. Explains why it held up better than our actual armor, Gareth muttered as he looked at the barely scratched cloaks. Alright, so quick forewarning, since I don't want anyone to bitch about me not saying this beforehand, but I have no fucking clue what's past this floor. If any of you die because of that, I want to make it abundantly clear it's not my fault, since I have no info to work with either. That said, if you want to turn around now before we step into that fuzzy, probably not so warm unknown, speak now or forever hold your God's damned tongues, I said seriously. Chapter 279, Metallic Madness. 990 words. Nobody said anything, but it was obvious to anyone with eyes that they were tensing up at it. Not that I could blame them, since until now they could point fingers at me for not explaining shit as the reason for their struggles, but not anymore. I was just as in the dark as they were, so if they struggled it was nothing that could be blamed on me. Besides, at most they were just salty I hadn't been playing to their strengths like they were no doubt used to and forcing them to actually patch up their weaknesses. Sure, the Loki Familia made up the majority of the party for this delve, but that didn't mean we'd default to their style of doing things. We were here to seek growth, and that meant getting out of our comfort zones, even if they'd really prefer we didn't. Anyways, we headed to the stairs at the end of the 64th floor and descended them, tensely awaiting whatever unknown awaited us. The dungeon was nothing but predictable about what came after a Monster Rex floor though, and the 65th floor turned out to be a safe floor. One that made me kinda excited at that, as the entire place was covered in metal or deposits. Like the metal paradise of any smith's dreams. Adamantite, orichalcum, various flavors of mithril, deep iron, light iron, corundum, the works. The contents of this floor alone has to be worth more than all the Valis in Rio. Shakti breathed in shock at the sight. Gimme a moment and I'll tell you, I said as I crouched down and rested my palm on the rigid floor. With a heavy pulse of my technique, I got a rough understanding of around a quarter from my estimation of the full picture of this floor. Oh yeah, way more than just Rio. If even a quarter of this floor's contents hit the open market, these materials would practically be worth less than dirt. I'm talking total fucking economic collapse levels of flooding the market here. I said seriously. Are we taking any of it? Gareth asked gruffly. I don't know about you lot, but I absolute am. I said before bounding off to go grab the choicest pieces of metal I'd found in my search. Forget the stuff we were familiar with, I wanted the shit I couldn't identify, along with the metal hearts that were the essences of the most pure and magically sensitive metals. These things were practically myths, as they were only dug up out of the dungeon once in a decade if we were lucky, and then always hoarded to make peak-tier equipment or flat out just hoarded. War games had been fought over a heart the size of a thumb that resulted in several familiars vanishing overnight. I felt dozens of these hearts in just the slice I covered of the floor, even some that were of those unknown metals. I suppose it made sense given that this was a floor that as far as anyone knew no one had ever been on, whereas everywhere else the hearts were found were regularly harvested spots. If my theory about what the hearts were was correct, then it might genuinely take a long time to form even one for the dungeon, and only this floor wouldn't have been harvested before that point. I collected hearts of adamantite, mithril and orichalcum, as well as few that were from 3 types of metal with no name. The first of these unknown metals was a deep red in color and radiated an almost unbearable heat for anyone other than me. I named it infernal iron. The second metal was black as the void and caused the very light around it to distort. I named it abyss iron. The third was a type of metal which shimmered in a constantly changing kaleidoscope of colors. I named it mirage iron. I didn't find a heart for the fourth kind of metal, but I frankly didn't think I'd need one, as it was in its base state a level 8 material, only slightly lower in difficulty to manipulate than draconite. It was absolutely worth it, however, as the stuff flat out rejected kinetic energy. I don't mean it absorbed it either, but legitimately sent it back to the source. Discovering that actually took some testing, as I felt the weirdness when pinching the metal but only figured out what it was when I struck it. It was the same as when I'd match a monster in terms of raw force as it was being pushed back against my weapon. I immediately had a bunch of ideas what I could do with this stuff, with the most obvious being armor. I ended up naming this new metal vibranium after the metal that existed in the Marvel Comics back during my previous life. I also told no one about the metal after I discovered what it did. I didn't want to have to share, since I was fairly certain only I could craft with the stuff anyways. Well, unless someone could figure out how to temporarily cancel the metal's special property long enough for a traditional craftsman to forge it. I doubted it though, or draconite wouldn't have stumped the world the way it did. Still, I had to admit this floor was a massive boon to the defenses I could now craft to surprise the big black fucker. All this metal would let me spare no expense on outfitting the defenses of the city, so it might still be standing by the end of the fighting. For example, if I were to coat the walls of Rio in a thick layer of orichalcum enchanted with Durandal property, even I would not be able to tear it down without my technique cheating, so maybe the dragon would fail too. Don't forget to like and subscribe to Sally Fox audiobook.